Fitzpatrick Painting, don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at fitzpatrickpainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting, unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
They say I'm a bad kid.
A charity case. A troublemaker.
Worthless.
There are more than 3 million children in America's child protection and justice systems. Kids who've been abused, neglected, traumatized. Kids who act out. Kids facing the worst situations you can imagine.
They say I'm messed up. A drain on society.
Just a stupid mistake.
For their safety and others, some of these children have to be removed from their homes, separated from their families. They're at the mercy of an overwhelmed system.
I don't think I'm a lost cause.
I'm just a kid.
Youth Villages believes that no child is a lost cause, not a single one, because a stable, loving family can help any child succeed. And we have an 80% success rate overall that proves doing whatever it takes for children is the only thing that works. If you agree, find out how you can help at youthvillages.org.
This is Savannah Guthrie with an urgent story developing all across America. Despite having more than enough food available, there are nearly 16 million kids struggling with hunger. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks engages local communities in solving hunger by collecting surplus food, giving hope to hungry kids. But they need your help. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You would never forget your home address, would you? Well, no need to forget ours. Just lock it in at 1120 on your AM radio band. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's your money. And this is your wake-up call market report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Worker productivity slumped in the fourth quarter by the most in almost 2 years, leading to a pickup in labor costs that threaten corporate profits. The measure of employee output per hour of work fell at a 3% annualized rate in the final 3 months of last year. Meanwhile, the number of Americans filing applications for unemployment benefits rose last week. Employers continued to adjust staffing levels after the holidays. Jobless claims rose by 8,000 to 285,000. Shares of Ralph Lauren are down 9% in pre-market trading after the apparel company known for preppy fashions cut its annual forecast. Meanwhile, Kohl's is down 14% in pre-market trading following its latest quarterly results. The retailer lowered its earnings per share view for fiscal 2015. Stock index futures are lower. Oil is down 0.2% at $32.21 a barrel. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
All right. Well, tax season is here, and who knows, you may find yourself, I was going to say, at the mercy of the IRS, but a lot of times the IRS is not exactly what you would call merciful. So let's just call it under the thumb of the man. And as a result, you may find yourself upside down, and who knows? You know, everything always seems to happen all at once when it goes wrong. So you got the IRS audit, then they're saying you owe money, and then your car breaks down. You can't get credit because the IRS is giving you a colonoscopy. And so what do? Well, the folks at Guarantee Discount Chevrolet have the good people with bad credit program. And what that means is that you, the working person who's, under the thumb, basically can get into a vehicle in 48 hours or less so you can get to work and try to get yourself out of the hole that you happen to be in. So contact Guarantee Discount Chevrolet at 541-998-2333. Robert Sloan gets you the loan. 541-998-2333.
Mornings are a little different with a wake-up call.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I won't be a divider-in-chief or an agitator-in-chief. I won't be out there blowharding, talking a big game without backing it up. I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
Please clap.
You know, in his speech, Jeb Bush said, okay, pause for outburst from crowd. He paused and didn't hear a thing. When you are trying to stir the crowd and get everybody, riled up and seething with frustration, and you've got to cue the crowd to please clap, that's pretty telling right there.
How embarrassing.
And then for it to go viral.
Please clap.
I'm trying to remember who it was I was having this discussion with the other day. And we were talking about, Bush, Jeb, and how far that he was going to go into the primaries before he just finally said,
no mas.
No, yeah, people just don't like me. My feeling is, and there's a couple of things that have to happen, but my feeling is that if we still have this, kind of back and forth thing between Rubio, Cruz, and Trump, that Jeb stays in until the very bitter end because he's hoping that it's going to be a brokered convention. And if it's a brokered convention, he wins because he's the one that the Republican establishment wanted from the very beginning, just like his brother back in 2000. Same thing. Exactly the same thing. This is who they wanted. Remember, the Republican establishment threw him out at the very beginning. Oh, look, here he is. It's another Bush. Woo! Applause, please. Here, clap here. Clap, please.
Please clap.
Yeah, please clap. Please clap. And so, and everybody's like, no, he's not going to do that. He's got the money to stay in. Really, he could just kind of go on autopilot and just cruise into the states. He's going to get coverage just because he happens to be Jeb Bush. All right, so he's automatically going to get a certain amount of coverage. He's got a pretty decent war chest at this point. So I can see him potentially just hanging in there, being number 4, after everybody else drops out, being number 4. And finally, you get to a brokered convention, and he thinks he's going to pull it out. Play that again. I like that.
The whole thing?
No, just the last part of it. The please clap.
Please clap.
We need to put that on a button.
And you hear people crack it up.
Yeah.
I mean, they're laughing at him if you watch the clip. By the way, I want to ask our 15, did anybody watch the, what are they calling it? American Crime Story? John Travolta played O.J. Simpson's defense lawyer. He's on there. Cuba Gooding Jr., Kardashian. John Travolta played in a made-for-TV movie about the defense. David Schwimmer from Friends, he's on there. Cuba Gooding Jr. played OJ. This was on TV a couple of nights ago, and I talked about it on the midday show, and I was like, is anybody going to watch this? And how has John Travolta been reduced to, was he open to that, or did he have to be talked into it? Look, you need a gig. Curious if anybody even watched like 20 seconds of it. 2, a new study analyzed 4 million calls made to a customer service company, found out that people in New York talk the most. People in this state talk the fastest. What state you think?
Talk the fastest.
Fastest.
Jersey?
So that's probably where I would have gone, some kind of East Coast. Fastest talkers in the country. We'll start with that. Okay, we'll start down the list. Alabama, then next up, South Carolina, Louisiana, Mississippi. These are all the really slow talkers. Fast, Iowa, Kansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota. Number 1, Oregon.
Really?
That's what I did.
I would have never thought that Oregonians would be considered fast talkers.
People in Kentucky hung up the fastest, didn't want to be on hold. People in Minnesota, because what else are you going to do? They'll stay the longest on hold.
Okay. Bring me some cocoa.
Because what else are you going to do?
I'm on hold with customer service. Bring me some cocoa. I'll just sit here and read.
And by the way, this is between 2013 and 2015. So, 4 million people. We apparently on the rapid side of things. All right, Dr. Mina Bose, we're going to talk about Republicans taking over the White House. That's coming up on 1120 KPNW.
Wildlife, boating, fishing, camping, and more. 43rd Annual Eugene Boat and Sportsman Show is back at the Lane County Fairgrounds Friday through Sunday, February 5th through the 7th. Get up close and personal with the Great Bear Show's 400-pound giants. Meet Gold Rush star Dakota Fred. Revel in Tough Shed's Ultimate Man Cave. See the hottest wake surfing boats, kayaks, SUPs, and accessories. Seven Feathers Big Game Room features record trophies and head and horns competition. See the latest products, hunting and fishing guides, ammo, giant fish tank, and more. For kids? There's the Pepsi Live Trout Pond, archery range, shooting gallery, climbing wall, and the zip line. Jody Smith and Dan Clore had an impressive list of speakers in the Sportsman's Theater. Enter to win a Gold Quest adventure with Dakota Fred, a guaranteed trailer, and Buy-Mart door prizes. The first 100 adults will win a free scratcher from the Oregon Lottery. And every adult patron will get a subscription to Northwest Sportsman magazine. Take advantage of low show prices on all of the latest model boats at Lane County's premier boat display and sale. All of this at the KUZI Boat and Sportsman Show, Lane County Fairgrounds, presented by Buy-Mart, February 5th through the 7th. See you there.
Wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, a crashing economy. Are you ready? At best, your local stores have a 3-day supply of food. Will your family have to fight over what's left? Are you willing to gamble your family's safety that it'll never happen to you? Be wise and be ready with 25-year shelf life Wise Food Storage. Wise Food Storage provides affordable, ready-made gourmet meals with a super long 25-year shelf life. Meals like pasta Alfredo, cheesy lasagna, breakfast, dessert, drinks, and snacks. Just add water and your family is eating delicious food instead of fighting for scraps in a food riot. Try it free. Order a no-obligation free sample meal delivered right to your front door. And for a limited time, get a 10% discount and free shipping on all orders. Once done, you're set for 25 years. Be wise and be ready with Wise Food Storage. Call for your free sample now. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353.
10, 9.
Folks, we're witnessing a huge supermarket event. Mary Atwood is about to break the frozen barrier.
3.
She's heading to the frozen fruit aisle.
1.
She's done it! Mary has broken the frozen barrier, and now she's filling her cart with all kinds of items, including antioxidant-rich wild blueberries. Mary, why all the frozen fruit and veggies?
Because they're easy, affordable, and just as nutritious as fresh. And there are so many different kinds.
There it is, folks. Mary has discovered an easy way to eat healthy every day. She's broken the frozen barrier. Now she's off to set a new record, getting through self-checkout.
For more goodness in your diet, think colorful fruits and veggies. Fresh, canned, dried, 100% juice, and of course, frozen. Learn more at fruitsandveggiesmorematters.org.
A message from Produce for Better Health Foundation.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania,
where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Good morning to you and yours. Right now, we've got mostly cloudy skies out there with a few isolated showers off and on, what I call popcorn showers. Otherwise, temps right now are in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. These mostly cloudy skies will become partly cloudy this afternoon as we'll see the storm system pull away, and we'll be between systems. Also, highs look to go into the mid-50s out there along the I-5, even upper 50s out on the coast. We'll see the wind shifting south-southwest at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15. Now, we are tracking another system set to move in Friday night into your Saturday. But as we approach the back of the weekend, high pressure looks to move in, give us several days of almost perfect weather with clear skies and temps going back into the 60s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Who doesn't want a shiny new electronic device? Sure, back home there's a garage or a basement full of old electronics that we don't talk about. But old electronics aren't garbage, and they're not useless. They're full of parts and materials that can be recycled into new electronics or donated to some wonderful causes. That flip phone and old computer can still live on. Recycling electronics is the green thing to do. It's the right thing to do, and it's so easy. Log on to greenergadgets.org and enter your zip code to find the recycling center nearest you.
The Wake Up Call. Wake Up Call. On 1120. KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Good morning. So, just a quick look at the traffic this morning. Everything seems to be mostly okay. Just kind of looking, if you're going to be traveling through the Cascades this morning, I guess they've had a little bit of snow overnight, but mostly what you're going to be dealing with is ice. So if you're heading over the Cascades, carry the traction devices and just be careful. All right, so new poll. Says, now this is a Rasmussen poll. It reports survey. They say that 59% of likely voters believe a GOP candidate will win the 2016 election, according to the poll. The findings of another poll from last April found that 60% of voters thought that a Republican president would most likely be dropping into the White House. To talk a little bit about that this morning, joining us on the Wake Up Call, it is Dr. Mina Bose. She's chair of presidential studies at Hofstra University, and she's also the co-editor of Cold War to New World Order, the foreign policy of George H.W. Bush and the uses and abuses of presidential ratings. So that's
Good
appropriate.
morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so the uses and abuses of presidential ratings. Let's go there first. How are they used and abused?
Well, I was looking at there how we rate presidents in American history. We did in 2000, actually, which seems like another world now. We at Hofstra had a symposium on why certain presidents rank at the top routinely, why others are at the bottom, and how the ones in between get decided. And one of the lessons, which is perhaps not surprising, is that as the benefit of time affords more perspective, and that's why you tend to have the most divided ratings about presidents in the last couple of decades. Time and polarizing events. Lyndon B. Johnson continues to be ranked as kind of near great / failure, depending whether you're focusing on the Great Society or Vietnam, for example. I think the same will be said is true for George W. Bush and probably Barack Obama as well.
All right. Okay, so that said, these kind of polls always annoy me, just simply because it's like, well, what does the average American really know? Like the average American, you'll see these polls that say, well, the average American thinks that the economy is going to be getting worse in the next 5 years. Well, what do they know about? I mean, what does the average American really know about the economy? And why is this given any credence? Because some guy on the street thinks, well, I don't think it's going to be good. And I look at this as kind of the same way. Okay, I mean, if you're a Republican or a conservative, I guess it's nice to hear. But, I mean, does that necessarily translate into actual votes?
Well, I mean, there are about kind of 8 different points we could discuss there. I would say, does it translate into actual votes? Too early to say, 9 months before the election. Right. I think it does. It's not surprising entirely that in February of 2016, that a poll finds a majority saying the opposing party will win the White House. It's unusual to have 12 years of single-party rule in the White House. The last time was 1981 to 1993, Ronald Reagan to George H.W. Bush. That said, some of the analyses of this poll are being fairly conservative in their estimates of how many states are solidly Democratic. If you look at the 270 to Win website for the Electoral College map, right now it's the solid Democratic votes appear to be over 200, and Republicans are just under 200. And, of course, the magic number is 270. Right. So no matter matter what national polls say, at the end of the day, we don't have national elections in the United States. We have an electoral college. So, it's an early poll. It's a single poll. It's not surprising given the incumbency issue. And the national popular vote doesn't matter in the U.S. system for winning the White House.
So, in other words, nothing to see here, folks. Move along.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't dismiss it. I mean, I think it's it's significant. What I think is actually a more interesting statistic, and I just saw this morning in the Wall Street Journal, that the number of caucus goers has tripled on the Democratic side from 2000 to 2016. It was 61,000 in 2000, from 170,000, right? Nearly tripled on the Democratic side, and on the Republican side, it went from 70 to I think 180,000. So, I mean, what does that mean? That people are going and not just going to cast a vote, but they're going and spending hours to discuss and deliberate. That says something about public opinion. And why does it matter? Because the public, right, in a democracy, we pick the person who wins the most votes, in this case in the Electoral College. So okay. I wouldn't say it's unimportant, but we have to put it in context.
Okay, but does it say more about, because if we're talking about the caucuses, we're talking about Iowa right now.
Right.
Does that necessarily mean, does that translate to voter turnout, or does it just mean that the folks on both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans, have just gotten better at getting people to turn out for these particular events?
Well, when you look at I would say, I think it indicates different times. When you think of the 2000 election, right, we had budget surplus, the economy was in good shape, compassionate conservatism was George W. Bush's theme. He talked about not getting involved in nation building. It was a different world. I think that I don't think this is a credit to the party getting out the vote efforts. So, those are significant. I think when you look at the number of people watching the debates, going to the caucuses, maybe it's the strength of the candidates or the range of the candidates, but I think it's that people are concerned about the future and want to have a voice. So I think that turnout is significant for American democracy, and I'm expecting it to continue in New Hampshire and as we move forward.
Okay, so since we're talking about American democracy, you brought it up. At the Iowa caucuses, that some of those were decided by a coin flip.
Well, that's...
okay, so that's American democracy. It's a coin flip between Hillary Clinton and, God, his name
Sanders?
Yeah, Sanders. I'm sorry. I went blank. Between Hillary and Sanders, and she wins 6 coin flips, which is, okay. That's democracy.
There's a little bit of luck, and I think in every success story, there's a little bit of luck that plays in.
Astronomical luck that she would get 6 coin flips in a row.
Well, and again, when we look at the caucus system, which would be a whole other story, it turns out a difference of a couple of delegates. They were really neck and neck. But had Sanders actually won, that would be a much bigger story, of course. So winning was significant.
Okay, but, considering that it was won on coin flips, that to me really says a lot more about the weakness of Hillary Clinton than it does anything else.
Well, no doubt she's facing a strong challenge in Iowa. She faced a strong challenge in Iowa, and that's coming in New Hampshire from the Sanders campaign, and that's a concern for her campaign. But her support runs pretty, not just broad, but deep. And as we move forward to South Carolina, Nevada, Super Tuesday, it's difficult to see a path to the nomination for Senator Sanders, despite...
Well, yeah, but people said that about Barack Obama as well.
Yeah, but
he was... let's be honest here. Kind of deja vu for Hillary. Been there, done this, and...
But he wasn't an avowed socialist Democrat, right? I think there were a number.
I think some people would disagree with you over that, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll grant you that. But you had elites in the Democratic Party turning to Obama, Senator Ted Kennedy. I think it was right after South Carolina in January of 2008, and others. You're not seeing that. I think there would be strong resistance within the Democratic Party to making Senator Sanders the nominee. I don't see the situations as identical.
All right. Hey, Mina, it was a pleasure having you on the show. You have a great rest of your day, and take care.
You Thank
All
you.
right. That's Mina Bose joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. She definitely got her coffee this morning. Last time I don't remember her being quite that perky.
She was.
Was she?
She was perky. And in fact, I think we even talked about it.
Did we? Oh, okay. All right. I stand corrected, as I do. I'm married. I live there. It's 650 News Radio, 1120 KPNW. Okay, so imagine that you're a planet, and imagine your bed is the sun, and you orbit that particular sun. It's time for you now to get a new sun. That's right. And then you need to take your little planet that's you and just crash it right into the center of it to feel the warmth and kindness and love of a new mattress. It's a horrible analogy, but regardless, head down to Sleep Train and, take an orbit around the showroom and see what might float your boat. It might be the Beautyrest Black Hybrid, which is a Sleep Train exclusive, by the way. Or maybe it's a Posturepedic. Heck, maybe even a Tempur-Pedic. And now through President's Day, you're going to get up to 4 years interest-free financing on Tempur-Pedic and Beautyrest Black Hybrids. On approved credit with 48 equal months required, plus you can save up to $300 on one of Tempur-Pedic's most popular mattress set before the prices go up. So you better get in there, and you better hurry up, and you better get a great mattress, and then you'll get a good night's sleep. And then you'll say to yourself, gosh, they were right. I'm really glad that they came up with that horrible analogy.
Go to where you get same-day delivery and a guarantee that takes all the risk out of your brand new mattress. Sleep Train in Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Salem. And tell them you like this with a wake-up call.
You'll feel the love at Garrity in Junction City. This is Shannon Nill inviting you to enjoy over 25 acres of selection and special sweetheart prices on cars, trucks, motorhomes, and trailers. Take a test drive and you'll head home with a long stem rose for your sweetheart. At Garrity, we believe in sharing the love with our employees, our community, and all our friends and neighbors. Enjoy this free rose as our gift to you and your sweetheart. We're also offering special sweetheart prices on hundreds of hard-to-find cars, trucks, and SUVs. You'll love our big city selection and country savings. Plus, you'll never pay any additional dealer markup on every new vehicle on our giant lots. You'll also love over $2.7 million in markdowns on motorhomes, trailers, and fifth wheels. Buy now and you'll be ready for spring and summer camping seasons. Trade in anything and enjoy low-cost bank financing. Sweetheart savings, long stem roses, and hometown treatment. That's only at Garrity, 5 minutes north of the Eugene Airport in Junction City.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Always having some cash to invest is a good idea because you never know when something bad will happen, presenting you with an opportunity to buy something cheap. But that's only half the battle, the easy half. The other thing you need is the courage to act when everything is falling apart and everyone around you is in a state of panic. Though often, those with the courage don't have any money, and those with the money don't have any courage. Here's the nugget. To have cash, you need to sell when things are expensive and everyone is enthusiastic, maybe like now in the stock market. To have courage, you need to think about what panic feels like and internalize it. Then imagine yourself acting when everyone else is frozen. You'll need a plan, not just that you're going to act, but what you're going to buy and why and at what price. After you decide how much money you want to commit, consider buying in 3 parts. Deploy the first third at what you think is the height of the panic. Deploy the second when it gets even worse. But save the final third to add to your position after the panic abates and it starts to go your way. Investing like this is messy, so don't worry if you don't get it perfect, because the results can be spectacular anyway. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open, don't speak with your mouth full, keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hertz Car Sales Superstores are celebrating this President's Day with savings all month long. You can literally save thousands over new.
Scott Hoysh here from Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. The amazing thing about Hertz Car Sales Superstores, our inventory is not just a few cars to choose from. It's more than 1,000 vehicles, trucks, SUVs, all-wheel drives, 4x4s, family cars, sports cars, hybrids, and budget cars. Nearly every make and model, all with clearly marked prices. We have what you're looking for right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. And for our President's Day event, it's not just one day or a weekend, but the entire month of February. If you're looking for a newer, nicer vehicle, start with Hertz Car Sales Superstores. With our inventory and variety of financing options to help almost anybody. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money.
Don't miss President's Day savings all month long at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores. On West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are edging lower in early trading amid corporate earnings and as crude oil rallies for a second day. Right now, the Dow is down 36 points, or 0.2% at 16,299. S&P 500 is lower by 0.4%, down 8 points at 1904. And the Nasdaq is lower by 27, or 0.6%, at 45.75. Crude oil is up 3.2% at $33.32 a barrel. Shares of coals are down 14% after the retailer's fourth quarter sales and preliminary full-year profit outlook missed estimates. Worker productivity slumped in the fourth quarter by the most in almost 2 years, leading to a pickup in U.S. labor costs that threaten corporate profits. And the number of Americans filing applications for unemployment benefits rose last week as employers continued to adjust staffing following the holidays. Jobless claims climbed by 8,000 to 285,000. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
In 2005, oil prices were rising, and the Democrats hauled big oil executives in front of Congress to rip them over their record profits. Senator Barbara Boxer, Democrat California, told the execs that the hearings were about shared sacrifices that her constituents were suffering versus oil company greed. Now, driving her point home, Senator Boxer said working people struggle with high gas prices, while sacrifices made by oil companies appear to be nothing. The late Senator Daniel Inouye, Democrat Hawaii, chimed in the midst of pain, in the midst of suffering, the public sees headlines about record profits. So the Democrats wanted a windfall profits tax to punish big oil for daring to make record profits. Well, fast forward to today. The oil industry has now undergone 20 months of falling prices. Instead of record profits, the losses are racking up. BP lost over $5 billion and is cutting over 3,000 jobs. ExxonMobil has seen its earnings plunge to the lowest level since 14 years. Now, what you don't see are news outlets sending reporters to gas stations to talk about the crisis caused by low gasoline prices, nor any feature stories about the hard times oil industry workers are having losing their jobs and business. And you'll never see a Democrat committee hearing about the windfall losses the oil industry is experiencing. Big oil is a liberal enemy. Democrats could care less, probably happy it's all happening to them. Are you at risk of identity theft? Yes, a new identity theft happens every 2 seconds. Does giving out your social security number increase risk? Yes. Putting personal information out there increases risk. And unfortunately, so do things like using public Wi-Fi, shopping, and data breaches. That's why I trust LifeLock. LifeLock goes beyond free services that simply monitor credit. LifeLock detects threats. LifeLock helps resolve issues if your identity is ever compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft, folks. Nobody can monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock has proprietary technology to detect threats and a U.S.-based dedicated resolution staff to help restore your good name, put everything back together if it does happen. You only have one identity. Protect it with the best. LifeLock protection starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Call or visit lifelock.com now. Use the promo code ROCK.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
It's not funny, Mr. Cerulli. People are dying, and they're getting sicker and sicker.
Democrat Elijah Cummings scolding a smirking Martin Shkreli, who then said,
"On the advice of counsel, I will not be giving an opening statement."
And Shkreli kept taking the fifth a few minutes ago at a House hearing probing pharmaceutical price gouging.
What do you say to that single pregnant woman who might have AIDS, no income, and she needs Daraprim in order to survive?
On the advice of counsel, I invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
That drug that Republican Jason Chaffetz referenced is one Shkreli's company raised the price of by 5,000%. Shkreli was just ushered out of that hearing. The former CEO is also facing fraud charges in an unrelated case. His lawyer just said the whole thing that just happened was frustrating and that his client's getting unfair treatment. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders will hold their first one-on-one debate tonight, 5 days before the New Hampshire primary. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave Sanders has a double-digit lead over Clinton in New Hampshire, according to poll averages. Last night, the rival squared off in a CNN town hall, where Sanders said Hillary Clinton doesn't sound like a progressive to him.
Has a super PAC and takes $15 million from Wall Street.
Clinton said her critics are trying to get voters to distrust her.
It's just normal for people to say, gosh, there's got to be something. Why do they keep saying this? And then we do that.
Tonight's event is one of 4 additional debates just approved by the Democratic National Committee. Dave.
Rachel, the National Prayer Breakfast, President Obama brought up his trip to a Baltimore mosque yesterday.
To let our Muslim American brothers and sisters know that they too are Americans and welcome here.
Picking up on his theme of tolerance, the president warned fear can lead us to lash out at those who are different. The prayer breakfast also included House Speaker Paul Ryan. This is Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Hi, I'm Eric Harpel with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harpel Real Estate, countywide, 541-286-3030. or harpelhomes.com. Thank you.
Where will the Wall Street yo-yo go today? Way up? Way down? Well, there's some selling early. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live at the New York Stock Exchange.
Well, the yo-yo's to the downside today. We're seeing the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 40 points, sitting at 16,294. We did get jobless claims. They were higher than expected. Labor costs were higher. Productivity is to the downside. That's all not good news. Oil has been fluctuating. The Nasdaq Composite down 32. S&P 500 down 9. Some of the favorites that people follow, GoPro, Netflix, Tesla, all to the downside. GoPro in particular was hit by the latest fourth quarter numbers that were weaker than expected and a reduced forecast going forward. The stock's been down over 80% and is down once again today at a new low, down 13%, Dave.
Thank you, Nicole. The price of oil today, as it goes up $1, gas drops a penny. AAA's national average for regulars $1.77 a gallon. SWAT teams are getting ready for the Super Bowl. Security's tight. They'll put a 3 to 4 mile perimeter around the stadium, though officials stress there's no credible threat. The Broncos and Panthers keep getting ready with a lot of focus on Denver quarterback Peyton Manning, and if he'll retire after the game, he'll be 40 next month.
Adjusting his game to match the reality of the aging process, Manning sees himself like many we see in another sport.
I use the baseball analogy. A guy that used to throw 95 plus, as he gets older, maybe he can't still throw that same fastball, but he can work the corners of the plate. You can still strike a guy out. So I feel like I can still move the chains, maybe in different ways.
The Broncos quarterback also revealed yesterday that he was told by a doctor he would likely need hip replacement surgery in the future. He's not even 40 yet. T-minus 3 days till kickoff. In San Francisco, I'm Jared Max, Fox News.
In the NBA last night, Stephen Curry scored 51 points to lead Golden State past Washington. Later today, the Warriors go to the White House to celebrate last year's NBA championship. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
I tell you what, if you're a sports person in Santa Clara, San Francisco, the Bay Area, trying to come up with storylines for the Super Bowl, if that's the best you can do, that a doctor told him that Peyton, that he's going to have eventual hip replacement, you're not digging deep enough. Although I guess we could talk more about Ryan Murphy and his being sent home from Kubiak, the, of course, former Oregon State Beaver who was stung in that prostitution sting. It was his brother going to check out a woman that he was having a relationship with. 60% chance of precipitation, cloudy, and 52 today. A little bit of fog and some cloud cover tonight, 39 for the temperature low. And then looking at the weekend, partly sunny Saturday and Sunday with next week, looking at sunshine and 60 degrees. It's still, wow. Coming up, Conley, no, I just skipped the entire 7 o'clock hour. I'll reinsert that and tell you that the Lane County Commissioner, Faye Stewart, will be in studio to talk about a number of things.
Yeah, not the least of which is one of our stories in the news, which is coming up, dealing with, the county is gearing up for a potential lawsuit against the BLM dealing with ONC lands. We're going to talk about that this morning. And, of course, Commissioner Stewart also happens to be running against Ron Wyden for the Senate. So if you've got any questions in regards to that, and what is that?
Piece of wood.
Where did it come from?
It was just sitting here.
Okay. Anyway, Rob's holding this thing. It looks, I don't know, odd and suspicious. That said, news coming up brought to you by, there it is. You can, if you look at our stream, you can actually see it there. There it is. There's Rob holding up a chunk of wood. Anyway, wow. News coming up brought to you by Burrito Amiga. Is that a real cigarette?
It's a pen.
That's a pen?
Yeah. Do you want to see it?
Wow. Okay.
You all right over there?
Yeah, on the stream it looked like a cigarette. Anyway, there's going to be news and crap. It's coming up.
7:07. It's KPNW. Good morning.
New Year's resolutions generally fail, and they fail because they aren't fun. So here's a resolution that's easy to keep. If you've never done it, make this the year you visit Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. How hard is it to keep this promise to yourself? I resolve to eat at least one Burrito Amigos bacon breakfast burrito with 2 types of bacon. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I intend to do this at least weekly. Resolve to have an Audibata experience and try some on a torta. Tasty stuff. Or, if you're of the vegetarian persuasion, promise yourself this year to try a yammy taco with yams and a special secret recipe spicy guacamole. If you're going that route, the Amigos rock the potato taquitos. And their tofu burritos have tofu. So keep this promise to yourself. Visit a Burrito Amigos. And this year, you'll make a new friend. A new friend who'll cook and clean up the dishes. That's a friend. Burrito Amigos in Eugene and Springfield.
You'll feel the love at Garrity in Junction City. This is Shannon Nill, inviting you to enjoy over 25 acres of selection and special sweetheart prices on cars, trucks, motorhomes, and trailers. Take a test drive and you'll head home with a long stem rose for your sweetheart. At Garrity, we believe in sharing the love with our employees, our community, and all our friends and neighbors. Enjoy this free rose as our gift to you and your sweetheart. We're also offering special sweetheart prices on hundreds of hard-to-find cars, trucks, and SUVs. You'll love our big city selection and country savings. Plus, you'll never pay any additional dealer markup on every new vehicle on our giant lots. You'll also love over $2.7 million in markdowns on motorhomes, trailers, and fifth wheels. Buy now and you'll be ready for spring and summer camping seasons. Trade in anything and enjoy low-cost bank financing. Sweetheart savings, long stem roses, and hometown treatment. That's only at Guarantee, 5 minutes north of the Eugene Airport in Junction City.
Now, this morning's wake-up call with the latest news from the Northwest and your neighborhood. On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Indictments have been handed down by a federal grand jury against Eamon Bundy and others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, says his client should have been brought to the courtroom, but he remained in jail.
We find it terribly ironic that a judge ruled that he was a risk on pretrial release to not attend court appearances, and then while in the custody of the government, he was prevented from attending today's court appearance.
The judge said there was no need for Bundy and others to be there because the indictment stopped the previously scheduled proceedings.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The indictment should be unsealed sometime today and the charges actually revealed. Federal authorities have beefed up security at the 3 wildlife refuges in the region amid the ongoing armed occupation of a sister refuge in eastern Oregon. Additional officers have been sent to the Klamath National Wildlife Refuge complex that straddles the Oregon-California border, to the Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge in Nevada, and the Modoc National Wildlife Refuge in Northern California. Jody Holsworth, a regional spokesperson with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, says there have been no specific threats against those refuges, and the agency just wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there were no signs the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge are about to give up. Oregon Congressman Earl Blumenauer says the federal government has been too weak on the militia groups that want federal land turned over to local control and those who don't pay grazing fees.
It must be made clear that armed takeover of government or private facilities for grievances real or imagined is absolutely unacceptable and won't be tolerated.
It's interesting that it actually takes something like this for Blumenauer to even acknowledge that Eastern Oregon exists. Blumenauer says that if the federal government had enforced the laws in the case of Cliven Bundy, the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge may not have happened. He's proposing a law that would force the militia group to pay for the costs of Harney County and Oregon because of the occupation. Speaking of costs, are you expecting to send a daughter or son to the U of O, or maybe are you already funding one who's there? You can always figure that kind of rhetorical question spells trouble. The University of Oregon is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%. In-staters would take the higher bump at 4.76%. Now, if you really want a jaw-dropper, take a look at the last 10 years. In 2006, tuition was $6,000, actually a little less than that. Now, it's almost $10,300 a year. Out-of-staters are getting nicked for $32,000 a year today. 10 years ago, it was $18,768. Question: is that lit degree worth $168,000 or a BA worth just over $50,000? The U of O says the increased costs are due to the increased faculty salaries and benefits, with less money coming from the state. New charges were handed down by a grand jury in the case of the murder in Corvallis that took place outside of Sherry's restaurant January 15th. 43-year-old Michael Dayette II and 35-year-old Brooklyn Shepard of Forest Grove are facing new charges, including kidnapping in the case where 29-year-old Jason Scott Williams of Corvallis was lured outside the restaurant and then summarily shot 4 times. Williams died at the scene. Dayette is facing 5 charges, including aggravated murder, where he previously pleaded not guilty, and Shepard is facing 2 charges, including murder. She, too, has pleaded not guilty. Both now face additional kidnapping and conspiracy to commit kidnapping charges. Apparently, that law kicks in when a person knowingly leads another person from one place to another with the intent to cause harm. Both defendants are going to be arraigned on the new charges tomorrow, and both remain in the Benton County Jail on $1 million bail. So, in case you hadn't heard, Lane County now is ready and willing to sue as the BLM gets to roll out its new, ironically titled Timber Harvest Plan. ONC counties fully expect the BLM to do anything but increase timber harvesting. Actually, they expect them to curtail logging to almost nil levels, even though the ONC Act of 1937 requires logging on those lands. The feds are required to return revenue to counties for those timber sales. The ONC Act required the federal government to set aside 500 million board feet of timber annually for harvest each year from the western Oregon forest lands that it manages. Conservationists have argued that the federal land management policies, notably the 1994 so-called Northwest Forest Plan, override the 500 million board feet requirement. Contract's a contract. See in court. Oregon lawmakers are considering whether the state should take action to reduce climate change. Brad Ford reports there are concerns about how low-income residents are going to be affected and how it's going to, well, likely ruin business in Oregon.
Oregon State Senator Lee Byer says increasing pollution and rising temperatures are problems facing everyone.
I personally believe that it is probably the most serious problem facing mankind today.
Oregon is considering a cap-and-trade plan that would be paid for through higher costs of electricity and fuels. Kirk Hanawalt is president of Lebanon-based Entech, a company that makes battery parts. He's concerned action only by Oregon will hurt his business.
Our competitors will not have to pay the Oregon carbon levy, so Entech will become less competitive in the global market.
The bill sets goals for reduction of carbon monoxide the state would have to meet in 2025, 2035, and 2050. Some question whether it should even be considered in a short session with a limited amount of time for testimony. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
But that's the best way to push it through, limited testimony. State lawmakers are considering a bill setting up rules to prioritize the testing of more than 5,000 unprocessed rape kits from around the state. Some of those date back 30 years. Melissa's bill is named for Mary Bittler's 14-year-old daughter, Melissa, who was raped and murdered by serial rapist LaDawn Stevens back in 2001. She told lawmakers that 2 rape kits from crimes he committed in 1997 are among those that were never DNA tested.
The anger that goes through you wondering if those 2 other rape kits had been tested, would a serial rapist been caught? Would he have been in jail at that time and unable to murder your daughter?
Police say the lack of resources is to blame for the backlog. The bill would set up an 18-member task force to examine the process for testing kits and secure funding for police agencies to try and clear the backlog. Conservationists filed a federal lawsuit in Oregon yesterday challenging the authority of the federal government program to kill wolves in the state. The lawsuit targets the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Wildlife Services program, which controls the number of wolves, coyotes, grizzlies, mountain lions, and other wild beasts. It's a similar lawsuit Cascadia Wildlands in Eugene and other extreme conservationists won late last year in Washington state, where a federal judge said the program should have done a more thorough analysis of the effects of its activities and then outright banned killing wolves in that state. Cascadia Wildlands is the same group currently fighting Oregon's decision last year to remove the wolf from the state's endangered species list in a separate lawsuit. Marijuana retailers cannot do business directly with banks because of federal and state laws. Brad Ford reports Oregon is considering changing its laws.
Right now, marijuana retailers are at risk of being robbed because they can't do business with banks.
I hope that we can all agree that duffel bags of cash are not a good thing.
State Representative Tobias Reed says a bill under consideration would make it legal under Oregon law for banks and credit unions to accept cash from legitimate marijuana retailers. Linda Navarro with the Oregon State Bankers Association says it'll help.
It won't overnight, but it is a step in the right direction.
The bigger problem is the federal government. Congress has been reluctant to even listen to calls for change in the banking industry. This bill would also study the problem to see whether any other solutions are available. Brad Ford, KPNW.
A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sexual crimes involving children. He's arrested
On investigation of sodomy, sex abuse, and unlawful penetration, police say the man has had several jobs that put him in contact with kids. He worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Service District spokeswoman Laura Conroy says he was placed on administrative leave in October when police informed the district about the investigation. Well, the state could end up paying more than $500,000 settling an excessive force case brought by a Eugene motorcyclist who was kicked in the chest by an Oregon State police trooper 3 years ago. Lawyers representing Justin Wilkins filed documents asking a judge to award them more than $343,000 in legal fees. Wilkins was awarded more than $181,000 last month when a federal jury ruled that Captain Robert Edwards violated Wilkins' rights by kicking him. Video of the incident shows Edwards, who was in an unmarked police car, pursuing Wilkins, then rear-ending the motorcycle. Then he points a gun directly at Wilkins and summarily kicks him in the chest. The jury determined Edwards was negligent for crashing into Wilkins as well. School Exclusion Day is coming up, and Bradford says it's a reminder for parents to get their child's required immunizations up to date.
Letters are going out this week reminding parents of the February 17th deadline.
If the school or child care doesn't have documentation of the required immunizations on file, the child will be excluded.
The Oregon Health Authority's Stacey DeAsis Matthews says state law requires kids in schools and licensed child care facilities to be vaccinated unless they have an approved medical or non-medical exemption, and heads up for those non-medical exemptions.
If a parent had an old exemption that was filed prior to March of 2014, this year they need new documentation.
Last year, 29,000 letters went out and about 4,600 children were sent home. Brad Ford, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So the half empties will think of the names Navai Malapai, Jared Maiden, Eddie McDoom, who all decommitted from Oregon and transferred to schools like USC, Alabama, and Michigan. Those are the pesky top recruits that will play college football elsewhere. Let's talk about the 19 that are coming to Eugene. And I think everybody should keep this in mind. Marcus Mariota was a three-star relative no-namer when he signed to come to Oregon. Offensively, four-star wide receivers Tristan Wallace and Dylan Mitchell spurned schools like Alabama and Florida State. They'll suit up eventually for the Ducks and should be difference makers. Sheldon's Justin Herbert signed on the dotted line, as did four-star quarterback Terry Wilson. Whoever doesn't redshirt will probably back up a fellow by the name of Prukop. There was some action on the defensive side of things, as you get to use words like bolster and building. Four-star talents Bryson Young, Keith Sims, and Portland's Lamar Winston will be names that you'll hear in the future. Three-star Wayne Kirby might be a diamond in the rough, and four-star Portland prep Brady Breeze, if nothing else, has a pretty cool name. Ducks went over in the blue chip recruit list. Caleb Kelly committed to Oklahoma. Connor Murphy, despite a sleepover from Coach Harbaugh, is headed to Southern Cal. Oregon State fans optimistic after their signing day, with four-star recruits Sherrod Thompson and Christian Wallace coming to Corvallis. Thompson, a flipper from Cal. By the way, in an NFL mock draft, Vernon Adams Jr. goes to San Francisco. Coach Chip Kelly. NBA last night, the highlighted, if you didn't hear it at the top of the hour, Steph Curry, 51 points. Wizards get beat handedly by the Warriors, 134-121, but not as bad as what the Hawks did to the Sixers, 124-86. And the Pac-12 leading Oregon Ducks, the men's team take on the Colorado Buffs tonight. Buffs are in a four-way tie for second, so it might be a good game at Matthew Knight. Early start time, by the way, 6 p.m. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW News Time 723.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning to you and yours. Right now, we've got mostly cloudy skies out there with a few isolated showers off and on, what I call popcorn showers. Otherwise, temps right now are in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. These mostly cloudy skies will become partly cloudy this afternoon as we'll see the storm system pull away, and we'll be between systems. Also, highs look to go into the mid-50s out there along the I-5, even upper 50s out on the coast. We'll see the wind shifting south-southwest at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15. Now, we are tracking another system set to move in Friday night into your Saturday, but as we approach the back of the week, weekend, high pressure looks to move in, give us several days of almost perfect weather with clear skies and temps going back into the 60s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. One of only 2 men to be completely deaf and still play in the National Football League, Kenny Walker once told one of his audiences, "Don't feel disappointed that you're deaf. If you need help, help yourself." And too many people can hear perfectly well, but still deaf to the world. They get into my often mentioned pity parties, not listening to the words of others or looking at their own strengths and talents. So hear the words of Kenny Walker, look at your own strengths and skills today, and help yourself. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, make for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, co-host of Real Estate Today. Kurt Large and Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company if I need to understand a roofing system, how to maintain the roof, should it be replaced, and if it is to be replaced, what should be done. He is absolutely the expert's expert. Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company.
To find out more about Evergreen Roofing, just go to their website, evergreenroofing.com.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you've not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall & Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall & Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall & Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. 800-467-6127. Local news, local people, Holloway in London, and the Wake Up Call.
I want you to get up now.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW. 6127. Local news, local people, Holloway in London, and the Wake Up Call.
I want you to get up now.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW. 612.
Okay.
6127.
Where's that coming from, Rob?
Local people, Holloway in London, and the Wake Up Call.
I want you to get up now.
Wherever it is, pot it down.
Radio 1120, KPNW.
I only have you potted up.
Really? Okay.
6127.
Where's that coming from, Rob?
Local people, Holloway in London.
Okay, that's just totally bizarre.
Whatever you did, you just killed it.
Okay. All right. That was my fault?
What was that?
That was my fault?
Yeah, you...
Oh, wow.
First time in 27 years.
The stream. It was the stream. Okay. Well, note to self, don't do that again. Anyway, hi, welcome to Student Run Radio. It's KPNW. Thanks for joining us this morning. That was odd. Anyway, where are we? All right, so if you were listening to the news this morning, and actually yesterday afternoon, no doubt you heard the story about Lane County preparing itself for the potentiality of a lawsuit against the Bureau of Land Management dealing with their new timber harvest plan, which I say that with a certain amount of irony. To talk about it this morning is Lane County Board of Commissioner Chair Faye Stewart joining us on the Wake Up Call. Hey, welcome back.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to have you in this morning. All right, so the deal here is the BLM is coming out with their new harvest plan. When is it due out?
We're being told that it'll come out sometime in April, and hope to have the record of decision signed, I believe, sometime maybe late May, 1st of June.
Okay. And have you had any indication what that particular, document is going to say? Has anybody tipped their hat at all, or hand?
No, not yet. What we've seen was an alternative that they move forward, a preferred alternative that they move forward. They've taken public comment on that alternative, and then they have been, I guess, within the BLM's structure, been working on implementing or applying those comments to the alternative, and seeing if they needed to make some changes to that alternative that would be different than what they proposed in it. So at this point, I have not personally heard of any changes that they're contemplating. I'm trying to think, the supervisor or the BLM regional manager has said that it's very possible that there could be some adjustments to the alternative that'll be a little different when they sign the record of decision.
All right. So the vote the other day by the Board of Commissioners was to essentially prepare for the potentiality, or prepare for a lawsuit against the BLM, because based on just, based on what's happened previously, the expectation is that they're going to once again ratchet down the amount of harvest that are allowed in the ONC lands. Is that proper?
Well, sure. We have had our professionals analyze the alternative that was their preferred alternative, and that alternative calls for harvest levels that could be anywhere from 250 million board feet to possibly up to 350 million board feet. In reference to today, the harvest levels today are around 220, so it would be a slight increase from what we see today. Where the ONC counties are concerned is that the law, the 1937 ONC Act, has a minimum threshold of 500 million board feet that they call for to be harvested each year from those lands. So the proposal, the alternative, is less than the minimum in the law. So that has a concern for us. Then our analysis shows that we don't believe that the 250 to 300 million board feet that they're calling for in a plan is sustainable. They might be able to achieve it according to the analysis we've done, possibly for 5, maybe at best 10 years, and then the amount of volume that the plan we believe will produce is much less, somewhere closer to the 100 million board feet. So,
okay, so let's stop there for a second. All right, if 250 million board feet is not sustainable, then how is 500 million board feet sustainable over the same period of time?
Actually, if you would a true sustainable harvest on the BLM land, the 2.5 million acres, would generate close to 1.2 billion. That is what that forest grows in new growth of timber each year, is about 1.2 billion board feet. So when we're talking about sustainable, what we're talking about is when they have created this alternative and put parameters around what they'll harvest, and those parameters are what's going to limit the amount of volume that's produced. It's not necessarily what the land will grow and what we believe it grows at this point right now. But what the plan, once implemented, would allow to be harvest. So there's a lot of harvest in the early years of thinning, and then once the thinning is completed, then there's less land to according to the alternative, that will be able to be managed and produce the timber harvest.
Okay, so it sounds to me that short of $500 million, this $500 million number, short of that, the county is going to sue.
I think it's very possible. The counties were supportive and continue to support the Congressman DeFazio, Walden, and Schrader proposal that for the ONC lands, and that was a proposal that would produce somewhere between 450 and maybe upwards of 500 million board feet. So we were prepared, and still today support that proposal. So I'm not saying that 500 million is the drop dead number, but
close to it.
Close to it, and something that can realistically be sustainable into the future, not just 5 or 10 years, something that can truly be sustainable at that level. Is what the counties believe the law requires, and what I believe will stand up and try to fight for.
Other counties interested in signing in on this?
Yeah, currently I can't give you the list of them, but I believe there's 9 counties so far out of the 18 counties that have already taken formal action to contribute their assessment towards the lawsuit.
Okay, and just to kind of clarify things, a couple of weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks, maybe even a month ago, Lynn County said that it filed an intent to sue with the state of Oregon dealing with state-run forest lands and the curtailing of logging on those. This, just to clarify for folks that are wondering, well, isn't this already being done by Lynn County? This is a totally separate thing. This deals with ONC federal lands. Lynn County deals with state lands, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I want to clarify, too, so that there's no confusion. We are preparing. This doesn't mean that we have not given notice. We're just preparing that if at some point when the record of decision is signed and we believe that the new management plan conflicts with the law, then we are prepared to move forward with a potential suit. So we haven't served any notice. This is just saying, we're preparing, because there's going to be a short window of time to challenge this once the record of decision is signed.
How long do you have?
I don't know that 100%. It could be 60, 90 days. I'd have to find out from our attorney what the window of that we have to file in.
All right. The ONC Act of 1937, as you mentioned earlier, puts a minimum of 500 million board feet. But there are others who say that the forest management plan that came out in 1994 overrides that. When that was done, did the ONC counties sign on to that and agree to that, or was that just something that was just specifically unilaterally done by the feds, where they just came in and said, okay, we're changing the rules of the contract, so to speak?
I'm not sure if the counties signed on and agreed to the Northwest Forest Plan, but that Northwest Forest Plan was challenged in court, and the reason that we have gone through essentially the last 17 years of trying to create a management plan for the BLM different than the Northwest Forest Plan is because it went to court, and there was a settlement agreement, a federal settlement agreement in court that the BLM would go back and create a plan that would follow the guidance of the ONC Act. So it's been proven in court.
But they haven't done it.
It's been proven in court that the Northwest Forest Plan does not meet the obligations under the Act. And then we went through about a 10-year planning process, which they called the Western Oregon Plan Revision, and that was adopted close to 8 years ago under the Bush administration. And then when President Obama was elected and his administration got going, they actually pulled that plan off the shelf and directed the BLM to go through a new planning process, which is what we're in today. So we've gone essentially 17 years acknowledging that through the court system that the BLM plans in the Northwest Forest Plan does not meet the ONC Act, and we are trying to get the BLM to adopt a plan that does.
Well, how come, I mean, okay, all things said, how come that we're waiting until now at this late date to, I mean, when they pulled it off the shelf, why didn't the county step up at that point and go, we're not waiting anymore?
Well, there's been several challenges. The timber industry's probably been the lead on that effort, and you might have heard about a month ago there was still lawsuits that were challenging the plans and by industry, and they were thrown out of court due to the fact that they didn't have standing. Industry has, and I should say the Swanson case has been refiled to try to prove that they have standing. So there is an effort in court right now to answer that, the question that you just posed, and we just don't feel that it's worth. I think the county's effort to duplicate that process, that effort right now, let's let that go through, and then as the BLM moves forward with adopting a new plan, let us be prepared to potentially challenge that if it doesn't meet the law.
All right. All right, moving on to other items of interest. Since we're talking about, and by the way, our guest this morning, Faye Stewart, he's the chairman of the Lane County Board of Commissioners this year, the board chair. Let's talk a little bit about the budget process that's going on right now. What's the expected shortfall this year?
In our leadership meeting about 2 weeks ago, we were presented with the picture that looks right now approximately $6 million in our general fund, and I can't remember the number, but it could be a similar number in our Public Works Roads Department. So we're headed into the next 5 months of budget process, or preparing for the budget, trying to address a $6 million deficit in the general fund.
Oh. That's all? $6 million?
Yeah. Well, it's small compared to some in the past, I will say, but our administrator wants to address that over a 3-year period. He wants to, certainly we have to have a balanced budget, but he's willing to, he wants to address that structurally so that we can eliminate that level of a deficit over and put us, I think, on a more sustainable path over the next 3 years. So there's possibly some reserves that we can use to help cushion that $6 million deficit. We're working really hard with implementing new health care plans, wellness plans, things that will help us reduce our employee costs. We're also looking at ways to restructure how we fund some things. Commissioner Bozovich threw out, could we use some tax like the car rental tax that doesn't have any restrictions on where it's spent? Should we be thinking about using that in a different manner than right now? We're using the majority of it to fund parks. So we're going to have, I think, a pretty in-depth conversation over the next 4 to 5 months about how we set the course to stabilize the county budgets in the future, in light that right now we don't have any more secure rural school payments that are on the books. We've received the last payment and the last obligation under the law. So unless Congress acts, we're not projecting any type of amount of money that'll come help us with that $6 million. And there might be some action at the state level that might help us. You know, if they take up a transportation plan and adopt a transportation plan like they've been talking about, that, you know, in early 2017, that might be able to help us deal with the public works shortfall that we have.
Let's mention the Lynn County lawsuit a little bit earlier. Lynn County also essentially has told the state that if they adopt a higher minimum wage, that it's an unfunded mandate, and they're not going to sign on to it. And they were, I think, projecting about $2.5 million under Kate Brown's plan is what it was going to cost them per year to implement that. Has anybody at Lane County taken a look at what the potential cost could be to this county if the minimum wage is adopted, the higher minimum wage that's proposed by Governor Brown? Has anybody taken a look at those numbers?
To my knowledge, nothing's been presented to the board members. That doesn't mean that our finance staff hasn't looked at it, or our administrator, but we have not had the conversation about what that would have done or impacted the county. I'm not sure that there's very many positions. There's a lot of summer hire positions, part-time positions that are probably would be impacted by that, but I just can't tell you how much money that would have cost the county if it would have moved forward.
Okay. So now, totally shifting gears, you also decided a few months ago that you were going to run against Ron Wyden for the U.S. Senate. I mean, Wyden, very ingrained as an incumbent, has a huge war chest, well known around the state, and here you are, while you may be known in Lane County, outside of the county, you know, to the general public, not so much. First off, how is that particular campaign going for you?
Well, I believe the campaign's going well. The only thing I struggle with is I wish I could clone myself and be in multiple places at the same time. This is a large state and there's a lot of people in it. But up to this point, I've been blessed with a lot of support from actually throughout the state at this point. Contributions have been going well. Our campaign structure and the folks that we are planning to use are falling into place, and I'm feeling really confident about this effort. And we got the primary coming up the 17th. There's myself and 3 other individuals that have filed. So we'll be able to get our message out and hope the citizens support me as the person to nominate to run against the senator in November. But at this point, I'm feeling really confident and good about where we're at. Of course, you'd like to have a lot more money in the bank because things are expensive, but we're working on that.
All right, how do you overcome the bully pulpit syndrome? Because Wyden is a master of sort of like the barnacle on just about any issue that comes up, and the next thing you know, he's commenting on it, how he's working right now to make sure that this thing over in Eastern Oregon comes to an end, and he's doing this and he's doing that, and just about anything he figures out a way to attach himself to it, even if he has absolutely no connection to it whatsoever, but yet he gets the press on it because, number one, it's Oregon, and they, and the media is behind Wyden, simply for the simple fact that he is the incumbent and he's a Democrat, and the media in this state, for the most part, supports the liberals. How do you get around that, where his face is on TV all the time, talking about whatever that he has nothing to do with?
Yeah. Well, that's certainly going to be a challenge, but I believe that he's been a senator now for 20 years, and he's got a history, and I think people are, what I'm hearing, people are waking up. They question what has he done. They are questioning the fact that I think has been brought up multiple times. So, how much time does he actually spend in this state? Is he really connected to the needs of the citizens in this state? I think those are all things that are going to come out through this process. And I'm willing to ask the hard questions about take for instance right now. Yesterday I worked with a couple that have been impacted by the Federal Emergency Management Administration, and I don't know if folks have followed this, but FEMA has, in one of our permitting processes, inserted some language that we have to acknowledge and say that the county or some respected body needs to acknowledge or say that any type of activity that takes place within the floodplain is not going to be harmful or endanger an endangered species that might be present. Well, in fact, in my research the last few weeks, there's nobody that will sign that. So in essence, the Federal Emergency Management Association has put language in a process that is taking away the rights of individuals. Today, those folks have the right to build within the floodplain under certain regulations, and by de facto language has taken away their right. Without a process, without any type of a public hearing, without any acknowledgement. It just showed up one day in our application process, and now folks are having to deal with it. So what has the senator done to try to stand up for people's property rights and protect their ability to use their property?
Does that sell in Portland, though, where folks up there wouldn't know, wouldn't have the ability to build anywhere even near, someplace that would be considered outside of the urban growth boundary?
Well, no, this, my understanding, takes place wherever there's a floodplain. So, folks may or may not know this, but most of our cities are located within a floodplain. So take, for instance, the Riverbend Hospital out here. They are within a floodplain. They had to lift that site up to get it outside of the floodplain. Well, today, if they were to expand that structure or move on with trying to meet the needs in the community at that site, it could be very problematic or nearly impossible for them to do that under the current rules that are being implemented by FEMA. And so, Portland, yes, there's rivers up there, there's floodplains that that folks have built in, and quite frankly, this is going to impact them.
All right, we're going to have to wrap it up. Faye Stewart is Lane County Board Commissioner, also running for U.S. Senate. I said he's going to be running against Ron Wyden. He hasn't even gotten out of the primary yet. So
yeah, we got a ways to go.
Yeah, you got quite a ways to go. Anyway, that said, we appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call. Thanks for talking about the ONC lands and the potentiality of a lawsuit there, and of course the county budget. And if you want more, you can go on the website. I'm assuming you have some sort of Faye Stewart for Senate, vote for me thing.
Yeah, faystewart.us is my website. We're working on getting up some more content so that folks will understand some of the positions that I have on items. But it's a work in progress. But yes, faystewart.us to learn more about the U.S. Senate campaign.
All right, sounds good. Faye, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call. It is 7:52 News Radio 1120 KPNW.
With our eye on the stock tickers. This is the Wake Up Call Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Commodity shares are rallying for the second day in a row, and that's lifting stocks. Raw material and industrial shares are leading the way. Consulting firm Challenger Gray & Christmas says planned layoffs took a big jump in January, and first-time unemployment claims rose by 8,000 last week to 285,000, according to the Labor Department. Economists tell Bloomberg stores letting temporary retail workers go after the holiday shopping season is the main reason for an increase last week in those applications for jobless benefits. Retail stocks are among those struggling the most after Kohl's warned its holiday was slow in early November and January and canceled out stronger sales between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Ralph Lauren is cutting its sales forecast for this year. The company sees its sales rising just 1%. It had earlier predicted 5 times that growth. Adrian Mitchell, Bloomberg Radio.
I'm thinking if Thomas Jefferson were around today, he'd go to Sleep Train because, well, first off, Thomas Jefferson knew his mattresses. And secondly, they're having the big President's Day sale going on at Sleep Train mattress centers. And I think Thomas Jefferson, being a pretty smart guy and one of the founding fathers, would have said to himself, why, yes, I'd like to save some money. During the President's Day sale right now, you can save up to $300 on Beauty Rest and Posturepedic mattress sets. Save on twin, full, queen, and king-sized, among others.
I'm thinking Jefferson would go Tempur-Pedic because he'd like saving the $300, but even if he didn't consume his whole day with the movable base, he loved the 3 years interest-free financing, and you will too. No money down on Tempur-Pedic and Beauty Rest Black Hybrid, a Sleep Train luxury exclusive with cooling memory foam and pocketed coils, so you get the best of both worlds. Available only at Sleep Train at approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. The President's Day sale going on right now. It's Sleep Train.
You'll feel the love at Garrity in Junction City. This is Shannon Nill, inviting you to enjoy over 25 acres of selection and special sweetheart prices on cars, trucks, motorhomes, and trailers. Take a test drive and you'll head home with a long stem rose for your sweetheart. At Garrity, we believe in sharing the love with our employees, our community, and all our friends and neighbors. Enjoy this free rose as our gift to you and your sweetheart. We're also offering special sweetheart prices on hundreds of hard-to-find cars, trucks, and SUVs. You'll love our big city selection and country savings. Plus, you'll never pay any additional dealer markup on every new vehicle on our giant lots. You'll also love over $2.7 million in markdowns on motorhomes, trailers, and fifth wheels. Buy now and you'll be ready for spring and summer camping seasons. Trade in anything and enjoy low-cost bank financing. Sweetheart savings, long stem roses, and hometown treatment. That's only at Garrity, 5 minutes north of the Eugene Airport in Junction City.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Always having some cash to invest is a good idea because you never know when something bad will happen, presenting you with an opportunity to buy something cheap. But that's only half the battle, the easy half. The other thing you need is the courage to act when everything is falling apart and everyone around you is in a state of panic. Though often, those with the courage don't have any money, and those with the money don't have any courage. Here's the nugget. To have cash, you need to sell when things are expensive and everyone is enthusiastic, maybe like now in the stock market. To have courage, you need to think about what panic feels like and internalize it. Then imagine yourself acting when everyone else is frozen. You'll need a plan, not just that you're going to act, but what you're going to buy and why and at what price. After you decide how much money you want to commit, consider buying in 3 parts. Deploy the first third at what you think is the height of the panic. Deploy the second when it gets even worse. But save the final third to add to your position after the panic abates and it starts to go your way. Investing like this is messy, so don't worry if you don't get it perfect, because the results can be spectacular anyway. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
Portland 2016, the most prestigious sporting event ever to be hosted in the state of Oregon. The IAAF World Indoor Track and Field Championships are coming to Portland March 17th through 20th, 2016. More than 600 of the world's greatest track and field athletes from as many as 200 countries will compete over 4 days. 26 world champions will be crowned, and you can be a part of history. Tickets are on sale now at Portland2016.com.
Sponsored by T-Mobile, changing the game in wireless. Why wait? Switch to the Un-carrier today. T-Mobile.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
What do you call a certified pre-owned BMW? The ultimate driving machine. And now, with select certified pre-owned BMWs, you'll receive 1 year of complimentary maintenance, ensuring the ultimate driving machine stays that way. Visit your local BMW center today to enjoy legendary performance for less than you think. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Offer valid through February 29th, 2016. Some restrictions may apply. Visit bmwusa.com/CPO special offers for details.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofueugene.com.
It's your money. And this is your wake-up call market report on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Commodity shares are rallying for the second day in a row, and that's lifting stocks. Raw material and industrial shares are leading the way. Consulting firm Challenger Gray & Christmas says planned layoffs took a big jump in January, and first-time unemployment claims rose by 8,000 last week to 285,000, according to the Labor Department. Economists tell Bloomberg stores letting temporary retail workers go after the holiday shopping season is the main reason for an increase last week in those applications for jobless benefits. Retail stocks are among those struggling the most after Kohl's warned its holiday was slow in early November and January and canceled out stronger sales between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Ralph Lauren is cutting its sales forecast for this year. The company sees its sales rising just 1%. It had earlier predicted 5 times that growth. Adrian Mitchell, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He became a poster boy for corporate greed and had no interest in talking to Congress.
Mr. Shkreli has a perfect right to invoke his Fifth Amendment, and to be ridiculed for it is just unfair and inappropriate.
Martin Shkreli's lawyer, after a brief appearance at a House hearing into pharmaceutical price gouging. Fox's Jared Halpern live at the Capitol.
Often smirking and looking disinterested, ousted pharmaceutical executive Martin Shkreli had little to say at a House oversight hearing on drug prices.
On the advice of counsel, I will not be giving an opening statement.
Shkreli was pressed on his decision to raise the price of a one-of-a-kind drug used to treat parasitic infection by 5,000%.
We can even talk about the purchase of is it Wu-Tang Clan? Is that the name of the album?
Shkreli refusing even that question from Republican Trey Gowdy. Several minutes after his dismissal, the 32-year-old exec was on Twitter writing, "Hard to accept these imbeciles represent the people in our government." Dave.
Jared, 2 drug makers, Johnson & Johnson and Viasat, are working on a stem cell treatment they hope can cure type 1 diabetes, a deadly disease which hits people when they're kids and teens and requires daily insulin shots. At the National Prayer Breakfast,
Jesus is a good cure for fear.
President Obama adds God has given us the power to love, delivering a message of tolerance at the annual breakfast, saying fear can lead us to lash out at those who are different. This comes a day after the president visited a mosque in Baltimore. There are some more big gains on Wall Street for a second day in a row. The Dow's up 127 points as the price of oil rises nearly $1. Then there's California. The clock's ticking there on whoever won a $63 million lottery jackpot. That person has 9 more hours left to claim the money, or it all goes to the state's schools. One man has filed a lawsuit alleging he already turned in the winning ticket, but lottery officials rejected him, saying it was too damaged. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market features burgers so amazing they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat and local produce combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch makes for a burger experience like no other. You'll get mouth-watering goodness in every single bite. Check out their menu and photos on Facebook. Northwest Burger, located in the 5th Street Market. It's not just a burger, it's an experience.
Hey Dad, how do you throw a curveball? How do you build a fort? How do refrigerators run? How do fish learn how to swim?
Kids ask a lot of questions.
How high can you jump?
But you don't have to know every answer.
How many phone numbers are there?
Because you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent.
How do cell phones work?
There are thousands of children in foster care who don't need every question answered.
What's electricity?
They just need you.
What's the moon made of?
For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
France may have good reason to want to keep a state of emergency in effect 3 more months over the deadly Paris terror attacks. Based on an informant's newest information, Fox's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, going by the pseudonym Sonia, a woman who tipped off French police about the architect of the Paris attacks, saying he'd told her that he'd travelled to Paris in a group of around 90 extremists, and the others are still scattered in the area. Sonia saying Abdelhamid Aboud, who was Belgian but had been in Syria, had boasted of how easy it had been to re-enter Europe with a group of refugees. Aboud was killed in Paris in the aftermath of the November attacks. Dave?
Simon, Secretary of State John Kerry's in London trying to fundraise for Syrian refugees who fled their nation's civil war.
We urge at least 10 countries to make pledges that have never made pledges before. We urge 10 nations to open their doors to refugee admissions that have not done so in the past.
The U.S. is pledging another $925 million at the one-day gathering in London involving leaders and diplomats from 70 countries. The Super Bowl is in 3 days, and as the Broncos and Panthers practice, scammers scheme, prompting buyer beware ticket warnings.
Tickets for Super Bowl 50 are cheaper than expected. You can get into Levi Stadium for less than $3,000, just a fraction of the nearly $10,000 it cost last year. But those lower prices mean there's more interest in tickets, making the market more attractive for scammers. Cody Sudmeyer in Denver paid $6,000 for 2 tickets to a guy selling them on Craigslist.
I get the envelope. There's no signature required. It feels a little light to be carrying these tickets. So I open it up and it's just blank paper inside.
Cops tracked down his scammer. They say it's a man in Kansas. Chris Honig, Fox News.
The health workers union in Brazil has called off a strike because it could affect the country's battle against Zika, the virus that causes birth defects for pregnant women. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
I won't be a divider-in-chief or an agitator-in-chief. I won't be out there blowharding, talking a big game without backing it up. I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country, to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
I wonder if Jeb is going to have somebody holding cue cards where people, because he's so inspirational, will need to go crazy and cheer and applaud Jeb Bush. 1120 KPNW 805. Welcome in. A 60% chance of precipitation hanging over the cloud of a Thursday. Other than that, cloudy and 52 for the temperature high. A little bit of fog and some clouds tonight. Heading into the weekend, Sunday starting to shape up, Monday on. So next week, Saturday and Sunday, 59, 60, and sunny for next week. We'll sign up for that. It's KPNW coming up, the president and news.
Yep. Gary Connolly from Connolly Capital joining us in a couple of minutes. These are the things we're going to be taking a look at during the news. So, your legislature is back in session. What are they planning right now that's going to cost you more money? Well, now it's cap and trade. We'll have that coming up. We'll also take a look at the potentiality of a lawsuit with Lane County taking on the feds over the ONC lands. We'll have the details on that story coming up and more here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
News time, 8:06.
In the morning, when you're on the run, stop and eat at Burrito Amigos. One of Burrito Amigos' little-known facts is that you can get the Burrito Amigos breakfast platter. Once you've ordered it, you need to start making decisions. Are you going to have bacon, link sausage, chorizo, or chili verde? And how are those eggs going to be cooked? Over easy, scrambled, kind of hard, sunny side up, or some other way? Then you wait a minute or so, and it's all served up with potatoes, cheese, beans, and corn tortillas. Once someone smiling delivers the Burrito Amigos platter, it's breakfast on. It's a quick, tasty, inexpensive sit-down meal. It's only $7.50, or do it meatless for $6.50 if you want to get all vegetarian first thing in the morning. Since their name is Burrito Amigos, a big old breakfast burrito isn't out of the question, with your choice of bacon, sausage, chorizo, machaca, or huevos rancheros in junior or adult size. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I vote adult, the large one. It holds more bacon. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene. Stop and eat breakfast. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos fan, and I approve this message.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card Drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommppcard.com.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW. And we've got the local story in the morning wake-up call.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Frankly, this morning I'm looking for something a little different. I'm a Chaca burrito, perhaps. Here's what's going on. Indictments have been handed down by a federal grand jury against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, says his client should have been brought to the courtroom, but he remained in jail.
We find it terribly ironic that a judge ruled that he was a risk on pretrial release to not attend court appearances, and then while in the custody of the government, he was prevented from attending today's court appearance.
The judge had previously said there was no need for Bundy and others to be there because the indictment stopped the previously scheduled proceedings.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The indictment should be unsealed today and the charges revealed. Federal authorities have beefed up security at 3 wildlife refuges in the region amid the ongoing armed occupation over in the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Additional officers have been sent to the Klamath Basin National Wildlife Refuge contract that straddles the Oregon-Cali border, and also to the Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge in Nevada. In California, the Modoc National Wildlife Refuge is also being watched in Northern California. Jody Holsworth, a spokesperson with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, says there have been no specific threats against those areas, and the agency just wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there's no signs the last 4 occupiers in eastern Oregon are about to give up. Oregon Congressman Earl Blumenauer says the federal government has been too weak on the militia groups that want federal land turned over to local control and those who don't pay grazing fees.
It must be made clear that armed takeover of government or private facilities for grievances real or imagined is absolutely unacceptable and won't be tolerated.
Blumenauer says that if the federal government had enforced laws in the case of Cliven Bundy, the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge might not have happened. He's proposing a law that would force the militia group to pay for the costs that Harney County and Oregon face because of that occupation. Speaking of costs, if you're sending a daughter or son to the U of O, or maybe you already have one that you're funding there, you might want to grab your wallet. Why? Well, the U of O is considering another tuition increase next fall, 4.7%. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%. In-staters get the higher bump at 4.76%. Now, if you look over a 10-year period, and how much fun is that going to be, it's obvious that something is badly out of whack, with tuition going from a little under $6,000 a year in 2006 to $10,300 this year. Out-of-staters are getting nicked for $32,000 a year today. That's $32,000 a year. And 10 years ago, that figure was about $18,760. Now, question, is that lit degree worth $168,000 from the U of O, or is a Bachelor of Arts degree worth over $50,000? The U of O says the increased costs are due to increased faculty salaries and benefits, read as PERS, along with less money coming from the state. Other critics say that bloat in the administration, and lots of it, also is contributing to the costs that students and their parents are going to end up paying for the privilege of sending their kids to the University of Oregon. And meanwhile, while a lot of students and their parents are upset that the U of O is considering that kind of tuition increase, the University of Oregon is celebrating because, well, they're getting ready to open their new softball stadium. That's going to happen for first pitch in March. It's a $17.2 million stadium, and it's scheduled to be open March 24th for a face-off between the Ducks and Stanford. Athletic director Rob Mullins says that most of the money to open the stadium was raised by donations, $16 million from a former football player and some more money from a former softball coach and administrator. They still say they owe about $200,000 on it, and they hope to raise the money for that. Lane County is ready to sue as the BLM gets ready to roll out a new timber harvest plan. ONC counties fully expect the BLM to curtail logging even more on lands that were part of the ONC Act of 1937, which requires logging on those lands. The feds actually are required to return revenue to counties for timber sales. The ONC Act spelled out that the federal government set aside a minimum of 500 million board feet of timber annually for harvest. That's each year from western Oregon forest lands. Conservationists have argued that the federal land management policies, notably the 1994 Northwest Forest Plan, override the 500 million board feet requirement, even though later court suits showed that they were required to follow the ONC guidelines that were set down in 1937. See in court. Oregon lawmakers considering whether the state should take action to reduce climate change. Brad Ford reports there are concerns about how low-income residents are going to be affected, and then there's also business.
Oregon State Senator Lee Byer says increasing pollution and rising temperatures are problems facing everyone.
I personally believe that it is probably the most serious problem facing mankind today.
Oregon is considering a cap-and-trade plan that would be paid for through higher costs of electricity and fuels. Kirk Hanewald is president of Lebanon-based N-Tech, a company that makes battery parts. He's concerned action only by Oregon will hurt his business.
Our competitors will not have to pay the Oregon carbon levy, so N-Tech will become less competitive in the global market.
The bill sets goals for reduction of carbon monoxide the state would have to meet in 2025, 2035, and 2050. Some question whether it should even be considered in a short session with a limited amount of time for testimony. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
State lawmakers are also considering a bill setting up rules prioritizing the testing of more than 5,000 unprocessed rape kits from around the state, many of them dating back 30 years. Melissa's bill is named for Mary Bittler's 14-year-old daughter Melissa, who was raped and murdered by serial rapist LaDawn Stevens in 2001. She told lawmakers that 2 rape kits from crimes he committed in 1997 are among those that were never DNA tested.
The anger that goes through you wondering if those 2 other rape kits had been tested, would a serial rapist been caught? Would he have been in jail at that time and unable to murder your daughter?
Police say lack of resources is to blame for the backlog. The bill would set up an 18-member task force examining the process for testing kits and securing funding for police agencies to clear out the backlog. Conservationists have filed a federal lawsuit in Oregon on Wednesday that challenges the authority of the federal government program to kill wolves in the state. The lawsuit targets the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Wildlife Services program that controls the number of wolves, coyotes, grizzly bears, mountain lions, and other animals. There's a similar lawsuit, or it's a similar lawsuit, or similar to a lawsuit, Cascadia Wildlands in Eugene and other conservationists won last year in Washington State, where a federal judge said the program should have done more of a thorough analysis on the effects of its activities and banned it from killing wolves in the state. Cascadia Wildlands is the same group currently fighting Oregon's decision last year to remove the wolf from the state's endangered species list in a separate lawsuit. Marijuana retailers can't do business directly with banks. That's because of federal and state laws. Brad Ford reports Oregon is considering changing said laws.
Right now, marijuana retailers are at risk of being robbed because they can't do business with banks.
I hope that we can all agree that duffel bags of cash are not a good thing.
State Representative Tobias Reed says a bill under consideration would make it legal under Oregon law for banks and credit unions to accept cash from legitimate marijuana retailers. Linda Navarro with the Oregon State Bankers Association says it'll help.
It won't overnight, but it is a step in the right direction.
The bigger problem is the federal government. Congress has been reluctant to even listen to calls for change in the banking industry. This bill would also study the problem to see whether any other solutions are available. Brad Ford, KPNW.
A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sexual crimes involving children. The man was arrested on investigation of sodomy, sex abuse, and unlawful sexual penetration. Police say the man has had several jobs that put him in contact with kids. He worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Service District spokeswoman Laura Conroy says he was placed on administrative leave in October when police informed the district about the investigation. Well, the state could end up paying more than $500,000 settling an excessive force case brought by a Eugene motorcyclist who was kicked in the chest by an Oregon State police trooper in 2012. Lawyers representing Justin Wilkins filed documents Tuesday asking a judge to award them more than $343,000 in legal fees. Wilkins was awarded more than $181,000 last month when a federal jury ruled that Captain Rob Edwards violated Wilkins' rights by kicking him. So a video of the incident shows Edwards, who was in an unmarked police car, pursuing Wilkins. Then he rear ends the motorcycle. Then he exits the car, points a gun at Wilkins, and then proceeds to kick him in the chest. The jury has determined Edwards was negligent for crashing into Wilkins. School Exclusion Day is coming up. Brad Ford reports it's a reminder for parents to get their children's required immunizations up to date.
Letters are going out this week reminding parents of the February 17th deadline.
If the school or child care doesn't have documentation of the required immunizations on file, the child will be excluded.
The Oregon Health Authority's Stacey DeAces Matthews says state law requires kids in schools and licensed child care facilities to be vaccinated unless they have an approved medical or non-medical exemption, and heads up for those non-medical exemptions.
If a parent had an old exemption that was filed prior to March of 2014, this year they need new documentation.
Last year, 29,000 letters went out and about 4,600 children were sent home. Brad Ford, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Half empties will think of the names that got away, like Vi Malapai, Jared Maiden, Eddie McDoom, who all decommitted from Oregon and transferred to places like USC, Alabama, and Michigan. Those are the pesky top recruits that got away. The ones that are coming, 19 of them. And I guess you have to put it in perspective. Marcus Mariota, when he was coming here from Hawaii, was a 3-star relative no-namer when he signed to come to Oregon. And we see how that ended up. Offensively, 4-star wide receivers Tristan Wallace and Dylan Mitchell spurned schools like Alabama and Florida State. They'll suit up eventually for the Ducks. Sheldon's Justin Herbert signed on the dotted line, as did 4-star quarterback Terry Wilson. Whomever doesn't redshirt will probably back up a fellow by the name of Prukop this upcoming season. Some action on the defense with words like bolster and building coming to mind. 4-star talents Bryson Young, Keith Sims, Portland's Lamar Winston will be names that you'll hear in the future. 3-star Wayne Kirby, 4-star Portland Prep Brady Breeze. All should be contributors in the future. Ducks went 0 in blue chip recruits. Caleb Kelly committed to Oklahoma. Connor Murphy headed to Southern Cal. OSU fans optimistic after their signing day experience. 4-star recruits Sherrod Thompson and Christian Wallace on the marquee. In all, 24 new names. NBA last night highlighted again by Steph Curry, the reigning MVP, threw down 51 as Golden State tied their best ever NBA start after 49 games at 45-4, matching the 1967 Sixers. Last night the Wizards, the latest to fall, 134-121. And the Pac-12 leading Oregon Duck men's basketball team taking on Colorado, who's in a 4-way tie for second. Matthew Knight, early start time, 6 p.m. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW News Time, 8:22.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania,
where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already out on those roads, we've got mostly cloudy skies, a few light showers off and on out there, what I call popcorn showers. Otherwise, temps right now are in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies becoming partly cloudy with highs reaching into the mid-50s out there across the area. And we will see a few isolated showers to the north of us, but most of the energy should stay up by Portland. Now, we are tracking one more system set to move in Friday night into your Saturday. But after that, as we approach the back of the weekend, we're looking at almost perfect weather starting Sunday night all the way through the middle of next week. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
Wildlife, boating, fishing, camping, and more. 43rd Annual Eugene Boat and Sportsman Show is back at the Lane County Fairgrounds Friday through Sunday, February 5th through the 7th. Get up close and personal with the Great Bear Show's 400-pound giants. Meet Gold Rush star Dakota Fred. Revel in Tough Shed's Ultimate Man Cave. See the hottest wake surfing boats, kayaks, SUPs, and accessories. Seven Feathers Big Game Room features record trophies and head and horns competition. See the latest products, hunting and fishing guides, ammo, giant fish tank, and more. For kids? There's the Pepsi Live Trout Pond, archery range, shooting gallery, climbing wall, and the zip line. Jody Smith and Dan Clore had an impressive list of speakers in the Sportsman's Theater. Enter to win a Gold Quest adventure with Dakota Fred, a guaranteed trailer, and Bimart door prizes. The first 100 adults will win a free scratcher from the Oregon Lottery. And every adult patron will get a subscription to Northwest Sportsman magazine. Take advantage of low show prices on all the latest model boats at Lane County's premier boat display and sale. All of this at the KUZI Boat and Sportsman Show, Lane County Fairgrounds, presented by Bimart, February 5th through the 7th. See you there.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom, the number 49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
All right, so if medical bills have turned you upside down, or potentially, credit card, maybe foreclosure, and you realized, okay, well, gee, that did a number on my credit, and you've been trying to work, and then your car breaks down, and you have to go out and get a new car, you begin to realize that whole credit thing can be problematic. That's why Garrity Discount Chevrolet has come up with the Good People Bad Credit program, where within 48 hours, maybe even less, they can get you into a quality, safe, reliable vehicle. And not only do you get into a vehicle, but it'll also help you reestablish your credit, regardless of whether it's late payments or foreclosure or, medical bills. They can help you out. You can get into a safe vehicle for winter driving. Call Robert Sloan at Garrity Discount Chevrolet at 541-998-2333. That's 541-998-2333.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is my profound pleasure to introduce
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So, some North Eugene High School parents have been very concerned because today they were essentially checking kids for weapons at school after, I guess, what some folks thought was some sort of threat. And North Eugene just sent out a letter to families, and if you're one of those folks that has a kid going to North Eugene and you've been getting text from your kids or whatever, and you're thinking, what is going on? This is what we can tell you. So North Eugene sent this letter out. We want you to be aware of a concern that has now been resolved. All students and staff are safe. There's no threat to the school, students, or staff. We received yesterday a report of a potential threat. We began investigating. The police were contacted. Police have made contact with several students indicated in the investigation and have assured us there is no credible threat to school safety. The report began with a student who perceived a possible safety threat and shared that concern. It was determined not to be credible. No threat was made. We appreciate the students, parents, community members, and staff who reported the rumored threat to us and police. It's essential for students to come forward if they have information about possible safety risks, credible threats of violence, etc., even when it's not certain it is credible. Such information should be reported to police or school staff right away. In addition, we ask that any concerns or questions be directed to school administration or local enforcement authorities rather than relying on reports or information from social media or shared rumors. Many thanks for your patience and understanding. We always work to get communication out as quickly and accurately as we can.
The point was made, and I think it's a good point from a parent. As far as I know, that's the only communication that was released by the school to the parents. And the consideration from an earlier email from a parent was that, hey, I get a text,
from my kid that we're getting patted down.
Well, no, but he gets a thing if they show up late. But there's no text warning or any kind of communication if there's a threat or even a rumor of a threat, which I, as a parent,
want to know beforehand.
Before they check and give the all clear, I want to know that there's something, hey, just so you know, and maybe you can't do that in this day and age because you're going to incite, panic and hysteria. But I think
when you start getting texts from your kids, which is why we've had parents reaching out to us, saying, "Did you know?" That can be problematic.
Sure.
Anyway, so just letting you know that's going on this morning. More fun in Eugene. 25 square miles surrounded by reality. It is 8:29, and joining us on the Wake Up Call, as always on a Thursday, hey, look who's here. It's none other than Gary Connolly, president of Connolly Capital, on the Wake Up Call. Morning, Gary.
Think there's any reality in that?
In which part? in what part? In anything?
Yeah.
I mean, what is reality, man, dude? What is reality? All right. So this morning, if you have been following the elections, the debates, not the elections, but the Iowa caucus and the lead up to it with the debates and the campaign, the candidates on the campaign trail. No doubt you have heard the American dream, or what is perceived as the American dream, being brought into the conversation, and whether the American dream is dead. One candidate, Donald Trump, thinks that pretty much is. Others question whether it's in its death throes. So I thought, and we discussed via email, talking about that this morning. The American dream, stolen or undermined, or
what?
Or what? Yeah. Or shrug. So that's a good place to start. I guess probably the even better place to start, and which is what I asked you when you came into the room. So really, if you were going to define the American dream, and honestly, I don't think you're going to get the same definition from 5 different people separately. If you ask them, what is the American dream? I don't know that you're going to get the same answer from those same 5 people. But I asked you, what is the American dream, Gary?
Well, it would be like asking 5 economists something. You'd get 7 opinions, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, do I know what the American dream is any more than anybody else? Probably not. The social contract with the middle class, which, might be as good a definition of the American dream as anything, is that, you work hard, you save your money, you're going to be safe and secure, the money's going to be safe and secure, and you'll be able to, retire someday and do what you want, and do some of what you want along the way. And for lots of people, as you and I discussed, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with this, it's to have some time to drink beer and
ride a four-wheeler.
Go fishing, watch football. Nothing wrong with that. The problem in terms of the social contract at this point is that for many, if not most people, there is a very pervasive, real, and very warranted economic anxiety out there that they suffer from on a daily basis. And that's a little different than the American dream of, feeling reasonably secure.
All right, and when you have a situation, as we've discussed on this show many times, where you've got people out there that are working multiple part-time jobs to try and make ends meet. That we have, if you were listening a couple of weeks ago, we had this former CEO of Office Depot and was it AutoZone? Yeah, was on the show and we started talking about salaries and wages and the like and job growth and creation. And he said, well, we have a barbell economy. You have a whole bunch of jobs being created that are low-paying grunt work, and you have, on the other end, you have these high-paying, kind of tech jobs, and in the middle, it's thinned out, and there really isn't anything there.
Yeah,
that's being created.
Exactly, which is where the middle class is/was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why is that? Is it because somebody stole it, whether Wall Street stole it or the politicians stole it, or the jobs all moved overseas, so the Chinese stole it?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is, nobody stole it, really. I mean, what's happened is you've had a very rapid...
We gave it away.
No, we didn't give it away either. What's happened is you've had a very rapid economic change, evolution or revolution, whichever way you want to look at it, the seat of which is technology. The seat of which is your smartphone and computer, or the amount of computing power there, which has that, along with the ability to move things around the world, either via trade and capital and labor, has caused good American laborers, good American people, talented American people, let's put it that way, to compete with talented people in other places in the world for a lot of these jobs. And you have other situations where technology has simply replaced whole swaths of jobs, and we've talked about that. We've talked about that for a long time. So the barbell effect is that you've got, as your guys said, a bunch of low-paying jobs, whether it's flipping burgers at McDonald's or changing bedpans at nursing homes or whatever it is. And on the other end, you've got demand for talented computer programmers, software, writers, and those kinds of people. And the jobs that were in the middle are simply gone. They're not only gone overseas, but the Chinese are beginning to experience the same kind of thing as some of those manufacturing jobs move other places where the labor is even cheaper. India, Pakistan, what have you.
Yeah, maybe sometime we need to talk about the Chinese dream. I'm just throwing out there.
Yeah.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, well, no, I think if you were a middle-class Chinese person or aspiring to the middle class in China, you would have a dream, which might not be much different than the American dream, adjusted for whatever the social norms are there. But I mean, the contract with the middle class in terms of security really has to do, as the George Friedman piece that we were talking about, has to do with the security of your bank deposits. I mean, typically these assets at the middle class, regardless of what country you're in, are stored in the bank and assumed to be safe and secure. And to the extent that that's not the case, that has a tendency to make people restive in the same way that these other things make people restive, because of this pervasive anxiety, economic anxiety, which is very, very real. Now, you got a couple of ways to respond to this, okay, or more than a couple of ways, because the problem is complex. And that is, you say, okay, well, we're going to raise the minimum wage. Okay, we're going to try to we're going to put up trade restrictions. We're going to try to isolate ourselves. We're going to try to get back to, put the genie back in the bottle and get back to what was normal. But the reality is that simply is not going to happen. So to the extent that you're angry about what's happened, in a way, you are just getting played, I think, by the politicians and, others. Because it's not my opinion, and this actually comes from a guy named Michael Gerson that wrote, I thought, a very insightful piece that is columnist for the Washington Post, and it ran a couple of days ago in the Register Guard. The problem really isn't that the dream's been stolen. It's been undermined by these changes.
All right. So your average guy, your average gal sitting out there saying, all right, well, my dream is evaporating or has evaporated or looks like it's going to evaporate. What's a nugget for them?
Well, I think the nugget for them is that you are not doing yourself any favors by, getting angry and joining some of these, supposable put the genie back in the bottle kind of solutions. I mean, if you raise the minimum wage high enough, all you're going to do is eliminate the low end of the barbell jobs. I mean, we've talked before that
it's going to automate it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
you can make burgers with a machine. It's easy to do. They've already done it.
Yeah, you could. So if the minimum wage gets too high and the cost of the machines, those two things come together, then you wind up with a McDonald's, for example, that you can operate 24/7 and probably put out a better product than you can now, and you maybe need 3 employees. Or 6, let's say, 2 for each shift. So, I mean, that's one end of it. I think the takeaway or the nugget probably for the average guy out there is that there are, in my opinion, no what I would consider inside the box or normal thinking solutions. And so I think you have to sit down and analyze your own situation, figure out where you might be in terms not only of the specifics of your own economic situation, but where you think things are going to go for the balance of your life, and what sort of changes are these things that we're talking about, this undermining, this hollowing out of the middle class, going to mean for you? How are you going to combat that? And one of the things I think for nearly everyone out there, whether you're a corporation, a government, or an individual, one of the biggest enemies is debt.
Yeah.
So, to the extent that you can get out of debt and get some savings, even if they're in the bank, because the bank savings here are insured and it's a little bit different here than the situation that looks like it's developing in Italy or Europe, which we'll talk about another time. To that extent, you can ease some of this economic anxiety. But the middle class in the way it was is just simply, in my opinion, not coming back. Take timber, for example, and then I'll finish up really quickly. Okay, so if you went back 100 years ago, you got 2 guys with a saw sawing down these huge old growth trees. If you go back to the 70s or 80s, we were cutting timber like mad in the way we were then. Technologically, we were somewhat farther ahead. Now I saw on TV there's apparently a machine out there where one guy can cut down a tree, strip off the limbs, stick the thing on the log truck and send it out. I don't know how many jobs that eliminated, but that's an automation kind of thing and a real sort of, a real world kind of thing. So I don't know that there's an answer, but I don't think being angry and getting played by the political process is the right answer either for society or for certainly the individual. And I'd go back and look at this piece that Gerson wrote, because I think it's very, very insightful and a good place to start.
Gary Connolly, president of Conley Capital, on the Wake Up Call. It's 8:42. We'll see you next Thursday, Gary.
That you shall.
All right. It is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Crude oil climbing above $33 a barrel, and that's driving commodities producers higher in trading. Stocks are gaining for a second day. Speaking of energy, ConocoPhillips joining the ranks of oil explorers cutting dividend payouts after suffering its steepest quarterly loss in almost a decade. 30-year mortgage rates falling to the lowest level since late April. The average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage, 3.72%. That's according to Freddie Mac. The average 15-year rate slipped to 3.01%. Borrowing costs are declining as turbulent global markets drive investors to the safety of government bonds. Beer, cars, and mortgages. Super Bowl ads are going financial this year. Digital wallets and mortgage apps will compete with beer and cars for Super Bowl viewers. Financial services companies are stepping up their advertising to cater to the changing preferences of millennials. At least 6 financial brands have purchased airtime for the television spectacle. Last year, there were only 2. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency. Do you know the number one cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 100 stunning blooms of love, plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 5000. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 100 colorful blooms of love sent fresh from the fields, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. That's 100 stunning blooms of love, a free glass vase, and free chocolates this week only for just $19.99. And this incredible offer expires this Friday. Valentine's Day is next week. Don't wait. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 5000. That's proflowers.com, secret code 5000.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism.
I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
You got tax season. Tax season makes a lot of people, flinch. Maybe you've got the lack of sun, still a little depression there. Gray clouds, rain. After a while, it takes a toll. Many different reasons why people need to recharge and have when you're 3, 4, 5 o'clock, not drinking one latte after the other because you're just dead tired. You watch. Things are going to fall in place where you're drinking less sugar and less of those drinks in the afternoon to recharge, because you recharge every night with a mattress from Sleep Train. Talking about a President's Day sale right now where you can save huge on the big and the best mattress names. We're talking about $300 off Beauty Rest and Posturepedic. How about 4 years All right, this week, coming up, 4 years interest-free financing on Tempur-Pedic and Beauty Rest Black. A Sleep Train exclusive on approved credit with up to 48 equal monthly payments required. A lot of reasons why you should at least take a Tesla. If nothing else, for the nap. Hit a Sleep Train near you.
So head on in. It's Sleep Train. You're going to find them all over. Albany, Eugene, Corvallis, Springfield. Tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you. Please.
KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania in Albany, Eugene, Springfield, and Corvallis. Save like crazy.
Good morning to you and yours. Right now, we've got mostly cloudy skies out there with a few isolated showers off and on, what I call popcorn showers. Otherwise, temps right now in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. These mostly cloudy skies will become partly cloudy this afternoon as we'll see the storm system pull away, and we're between systems. Also, highs look to go into the mid-50s out there along the I-5, even upper 50s out on the coast. We'll see the wind shifting south-southwest at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15. Now, we are tracking another system set to move in Friday night into your Saturday. But as we approach the back of the weekend, high pressure looks to move in, give us several days of almost perfect weather with clear skies and temps going back into the 60s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Give us 15 minutes. We'll give you something to talk about at work. Your Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, I tell you what, the passes, Willamette Pass, getting a good dumping. If you're headed out there, just be careful and make sure you have your traction devices. I wonder what, I always like to look at Tombstone, and yeah, it's got its share of the white stuff as well. Tombstone is on US 20. I kind of want to travel and try to find where that particular location is, just to see it, because it's like a little Hallmark holiday card sometimes. Very, seems like it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. But if you have to travel really anywhere, just be careful. Looking down at, and hopefully you're not headed this direction, but if you have to, for some reason, hit Brookings, maybe an hour south of Coos Bay, there's a couple of different things with erosion and some road problems down that way. They always seem to have some issues on Highway 101, so just be careful out there if you're headed that particular part of the state.
And on 101.
Day 3, no, turning into day 4 of the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience. Fisherman's Market, Hot Valley, looking at Falling Sky, Agate Alley, Sandwich, The Vintage. You ever been to The Vintage?
No, where is it at?
Love that place. Downtown, not that far away from the Wow Hall. Definitely worth a venture too. Wild Duck, of course, Wheels Cafe, that I think we're both a huge fan of. I actually, on there, what they brought in here and made Monday morning, grilled cheese sandwich-wise, last night I used a waffle maker to
grill a cheese sandwich,
and it worked out.
Really?
Sid loved it. It's both sides. It leaves little marks, which is kind of weird. But
did it? I was going to ask, did it just totally smash the sandwich?
No, I mean, I didn't. I just kind of let it sit on there, and you just kind of crank it up, crank the heat up. But yeah, from what I hear, if you get the actual sandwich maker, and I think George Foreman makes one.
Yeah, the George Foreman grill.
Amazing.
Yeah, Brady has one.
Amazing. So I might be on the market for one of those. But anyway, I digress. Grilled cheese experience, where if you go to any of these locations and get one of their grilled cheese creations that's special for this event, a portion of each sandwich or ice cream or whatever is produced will go to Food for Lane County. By Coastal, we're talking World Class Rock, Cool, K-Duck, and of course 1120 KPNW. Happy to be a part and a partner with the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience. And there's some good creations out there. If you get one that is particularly delicious, maybe put a picture on the Facebook page and give us a review so we can kind of spread the word. If you're going over and above, we want to get the word out there so we can get more people buying those and enjoying.
Like that idea. Yeah, pictures of cheese sandwiches. It's a good thing. Anyway, 8:52. Tomorrow, is it Friday already? It is. Tomorrow, actually, I'm kind of looking forward to this conversation. Dave Honeycutt from Oregonians in Action. Dave's been on the show before. Dave is an attorney, and he specializes in land use laws. Now, I know you say land use laws, and your eyes kind of glaze over. But if you're one of those folks that has wondered why it is that if you look at a map of the United States, and in particular where federal land is denoted, and why is it that there is such a huge amount of land under federal control on the west side of the Rockies as compared to almost none on the east side, and I wondered what the hell happened there. That's going to be where we'll start the conversation tomorrow with Dave Honeycutt from Oregonians in Action. A little bit of Oregon and West Coast history, and then we're going to talk about, like, for instance, one of the discussions that we had this morning dealing with the ONC lands and the possibility of a lawsuit and what's going on over in Malheur County. So kind of an interesting roundabout conversation tomorrow with Dave Honeycutt.
What time is that?
That's going to be at 7:25. Of course, as always, John Cruz is going to be joining us tomorrow, and we're going to be talking CPR with Dr. J. Yep, Dr. J is going to be on the wake-up call tomorrow morning. Yeah.
And who knew he knew about CPR?
I know. Dr. J.
Cool. I want to say have a good weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll kick the weekend off at 6:05 right here on News Radio 1120 KPNW. Bye for now.
Hertz Car Sales Superstores are celebrating this President's Day with savings all month long. You can literally save thousands over new.
Scott Hoysh here from Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. The amazing thing about Hertz Car Sales Superstores, our inventory is not just a few cars to choose from. It's more than 1,000 vehicles, trucks, SUVs, all-wheel drives, 4x4s, family cars, sports cars, hybrids, and budget cars. Nearly every make and model, all with clearly marked prices. We have what you're looking for right here at Hertz Car Sales of Eugene. And for our President's Day event, it's not just one day or a weekend, but the entire month of February. If you're looking for a newer, nicer vehicle, start with Hertz Car Sales Superstores. With our inventory and variety of financing options to help almost anybody. Remember, Beltline and West 11th, where Hertz Car Sales will save you money.
Don't miss President's Day savings all month long at the Hertz Car Sales Superstores. On West 11th, just off the Beltline, and always online at HertzEugene.com. Hertz Car Sales of Eugene, the better way to buy a car.
When you donate your unwanted used vehicle to St. Vincent de Paul, you're likely to maximize the tax deduction you receive. That's because we sell your vehicle right here on our own car lot. So do something nice for yourself and those who will benefit from your generosity. Donate your used vehicle to St. Vincent de Paul. That way, everyone wins. St. Vincent de Paul. We're in the phone book and online.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with EARS.
Separating news from noise. It's the Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
18 incredible restaurants, 18 cheesy choices as the Kendall Auto Group and 1120 KPNW present the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience, a benefit for Food for Lane County. From February 1st to the 15th, visit as many of our restaurants as you can and taste their respective takes on the grilled cheese sandwich. Places like the Cornbread Cafe, Fisherman's Market, and the Vintage. $1 to $2 from each item sold will benefit Food for Lane County. Get info on the Cheesy Passport, plus a list of all our restaurants by going to kpnw.com.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives. It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life.
It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty, something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not.
It's not about paranoia
or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
trust our instincts.
just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already out on those roads, we've got mostly cloudy skies, a few light showers off and on out there, what I call popcorn showers. Otherwise, temps right now are in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies becoming partly cloudy with highs reaching into the mid-50s out there across the area. And we will see a few isolated showers to the north of us, but most of the energy should stay up by Portland. Now, we are tracking one more system set to move in Friday night into your Saturday. But after that, as we approach the back of the weekend, we're looking at almost perfect weather starting Sunday night all the way through the middle of next week. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation, brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy. With our eye on the stock tickers, this is the Wake Up Call Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks have pulled back from their highs of the day. This is on a turnaround for oil. Oil is down about 11% this year. Coal's dropping in trading after slow fourth quarter sales weighed on earnings, renewing concerns that the department store industry is mired in a slump. The company said things were slow in early November and January. Barnes & Noble shares are higher after a shopping mall executive stepped back from a claim that Amazon.com is planning to open hundreds of physical bookstores. Same-store sales at Dunkin' Donuts' U.S. locations fell in the fourth quarter, ending a streak of growth. The chain is playing catch-up in the area of mobile technology, which rival Starbucks has used to keep customers loyal. Dunkin' is testing order-ahead capabilities on its mobile phone app, as well as delivery services. Delta has said a pilot's proposal that includes raises of almost 40% compounded over 3 years isn't reasonable, suggesting contract talks with its 13,000 aviators may drag on. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene.
News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady.
Our message to the people of Syria and the region is clear.
British Prime Minister David Cameron just announcing over $10 billion raised at an international conference for victims of Syria's civil war.
We will stand with you and we will support you for as long as it takes.
The U.S. pledging another $900 million in humanitarian aid. An ex-drug company chief who infamously spiked the price of a life-saving drug gets an earful on Capitol Hill, where Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern is live.
Martin Shkreli smirked but did not answer any questions during a brief session with the House Oversight Committee.
On the advice of counsel, I invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and respectfully decline to answer your questions.
Shkreli is the ousted CEO of Turing Pharmaceutical, criticized for raising the long-established price of a life-saving drug by more than 5,000%.
I've called this money blood money.
Top committee Democrat Elijah Cummings berating not just Shkreli, but the interim CEO of Canada's largest drug maker. That exec has promised his company will respond to complaints. Lisa.
Jared, President Obama calling faith a great cure for fear at the National Prayer Breakfast. Fox News Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
The president promoted religious freedom and tolerance at this year's National Prayer Breakfast in a week in which he's visited a mosque and also became the first president to speak at the Israeli embassy.
We pray for God's protection for all around the world who are not free to practice their faith, including Christians who are persecuted.
The president called on people of faith to, in his words, respect the right of every single American to practice their religion. The National Prayer Breakfast has been an annual tradition for presidents since Dwight Eisenhower joined a small prayer circle in 1953. Lisa?
Thanks, John. Stocks are fluctuating in a narrow range. Right now, the Dow is down about 6 points. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 100 stunning blooms of love, plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 2222. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 100 colorful blooms of love sent fresh from the fields, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. That's 100 stunning blooms of love, a free glass vase, and free chocolates this week only for just $19.99. And this incredible offer expires this Friday. Valentine's Day is next week. Don't wait. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 2222. That's proflowers.com, secret code 2222.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
Top 10 in college hoops. Third-ranked Villanova crushed Creighton 83-58, while number 4 Maryland won at Nebraska 70-65. Fifth-ranked Iowa dominated Penn State 73-49, while sixth-ranked Xavier took down St. John's 90-83. It was number 7 Kansas knocking off K-State 77-59, while number 9 Virginia ripped Boston College 61-47. In the NBA, another MVP-like performance by Steph Curry, 51 points, including 11 three-pointers, as the Warriors outscored the Wizards 134-121. Kevin Durant hit a three with a second to play to give the Thunder a 117-114 win over the Magic. Spurs beat the Pelicans 110-97. San Antonio was 27-0 at home this season, and Andrew Wiggins led Minnesota with 31 points as the T-Wolves stunned the Clippers 108-102.
In February, Sherry's pie lovers are faced with a tough decision. Which award-winning Sherry's Classic Pie to order during our sale price, just $8.99. Do you choose good old Granny's apple or pure peach perfection? Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry, or my favorite, chocolate cream supreme. The list goes on, but I can't. What I can do is suggest you stop by Sherry's Cafe and Pies today and pick up several classic Sherry's pies while they're still on sale.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030. or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, it's the second day in a row that I intended, just to spread it around, just to start with what's going on with the Democrats, because they had, when they're calling a debate last night, it's a gold mine. It's an absolute gold mine. Many, many predictions I made to you are coming true, such as millennial women abandoning Hillary. And some former NAACP guy, Ben Jealous, has come out and endorsed Bernie Sanders. I think if Hillary is any hope here, she does her black dialect when she goes to Selma. She needs to come up with a New York Jewish dialect in order to get to Bernie Sanders' crowd. It is amazing. But, folks, what's happening on the Republican side has to take precedence here over what's going on the Democrat side. Now, I'm going to do everything I can to get to the Democrat side of things because it's easily half the story, and it's fascinating in and of its own right. What's going on the Republican side? Holy smokes, it's childish. I mean, here we are. We were on the verge. I mean, we come out of Iowa, and 3 of the top 4 finishers are without doubt Reagan conservatives. And now all of that's been turned upside down, and the winners are under assault on this crazy thing about Ben Carson and his supposed leaving the race and so forth. Let me ask a question. Has anybody in Iowa, I bet since I mentioned this, somebody's going to now, has any voter in Iowa, any caucus attender, shown up and said, you know what, I wanted to vote for Ben Carson, but I saw that tweet from Ted Cruz and I changed my mind? Has anybody said that they intended to vote for Ben Carson but were talked out of it because of all of this? And I ask you what I asked yesterday, even if this ended up being a factor, was Ben Carson cheated out of 25,000 votes? That's what he would have needed. He overperformed. Ben Carson did better than what the polling data showed. It was Ben Carson and CNN who telegraphed this whole notion that Ben Carson was leaving the campaign, going back to Florida. Cruz is on CNN last night, and he points out to them that it was them, their reporter, tweeting out what Carson had said, and CNN was so ticked off they spent the rest of the night calling Cruz a liar. And now Trump's out there threatening to sue anybody that walks, and to get himself back in this, and it's I don't know what it is. Excuse me, not a circus. And then, folks, I was so happy today. After 4 weeks of sheer frustration, I finally, with the help of a lot of people, solved my battery life issue. I'm not going to bore you with the technical aspects, but my 2 desktop computers were constantly trying to upgrade, sync, and do a number of things with iCloud, which was causing... iCloud was then in constant contact with my computers and iPhones and laptops, which means their processors are always running. Anyway, a fix was to sign out of iCloud on both desktops last night for a half hour, 45 minutes, signed back in, and it worked. And then 10 minutes ago, the churn started again. Right before this program starts, the churn started, just like it was the 4 previous weeks. And I'm sitting here saying, what a lousy time for that to happen. So there's a lot of frustrating things going on out there, and hopefully we can bring some of it to a screeching halt and get back to the things that really matter to people here. It is, I know campaigns are what they are, and victory is what it's all about, and going after people is how you... I understand all that. This is the big leagues. I'm an adult. But this Ben Carson thing, I mean, he started it. CNN propelled it. And Ted Cruz has apologized for it, more so than anybody else. You know, Cruz could have easily blamed a staffer for it. Cruz didn't do this. Cruz could have gone out there and said a staffer did it and satisfied what Carson wanted and fired somebody, but he didn't. What did he do? He went up there and he took the hit himself. That's a sign of tremendous character to me. He didn't take the easy road and blame some unnamed staffer and then make a big show out of firing that staffer like most people would have done, and then go on and on about how outraged he was and how this is the kind of thing that nobody should want in our politics and how he's going to make sure it doesn't ever happen again. And he didn't do any of that. Went out there, said, yep, apologized for it, did not admit any guilt. There any guilt to be found here. Yesterday, I had the advance warning of the public policy polling number. It was embargoed. I respected the embargo. It was embargoed until today. but somebody went ahead and ran with it last night. So here are the details. I actually think, and this is my intelligence guided by experience, I actually think that polls right now are still too soon to give us an honest reflection of the post-Iowa mindset in New Hampshire. You know what I also read today in my voluminous show prep? I read that the people of Iowa, people of New Hampshire, consciously avoid being a rubber stamp for Iowa. I actually read this. I read a story which said the people of New Hampshire, they take note of what happened in Iowa, and they make a point of making sure to select somebody new, somebody different. Now, for that to be the case, however many thousands of people are going to show up in a New Hampshire primary on Tuesday, they're all going to have gotten together, or they're all going to have received a memo, or they're all going to have conscious, independent thoughts and agree on the same thing. They're going to go into that ballot box, into the polling place, and they're going to all say, you know what? We cannot vote the same way they did in Iowa, because that's not what we in New Hampshire do. Now, they may have statistics that show this is what happens. They may have statistics over the years that New Hampshire primary voters do not vote the same way as Iowa. But to try to tell me it's because New Hampshire voters take note of what happened in Iowa and make sure they do something different? How in the world would you coordinate that? You know, this is the kind of crazy analysis. It sounds really good. Wow, it sounds like it's really insider stuff. You stop to think about it. Who in the world could make that happen? I know, the guy who's in charge of gasoline prices going up and down in America. That's who. That's who could do that. Do you believe that, Snerdley? Do you believe that this is how everybody going to vote in New Hampshire on Tuesday is going to go in there and say, okay, Cruz won Iowa. We can't be a rubber stamp for that. Even if I like Cruz, I'm voting somebody else because I don't want New Hampshire to look like that. Come on. Yet that kind of stuff gets put out there, and everyone goes, yeah, man, the stats demonstrate it. Here's the details here in the public policy polling. Yeah, I saw Jimmy Carter has endorsed Jimmy Trump. Jimmy Carter's in there endorsing Trump. So the establishment's getting their ducks in a row here. Public policy polling, newest national poll, finds the race on the Republican side tightening considerably in the wake of Donald Trump's surprise loss in Iowa on Monday night. Note that who is this? Yeah, it's public policy polling writing this. Note that they could not write this in the wake of Ted Cruz's resounding victory on Monday night. Have you stopped to think what Ted Cruz did on Monday night? Have you stopped to think what Ted Cruz overcame to win the Iowa caucuses? $8.5 million arrayed against him, all of the ad money arrayed against him, all of the so-called, he's not even a legit candidate because he was born in Canada, all these are religious revival evangelist nutcase, all of that stuff thrown at him, phony Hispanic, all that, and he still wins. And after that victory, Ted Cruz is the first Hispanic American to ever win the Iowa caucus. He is the first Hispanic American to win any presidential primary for any party. It didn't happen in the Democrat side. The first Hispanic American to win a presidential primary happens to be Ted Cruz, who happens to be a Republican. And furthermore, it was the religious right that propelled him to victory. And I knew this was going to happen precisely because of that. The establishment and everybody else anti-Cruz is arraying all of their arsenal and resources against Cruz precisely, well, not just precisely, not exclusively, but the big reason is because the religious right or the evangelicals were the margin of victory. We can't have that. No, no, no. We have got to destroy that. We have got to shoot that down. We can't allow that to be the message coming out, say the opponents and enemies of Cruz. Oh, my God, the Republican Party is out there saying, these are the people we want to get rid of. These are the people we think are causing us problems. The pro-lifers, the social issues people. Oh, no, they're the reason Cruz won. First Hispanic. What's the Republican Party? I saw Lindsey Graham on TV this morning talking about why he likes Jeb. The reason we can't nominate Ted Cruz is because we have to reach out to Hispanics. Hispanic voters hate the Republican Party and think the Republican Party doesn't like them. Hispanics think the Republican Party is mean-spirited and exclusionary. And I'm sitting there, Senator Graham and Hispanic just won the Iowa caucus. An Hispanic American, Ted Cruz, just won. And you're sitting there saying that Hispanics don't like the Republican Party because they don't think they have a home. They don't think the Republican Party likes Hispanic. He was serious. He was going on and on and on about it. His pushing Jeb, obviously, it's the establishment hanging together. But it was classic establishment thinking 101. What the Republican Party has to do to win. We've got to expand the base. We've got to go way beyond our base. We can't rely on our base. We've got to reach out to Hispanics. Women hate us. We've got to do something about that. We've got to change the way people think of the Republican Party. And Ted Cruz just didn't know wait. He's the first Hispanic American to win a presidential primary, period. Any party, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Martian, you name it. And here comes public policy polling. PPP's newest national poll finds the race on the Republican side tightening considerably in the wake of Donald Trump's surprise loss in Iowa on Monday night. Trump's lead has fallen to just 4 points. He's at 25%. Ted Cruz is at 21%. Marco Rubio is at 21%. Ben Carson, who's not there in New Hampshire, is at 11%. Jeb Bush, Kasich, and Rand Paul are at 5%. Chris Christie, Carly Fiorina, 3%, and Jim Gilmore still in the race at 1%. Santorum had 0 supporters in the public policy polling final poll. Mr. Snerdley, can you help me out? Who did Santorum endorse yesterday? Yeah, was it first reported that he endorsed Cruz? Because I remember getting emails from people yesterday after. Remember, I was immersed for hours after the program yesterday in the fix for my battery life crisis, and it was a genuine crisis. Few people knew. I haven't bothered to bleed on you about this because, of course, it's not important to anybody but me. But I was working on this for hours last night. I got an email from somebody that said, my God, Santorum endorsed Trump? And it turned out to be not true, right? He endorsed Rubio. But anyway, 0 here in the Republican race. Now, PPP says that Trump's 25% standing reflects a 9-point drop from their last national poll, which was taken the week before Christmas. They say that it reflects an overall decline in Trump's popularity with GOP voters. In this poll, the public policy polling poll, Trump's favorability has dropped a net 17 points from a previous plus 24 to now plus 7. The actual numbers on favorability, 58 favorable, 34 unfavorable. I think that's right. I don't know which is which here. They don't. So 48-41 is what it is now. So if he's, 48 favorable. So he's dropped 17 points. It says that Rubio's the candidate with the real momentum in the race. He's up 8 points from his 13% standing in their poll right before Christmas. And that Cruz is actually pretty steady in his nationals. This is New Hampshire, not New Hampshire, by the way. It's a national poll, which of course doesn't mean much right now. New Hampshire being the focus, plus a Republican debate coming up Saturday night. As I say, I'm not sure if enough time has passed from Iowa for the polls that are like the Real Clear Politics average, the rolling average in this poll. I don't know if enough time has gone by for there actually to be an accurate poll now, the post-Iowa mindset of people in New Hampshire. Let me take a brief time out. We'll come back and start with the audio sound bites on this whatever you want to call it that's going on in the Republican Party about all this. We'll cover it all with the sound bites and added news bites that we've got here as well. Your phone calls, as always, part of the mix in yet another exciting excursion into broadcast excellence. Don't go away.
America's most listened to talk radio host.
Rush Limbaugh.
On the EIB network.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
FHA, VA, 30-year, 15-year. Let's face it, unless you're a financial expert, the mortgage market can be confusing. That's where we come in. Hi, I'm Gabby Maldonado, co-founder of American Financing. American Financing was founded on a simple principle: help homeowners save money. We knew if we did that, everything else would fall into place. That's why our mortgage consultants are salary-based and not commissioned. We take the time to get to know your short and long-term goals, getting you into your dream home, even putting more money into your pocket. We will take the mystery out of home loans. With today's low rates, many of your neighbors are saving between $500 to $1,000 each month by spending just a few minutes with one of our experienced mortgage consultants. You have goals, we have solutions. You may even be able to skip 2 months of payments. We could pre-qualify you in as little as 10 minutes, and you could close in as fast as 10 days. Call today, 866-750-6551. That's 866-750-6551. Or learn more about us at AmericanFinancing.net. American Financing, America's home for home loans.
You'll feel the love at Garrity in Junction City. This is Shannon Nill, inviting you to enjoy over 25 acres of selection and special sweetheart prices on cars, trucks, motorhomes, and trailers. Take a test drive and you'll head home with a long stem rose for your sweetheart. At Garrity, we believe in sharing the love with our employees, our community, and all our friends and neighbors. Enjoy this free rose as our gift to you and your sweetheart. We're also offering special sweetheart prices on hundreds of hard-to-find cars, trucks, and SUVs. You'll love our big city selection and country savings. Plus, you'll never pay any additional dealer markup on every new vehicle on our giant lots. You'll also love over $2.7 million in markdowns on motorhomes, trailers, and fifth wheels. Buy now and you'll be ready for spring and summer camping seasons. Trade in anything and enjoy low-cost bank financing. Sweetheart savings, long stem roses, and hometown treatment. That's only at Garrity, 5 minutes north of the Eugene Airport in Junction City.
Wildlife, boating, fishing, camping, and more. 43rd Annual Eugene Boating Sportsman Show is back at the Lane County Fairgrounds Friday through Sunday, February 5th through the 7th. Get up close and personal with the Great Bear Show's 400-pound giants. Meet Gold Rush star Dakota Fred. Revel in Tough Shed's Ultimate Man Cave. See the hottest wake surfing boats, kayaks, SUPs, and accessories. Seven Feathers Big Game Room features record trophies and head and horns competition. See the latest products, hunting and fishing guides, ammo, giant fish tank, and more.
For kids?
There's the Pepsi Live Trout Pond, archery range, shooting gallery, climbing wall, and the zip line. Jody Smith and Dan Clore had an impressive list of speakers in the Sportsman's Theater. Enter to win a Gold Quest adventure with Dakota Fred, a guaranteed trailer, and Bimart door prizes. The first 100 adults will win a free scratcher from the Oregon Lottery. And every adult patron will get a subscription to Northwest Sportsman magazine. Take advantage of low show prices on all the latest model boats at Lane County's premier boat display and sale. All of this at the KEZI Boating Sportsman Show, Lane County Fairgrounds, presented by Bimart, February 5th through the 7th. See you there.
1096, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
You know, folks, I have a question. If Barack Obama, he goes into this radical mosque in Baltimore yesterday, he talks about how Islam has always been a part of the fabric of America, and I really stopped and said, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that Islam had always been such a major. But anyway, he's constantly talking it up, is he not? President Obama is routinely defending, talking it up, promoting it, talks about how awesome Islam is all the time. This is one of the most beautiful sounds he's ever heard, is the morning call to prayer in an Islamic country. He says it's the most peaceful, most giving religion out there. At the mosque call to prayer, one of the most beautiful sounds in the world. And at the same time he's out there, look what he says about Christians. He says he is one. Look at it, he talks about them as bitter clingers, and they hold on to their guns. when they're nervous and when they feel abandoned, and they go out there and they cling to their religion, and they do all of these other things that make the establishment. My question is, given all this, why did he choose to become a Christian? Yeah, I've always wondered that. He's such a defender and promoter of Islam, and on the other hand, he and his party are constantly denigrating Christians. I don't care what the issue is, whether it's guns, whether it's gay marriage, any cultural or social issue. You get his bitter clinger comments. I've always wondered about this. No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking a question. How did he end up choosing Reverend Wright's church, given his public statements on all of this? By the way, it's a Democrat debate tonight. There's a Republican debate on Thursday night, or Saturday night, just continues to intensify. And a friend of mine sent me the following note: a great idea for a drinking game tonight during the Democrat debate. And here it is. Every time Crazy Bernie or Hillary Clinton mention a new free government program, which is the contest they are having, who can come up with the most free stuff? And who can... Bernie, wait till you hear this soundbite. I've got to get to this today. Bernie gets a question from a guy upset that Bernie's going to raise his taxes. The guy says, I don't know, I'm not a gazillionaire, I'm not a millionaire. What do you want to raise my taxes for? And Bernie says, no, you'll be fine because of all the new free stuff you're going to get. And the guy says, oh, okay, cool. It was fine with him. He'd be happy to pay a tax increase as long as there's going to be new freebies. Now, Bernie didn't use that exact language, but that was the message. So the drinking game is, every time Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton mention a new free government program, you grab somebody else's drink and take a swig. Not from your own. Just to kind of illustrate the point, Jimmy Carter grabbed soundbite number 26. This is yesterday in London in Parliament. Jimmy Carter addressing the House of Aristocrats, i.e., the House of Lords.
If I had a choice of Republican nominees, let's just say, for instance, between Cruz and Trump.
You do?
I think I would choose Trump, which may surprise some of you. But the reason is that Trump has proven already that he's completely malleable. I don't think he has any fixed opinions that he would really go to the White House and fight for. On the other hand, Ted Cruz is not malleable. He has far right-wing policies, in my opinion, that would be pursued aggressively if and when he might become president.
Well, they better happen, because he's been practicing your brand of politics here for 8 years minimum, and we're about to end up in the gutter, in the sewer. They got to do something fast.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC. Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
and so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
My dad came to live with us last month, and it's going pretty well.
I feel like I never have time for myself.
With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things.
His memory isn't what it used to be.
We get up and we have coffee.
He usually wakes up at 4:30.
Then we go for a walk.
He needs lots of my attention.
I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important.
Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist.
I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well.
They honestly have no idea what I'm going through.
It can be a little challenging.
Help.
But so far, so good.
I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
And we're back. Your guiding light, Rush Limbaugh, meeting and surpassing all audience expectations every day. There's a headline up on Drudge. This is the kind of stuff we need to get back to. Border agents ordered to stand down. Might as well abolish immigration laws. Washington Examiner. Border agents ordered to stand down. Well, all this is going on. Our borders are wide open, as much, if not more so, than ever before, and Border Patrol agents are being told to shut down. There is not even any pretense here. In a shocking reversal. This is Paul Bedard, by the way. Used to be at U.S. News and World Report, now over to Washington Examiner. In a shocking reversal of policy, U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are being told to release illegal immigrants and no longer order them to even appear at deportation hearings, which is essentially a license to stay in the United States. A key agent testified today. What's more, the stand-down order includes a requirement that the whereabouts of illegals released are not to be tracked. Brandon Judd, who's president of the National Border Patrol Council, said, "We might as well just abolish our immigration laws altogether." Testifying on the 2-year border surge of immigrant youths, Judd said the policy shift has been prompted by the regime and the embarrassment that just over half of illegals ordered to appear in court actually do. In other words, the regime is embarrassed that their policy is so bad, so they're just nuking the whole thing. If only half of them are showing up, to hell with any of them showing up. Don't even require it anymore. So the Border Patrol agents basically saying, we've been told to stand down. If we're not enforcing the law may as well not even exist. The willful failure to show up for court appearances by people that were arrested and released by the Border Patrol has become an extreme embarrassment for the Department of Homeland Security. Let me read that to you again. The willful failure to show up for court appearances by persons that were arrested and released, and nothing happens to them. These are people committing crimes that are not even being tracked and followed down, or followed and tracked down. And it's said to have become an extreme embarrassment for the Department of Homeland Security. This would mean agents and employees, not the cabinet secretary or Obama. I mean, the point is, okay, we've got laws. We're making a pretense of enforcing them. We arrest, we give them court dates. Half of them aren't even showing up. We're not following them. We're not tracking them. We don't know where they are. We may as well not stop them in the first place. The point is, they're embarrassed that so little is happening after they are doing their jobs. To the audio soundbites, we're going to start here, as I told the broadcast engineer, with F. Chuck Todd on the Today Show today with Savannah Guthrie. They were speaking about Ted Cruz's campaign, telling voters about Carson's leaving the race because of a report on CNN. Now, let's review this. Let's review what we know just before we get to the soundbite. Somebody at CNN, forget the name, tweeted that Carson was leaving the race and going home to Florida and then to the National Prayer Breakfast. That was a CNN tweet. And the CNN reporter had to get it from somewhere. And he did not get it from Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz didn't know. And by the way, this is 10 minutes, 20 minutes before the caucus begins. This is between the hour 5:30 and 6:30 p.m. on Monday. Somebody had to tell the CNN reporter that Ben Carson was going back to Florida. The CNN reporter tweets it. The other campaigns see it. It clearly says that Carson is returning to Florida, not going to New Hampshire, South Carolina, but is going to attend the National Prayer Breakfast today. So the Rubio campaign and the Cruz campaign get in gear and point this out to their people on the ground, and they pass it around as though it could be that Carson or CNN is saying that Carson is leaving the race. He is, what the CNN tweet said, going back to Florida. Well, then the results come in, and Carson outperforms what the Real Clear Politics polling average showed that he would do. Cruz wins when Trump was forecast by the polls to win by 4. That shakes up everything. The Democrat side's a mess. The Democrats and the Des Moines Register, a whole bunch of people still embarrassed over what happened there. Because of all the embarrassment on the side of the people who lost, then somehow it ends up that the Cruz campaign engaged in a dirty trick by simply passing on information to caucus goers that was supplied by Carson or his campaign to CNN. This was then said to be a dirty trick, and Dr. Carson went out there and said he was righteously indignant and offended and so forth, and went so far as to make it look like he thought Cruz ought to fire somebody for making this happen. In the meantime, not one caucus goer has yet come forward and said, I intended to vote for Dr. Carson, but when I saw that tweet that Cruz sent out that he had left the race, I changed my vote. Not one person has come forth and said so. And I am here to tell you that if those people existed, they would have been found by now, and you would have seen them all over CNN, PMSNBC, and Fox. Ben Carson would have needed 25,000 votes. He ended up with 17,000. He ends up at a solid 4th place. He would have needed 25,000 votes to tie Rubio. Nobody is making the claim that he was cheated out of 25,000 votes when his total was 17,000. The CNN reporter is Chris Moody. Okay? So that's what happened. Now let's go to the Today Show today with Savannah Guthrie speaking with F. Chuck Todd of Meet the Press. And she said Donald Trump is accusing Cruz of stealing the election in Iowa. Number one, is there anything in the substance of that? And number two, is Trump's attack a smart political attack, do you think, Chuck?
I have to say, the more they fight, the more this helps one candidate. Not Ted Cruz, not Donald Trump, but Marco Rubio. The private polling I've been hearing about over the last 2 days post-Iowa indicates that Cruz hasn't gotten a bump, and I think partly because Trump has been beating him up. Trump's been eroding a little bit, and there's only one guy on the rise, Marco Rubio.
Okay, so F. Chuck cites private polling, meaning we're not allowed to know who, that says Trump's attacks on Cruz are working because Cruz isn't getting the bump that you would normally expect to see after a big win in Iowa, that Trump's numbers are eroding a little bit. But the big gainer happens to be Marco Rubio. And people are scratching their heads and I wonder how that's happening. Why is that? Rubio? How in the hell does Rubio get in this bill? What's happening here to cause Rubio to rise in the polls? People scratching their heads and looking in the deep, dark crevices of the sofa, trying to find what's happening here. And F. Chuck thinks that Trump's attacks on Cruz on this Carson thing are actually hurting Cruz, even though Cruz has apologized. But, of course, we're not finished. Last night on the record, Greta Van says, by the way, a brief moment of pause here to congratulate Greta Van Susteren on her 14 years at the Fox News Channel. Do you remember what it was that brought Greta Van Susteren to the attention of the United States of America? Exactly right, Mr. Snerdley. It was the O.J. Simpson case. She was one of the first ever legal experts hired by cable news to come on and tell us what we were watching and explain the legal angle of it. At the time, I'll never forget, many of the camera shots of Greta Van Susteren were from behind. She had that long auburn blonde hair. And I remember people go, gee, wow, who is that? We'd never seen a legal analyst on CNN. Long blonde hair, you remember? And then it didn't take long. We started seeing Greta on CNN, and she owned it. She had legal analysis that nobody else on CNN had because, of course, they weren't lawyers. And this gave birth into Jeffrey Toobin. He ended up there. But she was actually the forerunner of the category of legal analyst on cable news, legal expert. She was the first. She spent some time at CNN and after a while moved over to Fox after having a successful interview and a series of conversations with Roger Ailes. And I think either today or yesterday is her 14th anniversary. So happy anniversary, Greta. We will come back and resume. Not lost our place. Pick it up right where we left off here when we get back.
Doing the work that the mainstream American media just won't do. Rush on the EIB network.
You want a Valentine's Day gift that is sure to be a hit? Start with the freshest, largest strawberries of the season and then dip them into incredible chocolate. I'm talking about Sherry's Berries. I love Sherry's Berries. You can get fresh dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries, a half dozen of them, for $19.99. And that is a 40% savings. Or you can double the amount to a dozen strawberries for just $5 more. Just go to berries.com, click on the microphone, and type in my name, Rush. Sherry's Berries are dipped in white milk and dark chocolatey goodness. They are topped with chocolate chips, chopped nuts, or decorated swizzles. Sherry's Berries makes these fresh every day, folks. Ships them overnight with packaging that keeps them fresh, and delivery is always guaranteed. Call 866-FRUIT-02 or visit berries.com. Click on the microphone in the top right corner. Enter the promo code RUSH. That's berries.com, promo code RUSH. Order now.
Let John Maxwell help you rush faster towards success. A New York Times best-selling leadership success author of 90 books, John, with his team of coaches and speakers, has trained millions of leaders across the globe. Now he's ready to help you at johnmaxwellradio.com.
Hi, I'm John Maxwell. I believe that intentional living is the key to transformation. Whether you're seeking to improve your business, your leadership, or your community, transformation begins with you. You see, significance is not a destination thing, it's a daily thing. Join my free 7-day program to transform your life intentionally. One thing I know, you can change your life intentionally when you change something you do daily. Make 2016 your best year ever. Join me for my free 7-day intentional living program at johnmaxwellradio.com.
Get this special free program and free radio-only bonus from John Maxwell. Visit johnmaxwellradio.com today. That's johnmaxwellradio.com.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. Every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
Hey there, it's Lars Larson. Join me at my new time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
So I got a quick question. I want to go back just a little bit here. Audio soundbite number 7. Savannah Guthrie asking F. Chuck Todd, hey, Chuck, anything in the substance of this Carson Cruz Trump business reporting that Carson was leaving the race? And number 2, is it a smart thing for Trump to attack Cruz on?
I have to say, the more they fight, the more this helps one candidate. Not Ted Cruz, not Donald Trump, but Marco Rubio. The private polling I've been hearing about over the last 2 days post-Iowa indicates that Cruz hasn't gotten a bump, and I think partly because Trump has been beating him up.
Stop it right there. What is this Cruz hasn't got a bump? We just had the story that the Iowa winner doesn't get a bump in New Hampshire. I just regaled you. I just informed you of the story that New Hampshire voters, they do not like to rubber stamp what comes out of Iowa. This is what we're told in the drive-bys today, that New Hampshire voters go in there, and no matter who wins Iowa, they're not going to win New Hampshire. New Hampshire voters go in there, and they make a point to make sure they vote for somebody other than who won Iowa. Right? So what is F. Chuck talking about here when he says that the polling data he's hearing about indicates Cruz hasn't gotten a bump? According to these guys, there is no bump coming out of Iowa. So it means one of these things isn't true. And I'll tell you which one isn't true. This silly assertion that New Hampshire makes sure to not vote for the Iowa winner is absolute flat-out BS. Stop and think for a moment how in the world that could be made a reality. Who would organize that? Who sends the memo out? To all of the voters of New Hampshire. All right, Ted Cruz won in Iowa. That means he cannot win in New Hampshire. You know what to do. Now get out there and vote. Really? Is that how it happens? Or does every New Hampshire voter consciously say, screw Iowa, I'm going to make sure that whatever happens here is not what happened there? That what they want us to believe? Of course there's a bump coming out of Iowa. Of course there'd be a huge bump coming out of Iowa for Cruz, especially given how it happened and what the expectations were. There'd be he was supposed to lose. He's supposed to come in second. There'd be a huge bump. Now they're trying to say there isn't a bump, and they don't expect a bump. And yeah, Trump's attacks, boy, they're brilliant. They are really, really, really hurting Cruz. They're not really helping Trump much, and Rubio's picking up the pieces here and really moving forward. Now, here's the next bite. This is Fox News Channel with Greta Van Susteren last night. She's interviewing Trump. She said, what do you mean Ted Cruz stole the Iowa contest?
I think what he did is disgusting. He said that Ben Carson, who's a fantastic guy, had dropped out of the race during the caucus. He had dropped out of the race and vote for Ted Cruz. All of those people come and vote for Ted Cruz, and many of them did. I think it was a disgrace that he did it, and I don't think it should be even allowed. I think those votes should be taken away, and there were plenty of them.
Really? Well, what do we know? Again, I think I know a lot. I may not have heard everything. And now that I've brought it up, I'm sure it's going to happen. Sure as I'm sitting here, somebody in Iowa is going to pop up and say, hey, I intended to vote for Dr. Carson, but when I saw that Ted Cruz said that he was leaving the race, I said, well, okay, I'm voting for Cruz. But nobody has said that. I'm sure since I have pointed it out, somebody's going to pop up now. We head to the phones. Josh, Decatur, Illinois. It's great to have you on the EIB network, sir. Hello.
Hey, buddy. Good to talk to you again. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
To me, Trump ain't looking very presidential whining about this. I'm still undecided, but why is it all just assumed that all the votes went to Cruz? Couldn't Trump have benefited from Carson voters not showing up?
Wait just a second. This is the kind of stuff... You know, you say that Trump isn't looking very presidential, and it's this is the kind of stuff that he does that has launched him. He doubles down when things like this happen, and people say it's incredible he's saying this. He doubles down on it, and he has been gaining. His support's been increasing. His appeal has been broadening as he does these things.
It just ain't plain to me. I mean, it might be. I think whenever he's attacking Democrats are attacking things that are against our values, but I don't see anything in Ted Cruz that that I would attack. It just it turns me off to him.
Well, I understand that, but if you are in the Republican primary and you expected to win Iowa and you didn't, and the guy who did is somebody you don't like anyway, and you got an opportunity here to point out that he's a cheater and a fraud, you'll do it, because what you want to do, you want to win New Hampshire. You're first, before you get to the Democrats, you got to knock these guys out. So you understand there is going to be, and there are going to be, vicious battles within the Republican Party. I agree with you that a lot of this looks childish, but realize that people benefit. That's the story of this campaign, that some benefit during all this.
Yeah, and he could have benefited too from Carson. I mean, I don't think you should assume that all the people that weren't going to vote for Carson automatically went to Cruz. Some of them might said, heck, I'll throw in Trump.
Well, look, the dirty little secret here, and I hate to overuse that cliche, Ben Carson does not appear to have been harmed greatly by this. He outperformed the Real Clear Politics polling app. Now, I understand that the polling is hit or miss, and that 13 of them were wrong. I understand. 13 polls had Trump winning. And I've got nothing against Dr. Carson. You know me, I think Dr. Carson's one of the finest men alive today walking this planet. This whole episode, nevertheless, boggles my mind. This whole thing, manufactured as it is, just boggles my mind. We're on the verge here, we conservatives, of wresting control of the Republican Party from the establishment and get sidetracked with this stuff. It isn't helpful. I wish it would stop, but I'm not running all these campaigns. We'll be back.
Rush Limbaugh, simply brilliant, on the EIB network.
Protecting your most valuable data, family photos, videos, is crucial. Ask anyone who's lost everything on their computer. We rely on iDrive Online Backup to safely and securely back up our data automatically with full confidence that iDrive is industry best. iDrive is easy to use and affordable, using military-grade encryption that is key to safeguarding your data. iDrive plans start at just $5 a month. Sign up today, get 50% off using the promo code RUSH. Get the best, folks. Get iDrive.com.
Hi, Chuck Woolery here. I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. It's real medicine that has no odor, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee. You use the whole jar. If you're not happy, you can get your money back. But I doubt that you'll send it back because the stuff really works. Get guaranteed arthritis relief. Find Australian Dream in the little red box at Walmart or wherever you shop.
Wild
wildlife, boating, fishing, camping, and more. 43rd Annual Eugene Boating Sportsman Show is back at the Lane County Fairgrounds Friday through Sunday, February 5th through the 7th. Get up close and personal with the Great Bear Show's 400-pound giants. Meet Gold Rush star Dakota Fred. Revel in Tough Shed's Ultimate Man Cave. See the hottest wake surfing boats, kayaks, SUPs, and accessories. Seven Feathers Big Game Room features record trophies and head and horns competition. See the latest products, hunting and fishing guides, ammo, giant fish tank, and more. For kids? There's the Pepsi Live Trout Pond, archery range, shooting gallery, climbing wall, and the zip line. Jody Smith and Dan Clore had an impressive list of speakers in the Sportsman's Theater. Enter to win a Gold Quest adventure with Dakota Fred, a guaranteed trailer, and buy 'em outdoor prizes. The first 100 adults will win a free scratcher from the Oregon Lottery. And every adult patron will get a subscription to Northwest Sportsman magazine. Take advantage of low show prices on all the latest model boats at Lane County's premier boat display and sale. All of this at the KUZI Boating Sportsman Show, Lane County Fairgrounds, presented by Bimart, February 5th through the 7th. See you there.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
This Saturday, Subaru of Bend invites you to Hoodoo's 34th Annual Winter Carnival. The family-style winter celebration is Hoodoo's premier event of the season. At Hoodoo's Winter Carnival, there's something for everyone. A pie eating contest, snow sculptures, dummy downhill, torchlight parade, live bluegrass music by Alder Street Band, and fireworks to end the evening. No other mountain offers this much fun on the snow in one place. Make your ski season count and celebrate everything winter at Hoodoo's Winter Carnival this weekend. Presented by Subaru of Bend.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman to save money.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, look at this. NBC has gone out and done a random act of journalism, and what they found, Condoleezza Rice aides and Colin Powell also got classified info in their personal emails. Oh, yes, so you see, everybody did it. There's nothing to see here. We can move on from the Hillary email story, see?
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. A unique time of confusion on Wall Street. It's how one strategist describes to Dow Jones the volatility that sent stocks swinging higher, lower, and then back again. Right now, the Dow is up 40 points. The Nasdaq is down 2. The S&P up about 1. Stocks have been tracking oil prices, which have themselves been swinging back and forth. Crude futures right now are down about 1/3%, but they're managing to hold on to the $32 a barrel level. It's a day when investors in companies that sell clothes are losing their shirts. Shares both of Ralph Lauren and Kohl's are plunging. Kohl's by 19% after Kohl's said it had a disappointing holiday season. Ralph Lauren doesn't expect sales to hit their targets. A Morningstar analyst says, we're not buying stuff we don't really need. When you watch the Super Bowl on Sunday and check out the ads, you will find among commercials for beer and cars, ads for digital wallets and mortgage apps. At least 6 financial services companies have bought airtime to try to appeal to millennials. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Cutbacks just announced in Ben Carson's presidential campaign, calling it part of an ongoing reorganization. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Lisa, after a 4th-place finish in Iowa, Carson is drastically reducing expenses. Staff members are being laid off, about half of them, according to the Washington Post. The campaign may also start flying commercial instead of spending money on private jets. In a statement, the campaign said a key tenet of Dr. Carson's philosophy is fiscal responsibility, and while the campaign becomes leaner, he will also strive to make it stronger. An average of polls shows Carson with only about 3% support of likely Republican voters in New Hampshire, which holds its first-in-the-nation primary next week. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Tough crowd for Donald Trump moments ago.
I'll tell you what, that's okay. We don't need help with these folks.
Suggesting an immigration question in New Hampshire was planted by the Sanders campaign when a woman said immigrants do jobs no one else wants to do.
Who told you to be here, Bernie? This is... No, this is a Bernie plan. This is a Bernie plant.
Trump says legal immigrants are the backbone of the country, repeating his pledge to build a border wall. A new indictment unsealed in the Oregon land rights protest. Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal with this live.
Elisa, the indictment accuses 16 people, including group leader Ammon Bundy, of conspiracy to impede federal officers through intimidation, force, or threats. It says this all actually began on October 5th, 3 months before they began occupying the wildlife refuge, when two men told the Harney County Sheriff that soon there would be extreme civil unrest. This indictment is against not just those who were arrested on a highway when police shot and killed the group's spokesman, but also the 4 holdouts who remain at the refuge. They had said they would not leave unless authorities promised not to arrest them. Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. Stocks turning higher for now. The Dow's up 62 points. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Poaching is a major threat to our country's wildlife populations, but it's just one of the risks animals face. The best way to protect wildlife is to protect the land on which they live. The Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust works with private landowners to protect wildlife by preserving natural habitats and establishing permanent sanctuaries. To learn more or to work with the Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust to save your land, call 1-800-729-SAVE or visit wildlifelandtrust.org.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Lane County is ready to sue as the BLM gets ready to roll out a new timber harvest plan. ONC counties fully expect the BLM to curtail logging even more on lands that were part of the ONC Act of 1937, requiring logging on those lands. The feds are required to return revenue to counties for those timber sales. The ONC Act required the federal government to set aside 500 million board feet of timber annually for harvest. At House committee meetings, the Public Utility Commission officials said they were neither supporting or opposing a bill eliminating coal power in the state, but they still said that coal needs to go if the goal is to reduce carbon. The proposal cuts coal energy by 2030 and increases electricity produced from renewable energy sources to 50% by 2040. The agreement only applies to PGE and Pacific Power. The Oregon legislature is considering a bill that would spend $6 million taxpayer dollars encouraging contractors to build small-scale solar projects. David Brown with Obsidian Renewables says other states are moving faster on solar.
Oregon has all in less than 100 megawatts of solar. Utah is going to build 800 megawatts this year.
The bill would provide grants to contractors who build solar arrays that generate between 2 and 20 megawatts of electricity. I'm Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
It's the Regency Factory Fireplace event at Ambassador Fireplaces. Up to $2,150 in savings on select gas, wood, pellet stoves, or inserts. Increase your home's efficiency and get cash incentives from the Energy Trust of Oregon. February 5th and 6th, AmbassadorFireplaces.com for more information. CCB 121469.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency.
Do you know the number one cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Greeting, folks. Great to have you back. Al Rushmo and the Cutting Edge Societal Evolution. Your guiding light. Happy to be with you. Half my brain tied behind my back just to make it fair. Again, the phone number if you want to be on the program is 800-282-2882, and the email address lrushmo@eibnet.com. Yes, here we have a random act of journalism from NBC News. And the headline, Condoleezza Rice, AIDS, Colin Powell, also got classified information on personal emails. Yes! So you see, there's nothing to see here regarding Mrs. Clinton. Why? Colin Powell, the titular head of the Republican Party, one of the greatest moderates ever to have lived. If anybody will ever have a book written about them great moderates in American history, it will be Colin Powell. That book doesn't exist, by the way. You ever seen great moderates in American? You just haven't seen it. Great line crossers in American history. The great compromisers in American history. You don't see those books, but you will see it about Colin Powell. State Department officials, this is the place where Hillary Clinton used to work, keep in mind. State Department officials have determined that classified information was sent to the personal email accounts of former Secretary of State Colin Powell and the senior staff of former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, NBC News has learned. In an interview with NBC News, Colin Powell challenged this, saying nothing that went to his personal account was secret. Condoleezza Rice did not respond initially to an interview request. In a letter to Undersecretary of State Patrick Kennedy, dated February 3rd, State Department Inspector General Steve Linick said that the State Department has determined that 12 emails examined from their archives contain national security information, now classified secret or confidential. 2 of the messages were sent to Powell's personal account, and 10 were sent to personal accounts of people that worked for Condoleezza Rice. How timely! Right after a Democrat debate. Do you realize that didn't even come up in the debate last night? Do you realize that? Not one, we got 150 FBI agents pursuing the case, not one question about this for Mrs. Clinton. Ben Jealous, the former head of the NAACP, says he's going to endorse Bernie Sanders. The endorsement's a potential boost for crazy Bernie, who has struggled to gain traction among African-American voters, though he has made small gains on Hillary Clinton. He's way ahead in New Hampshire, but after that, he's nowhere, right? Crazy Bernie owns New Hampshire, at least right now, looks like it. But you get out of New Hampshire, move on down the campaign trail, and Bernie Sanders he's with the chuckwag, sayonara, right? Not there. Well, yeah, for now, I know. Well, I tell you, I was right about Hillary. I knew this was going to happen. She's having all kinds of trouble with women in this campaign, and specifically young women, the millennial women, and it was exactly as I forecast. And admittedly, this is not a tough prediction to make, but these young women of millennial age who have been raised on the fact that everybody's out to rape them on campus and that men are predators and society doesn't care. when they see what Mrs. Clinton's role was in supporting her husband, the sexual predator, and when they find out what her role was in destroying the women who came forth with allegations that her husband was mistreating them, they're not going to put up with it. They don't have any rock star connection to Clintons. They don't go back to the 90s and think the Clintons are the end all of American politics or America. They're not going to like, and they don't. Am I the only one who predicted that? No, come on. There have to be others who have seen that. But Snerdley says, well, I don't know why I'm the only one who predicted. It was flat out easy to spot. All you have to do is examine the rape culture as it on campus today and the general state of feminism today. And then you realize that when these women in the 90s were either not even born or not old enough to have any memory whatsoever, so they weren't affected by the national love affair that the media had with the Clintons and all this. I mean, there's no connection to them in that regard. And there's nothing in the current culture. There's nothing worse than a woman whose role is to make it easier for men to behave in their predatory ways. She was an enabler. She was an enabler of her husband. She knew that she was being cheated on. She's the most cheated on woman in America. These young women, and then this is not something that they're going to end up respecting, and they don't. You know, there was a point in this thing last night that I thought was really telling about Hillary Clinton, and it's one of the reasons why I think she can be beaten in the general election. And I first started pointing it out during her book tour. I still can't believe she got $14 million. I can believe it. I know how these people establish work. This $650,000 to do a speech for Goldman Sachs. Now, let me explain the connection to you. Goldman Sachs, former CEO there, one of many, is a guy named Robert Rubin. Robert Rubin happened to be the Treasury Secretary during the Clinton administration, the first term of it. And that's all you need to know. All of these former CEOs at Goldman Sachs are a club. You got Lloyd Blankfein, you've got John Corzine, you've got Rubin. I mean, they're all a club, and they all exist to perpetuate what their predecessors were doing. So the Clintons know Bob Rubin. They added to his resume by making him Treasury Secretary. He was able to parlay that going back to Citibank after he left the Clinton regime, when Citibank was in big trouble, and it didn't help. He was not able to save it. He did not add to his resume, but it didn't matter. The resume had already been etched in stone, so at that level, people don't fail. And when they do in the Democrat side, they fail up. It's amazing. Like Jimmy Carter, the worst president ever, and he's one of the big stars of the Democrat Party these days. You really do fail up in that party. They herald their failures. They put them at the top of the totem pole. So anyway, there's the connection. So Goldman Sachs wants Hillary to come make a speech. They don't want to hear Hillary make a speech. That's not what this is. They want to figure out how to get $650,000 to her. Campaign donations, that's tough. Limits, reporting, and all. Hey, I got it. Let's have her come give a speech. So they have her come give a speech. Nobody pays attention to what it doesn't matter what she says. She could come show up for 10 minutes, talk about knitting. It doesn't matter. The whole thing was nothing more than a ruse for them to be able to give her $650,000, because that's what happens in the establishment. That's how they take care of each other and scratch each other's backs, and how they make sure each other stay rich. And Goldman Sachs was just one of many funneling money to Bill and or Hillary Clinton in this manner. So anyway, the question was brought up last night. Like Anderson Cooper said, $650,000 to do a speech? And explain that. And Hillary looked at the audience and kind of shrugged her shoulders. Well, that's what they offered. That's not what they offered. That's not how it. Nobody's going to offer her $650,000 to hear her come. She will put you to sleep. She's a screeching bore. There's nothing charismatic, enigmatic about Mrs. Clinton would make you want to listen to her talk. Certainly not $650,000 worth. Trump might be able to get that after all this is over, but she never could. Her book deal, $14 million, another example of how it all works inside the establishment. People want to take care of Mrs. Clinton because she's going to remain in power, so here comes the publish. Here's $14 million. Please remember us, Mrs. Clinton, when you become president, so forth and so on. She didn't sell any books. Time for the book tour. Nobody shows up. She couldn't draw a crowd, and the reason is she doesn't have any readers. She doesn't have a connection with her audience, like Jeb Bush. You see this, just begging people in the audience to applaud? Begging people to clap. Could you please clap? Because there isn't a connection. I'm not mentioning this as criticism of anybody. It's just the way it is. Whatever you want to say about Trump, he has this connection with his supporters. There's a bond there. There is a connection. Jeb doesn't have it. Hillary doesn't have it. Any number. Lindsey Graham didn't have it. Chris Christie doesn't have it. It's rare. It's what makes performers or candidates, office holders. It's what sets them apart. You really have a connect. Bernie has it to one degree or another. Yeah, Bernie has it. There's a connection. Mrs. Clinton doesn't, and it was illustrated last night. This was, to me, stunning, and I think this is one of the reasons why I think she can be beaten. A man in the audience asked Hillary a question about end-of-life decisions. He said he had colon cancer, that it was terminal, that he was going to vote for her. And he said that he came to the town hall to ask her if she would speak broadly on the subject of terminal cancer and end-of-life decisions. And she didn't know what to do because she's not a warm, in-touch person. She doesn't know how. She's cold. She is distant. At the end of the question, she nicely thanked this guy, who was an elderly gentleman. She thanked him for his question, said she hadn't thought much about the issue, but it was really great that he was bringing it up. Now, here you had a dying man, an admitted dying man, standing right in front of a woman who says that she is and wants to be the champion of everyday Americans. This was akin to it's a little bit different, but it was kind of like the question Michael Dukakis got, but what he would do if his wife was raped. Remember that? Bernard Shaw asking, and Dukakis sat there and gave this clinical, left-wing textbook answer about protecting the rapist's rights, civil rights and legal rights, and making sure that he didn't go off the handle with emotion. And Bernard Shaw couldn't believe it. Governor Dukakis, I've just asked you a hypothetical. Your wife has been raped, and you didn't even raise an eyebrow at the prospect. You can't even get emotional. No, he had to answer it from the playbook. Well, Bernie, we must consider the rights of all involved in a circumstance like that. The rights of the accused. Of course, the accused is only the accused in our society. And I want to make sure that the accused was not denied his civil rights. People were appalled that there wasn't one syllable of even attempted fake outrage that in the hypothetical his wife had been. Well, that's what this reminded me of. The Dukakis question was from a journalist, Bernard Shaw. And Dukakis, he didn't talk about the inhumanity of the crime that he was to imagine perpetrated on his wife. He just was a disaster. See, here's a guy with terminal colon cancer, decided that he would travel to a town hall and ask Hillary Clinton a question. He's standing just feet away, several feet away. Now, most people watching this had to be filled with sadness and sympathy. The guy was reaching out. He got out of his bed to go see her. He thinks that he has such respect for her. He wanted to know. He was seeking some comfort, that what was happening to him was going to have some meaning to the country at large in the hands of Hillary Clinton as president. And Hillary Clinton, you could tell, She was fumbling around, concerned that she wasn't prepared with a policy answer. She was looking for a policy answer like Dukakis was from the policy playbook. She hadn't even dreamed of a question like this. She didn't have a canned answer. She didn't display any heartfelt emotion for the guy. She didn't talk to him. She didn't empathize. She didn't ask him a single question. She didn't ask if she could speak directly to him as a human being. She didn't ask if there was anything she could do for him. She did not make a human connection with this guy who walked all this way to tell her he's dying. He's going to vote for her because he thinks that what's happened to him is happening to a lot of people, and she can take his experience and make something of it and help other people. And Hillary is sitting there trying to conjure up a policy-related answer. She didn't ask him any questions about his family. She didn't ask him what his life was like. She didn't ask him how he was dealing with it. Now, she wasn't mean. I'm not saying she was Nurse Ratched here. She just didn't know how to handle a stranger sharing his personal tragedy with her. She was clueless, folks. She hadn't the slightest, I think it illustrated the phony, baloney, plastic, banana, good time rock and roller hype that liberalism itself is. Liberalism supposedly is where all of this compassion is. And where all of the understanding and the big-hearted love and so on. She was clueless. She hadn't the slightest idea. You could tell she was worried if she didn't come up with the right policy answer, it would hurt her. That was stunning to me.
Just how extensive is Rush 24/7, the subscriber side of Rush Limbaugh's website?
RushLimbaugh.com has duplicated by 20 or 30 times the Encyclopedia Britannica in terms of data and information, and, of course, informed opinion.
Be prepared this election season and bypass the drive-by media. Join Rush 24/7 now at RushLimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Senator Cruz, nice to see you, sir.
Ted Cruz goes on the record with Greta.
So let's provide some absolute clarity. Senator Rubio supports amnesty. I oppose amnesty. Senator Rubio supports citizenship. I oppose citizenship. Senator Rubio supports legalization. I oppose legalization. Senator Rubio joined with Chuck Schumer to fight for the Gang of Eight. I joined with Jeff Sessions, Steve King, and the American people, and we defeated the Gang of Eight.
Ted Cruz did what he promised voters by standing up to the Washington establishment and boldly opposing amnesty for illegals. Chris Wallace asked Rush Limbaugh about Ted Cruz on Fox News Sunday.
First of all, Ted Cruz, brilliant and conservative through and through, trustworthy, strong, confident leader, and somebody in whom you can totally depend.
Ted Cruz, the candidate conservatives can trust. Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Like to read? Then you should know that St. Vincent de Paul sells more books than anyone in Lane County. Yes, you heard me right. St. Vincent de Paul sells more books than anyone in Lane County. So if you're looking for a good book at a great price, visit one of our many locations today. We think you'll be pleasantly surprised. St. Vincent de Paul, where you can have some fun, save some money, and do something nice for your neighbors. St. Vincent de Paul. We're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Based on actual cases, results may vary. Not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you have not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall & Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall & Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall & Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. 800-467-6127.
Did you know that some young people, even those who are active in sports, have dangerous hidden heart defects? The results can be life-threatening. Early testing can lead to the discovery of these serious silent heart conditions and follow-up care before it's too late. Peace Health offers teen heart screening events to save young lives. Visit peacehealth.org/teen heart screen for more information and for notice of their next screening event. And mark your calendars for February 11th, Affair of the Heart. This fun-filled annual celebration of heart health is proudly sponsored by Peace Health.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Rush now. 1120 KPNW.
Okay, time for me to take a breath here. Now, what that means is we go to the phones. And this is Greg in Russellvania, Ohio. It's great to have you on the program, sir. Hello.
Hi, Rush. Great to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure to talk to you on my 5-2 birthday.
Thank you, sir, very much.
I just wanted to say that for all the laughs that he got, I don't believe that former President Carter's comments about his willingness to vote for Trump was a joke. I think he was dead serious about that. He wants somebody malleable, and we've had too damn many malleable presidents in my lifetime. It's time we got somebody up there willing to stand his ground and fight the fight until it's over and bring home a win, and not Trump.
Well, I think you're right. I think Jimmy Carter was being serious. I mean, Jimmy Carter's not trying to be funny. He doesn't know how to be funny. Has Jimmy Carter ever tried to be funny? He was being dead serious over there in the House of Aristocrats, all right? And he's out there saying what he doesn't like about Trump and what he likes about Trump and doesn't like about Cruz. And Cruz is rock solid, rock ribbed. We're not going to change Cruz's mind. He's committed. But Trump, he's malleable. We can work with Trump. I would much prefer Trump over Cruz. Makes total sense if you're Jimmy Carter, that you would be petrified of a committed Reagan conservative. You'd be scared to death. Jimmy Carter basically is the failure he is because of Renaldus Magnus. It makes perfect sense that he would want somebody walking in the shadows in the shoes of Renaldus Magnus to lose. I think that's one of the greatest endorsements Cruz could have gotten. By the way, did you see, folks, that the Nobel Prize Committee has been advised that Donald Trump has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize? Well, so was I. I was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. When was this? 2000, it might have been 2007 or 2008. Landmark Legal Foundation nominated me for the Nobel Peace Prize, officially nominated. It was a real deal. That would have been 2007, 2008. That was the year Obama won it. I think it was the year Obama won it. And Obama won the Peace Prize on the come. And they have said that if they could, they'd take it back because he's been a war president. He has not been he's not stopped wars. 2007 is when it was. So Donald Trump's an august company now. He also has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Anyway, Greg, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Not enough time to be fair with another. Well, here's the way to look at that Hillary thing. Can you imagine if Bill Clinton had answered the question? If he would have walked over to the guy, would have hugged the guy, you would have seen a tear come down his face. You would have made some connection to health care and how it isn't working and how the Democrats are the ones to fix it. I mean, Bill Clinton would have owned that. Can you imagine? Everybody would be crying. And here's Hillary fumbling around in her memory for some policy answer. What would Alinsky say? What am I supposed to say? What's the Alinsky book on this? What's rules for radicals say when somebody's really, oh my God, he's not a Republican either. What do I do? What do I do? She was stumped.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy. We take care of your medical equipment needs. Call on us to see you through. We're here for you. Gateway Medical Equipment. We're on your side from the start. Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
Your mobility is everything. So when you're looking at power equipment, like wheelchairs or scooters, look to the family-owned local company. You have a choice of providers. Gateway Medical Equipment quickly gets you just what you need. We custom fit the equipment, and our accredited technicians repair your equipment after the sale. A champion for your independence. Gateway Medical Equipment.
Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
How big is Rite Aid's Big Point event? Plenty big. The more participating products you buy with Wellness Plus with Plenty, the more Plenty points you earn through February 27th. Earn 2,000 points when you spend $100, another $1,500 when you get to $150, and yet another $1,500 at $200. That's up to 5,000 Plenty points worth at least $50 in savings. Only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Earning based on total purchases from $131 to $227.16. Limit 5,000 Plenty points per card. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to ditch the car and start rollerblading to work.
I look ridiculous.
You look ridiculous!
You don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your organs on the black market.
Lie back. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that hurts. You don't need to rent out your apartment to drifters.
I made a fire with the wood in your bedroom.
That's my dresser!
And your closet door.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I don't know. That's a good question. That is a good... You are the first to ask me what I think of the Super Bowl. You're the first question I've had about the Super Bowl since a week ago Sunday. Not a single person has asked me what. Huh. Well, I said I didn't, a big deal, but not everybody heard me. There's no scuttlebutt about it. My point is, not even in my vast circle of acquaintances, friends, groupies, and so forth, there's not a single person that's asked me about the Super Bowl. I mean, not even if I'm going. I mean, usually, hey, you got any room left? Could I go with? None of that. Just an observation. Hey, folks, there's a gift idea that I want to tell you about in a second here that you're going to want to know about. You know, every time I see this gift, I am reminded why it's so special, unique, and unlike anything else I've ever seen in the category. It's one of these gifts, when you get it, you're going to want to show it to everybody. And everybody who sees it is going to be dazzled by it. Some will be in awe. In my case, it's a little more than 10 people. A couple weeks ago, we welcomed the people back to the program from Sherry's Berries. And we're great. We're glad to have them back. It's great to have them back. And they came by to show us the latest that they've got, including the berries and some of the other delectable delights that they have added to the menu that they have. But I have to tell you, when they opened the box of Sherry's Berries, you know, I thought I knew. I remember them. They were always huge and beautiful, delicious, very, very seductive looking, dipped in chocolate. But these looked even bigger. They looked bigger, and the chocolate topping was much more intricate. In some of them, it was much thicker. I mean, these things look like self-contained desserts, but they are chocolate-covered strawberries. I mean, they're so big you can put one in the palm of your hand. You've not seen strawberries this big. Most people haven't, and it will be a talking point if you happen to have some of these and open the box and serve them Valentine's Day or whenever. Now, Sherry's Berries makes these dipped in chocolate strawberries for Valentine's Day, and they make a lot of them to meet the demand. And they get the first dibs. I asked them, these strawberries are not all this big. How do you get this many to satisfy demand? Whatever it takes all over the country, first dibs, first growth, we get them. We pay for them. And I'm telling you, I've not seen strawberries this big other than with this company, with Sherry's Berries. You can send them as gifts. This time of year, you can buy them for yourself if you are going to have people over for dinner or just for any occasion. It doesn't have to be a big, full-blown dinner. Just bring these things out whenever you want. 6 of them come in a box, all set to protect them and preserve them at just $19.99. And today and tomorrow, you can double that to a dozen of these giant chocolate-covered strawberries for just $5 more. That's an amazing price. It's an amazing value. Here's how you get them. The phone number is 866-FRUIT-02. 866-FRUIT-02. Now, if you go online, you can see pictures of these chocolate-covered strawberries at berries.com. When you order online, you'll see a microphone in the upper right-hand corner. You click on that, use my name, Rush, and that's when this special super-duper offer will appear. 12 Sherry's Berries, as I have described, $24.99 today and tomorrow only, delivered on a date you choose for Valentine's Day. Sherry's Berries, it's BERRIES.com. Sal in Knoxville, Tennessee, I'm glad you waited. It's your turn. How you doing?
Hi, Rush. Good, thank you. I just wanted to I had an opinion about Ted Cruz and Ben Carson. First, Ted Cruz, I think that if he wants to get over this Ben Carson issue, he needs to man up and do exactly what Donald Trump would do. Donald Trump would give this staffer a raise because this staffer did exactly what he was supposed to do. He didn't do anything wrong, and he did it very well. I think that Ben Carson, when if he is as mature and decent as we all think he is, then when it's time for him to drop out, he should endorse Ted Cruz.
Well, now I think, well, I should, because I don't know. The odds are that Dr. Carson was going to drop out. But I think he had a lot invested in Iowa, and he had a lot invested in New Hampshire beyond that. But then there's others who say, no, he's going to stay in this for as long as he can because there's an opportunity he's got. Former presidential candidate on your resume for speech making and TV appearances and so forth. Plus, I gather he's enjoying himself. He is enjoying the opportunity to get to meet people, travel the country, and have them meet him. This whole episode, however, is just, I don't know how to describe it other than this comes across as childish. This is politics. Your point that if a Trump staffer had done this, it would have been such a heads-up move. It would have been right what is called for at the moment. Take out an opponent. By God, go for it. Give the guy a raise and mention his name. Well, it's too late for Cruz to do that because he's apologized. Cruz tried to move this thing along by apologizing because that's what Dr. Carson said he wanted. And furthermore, Senator Cruz did not blame it on the staffer. He took the full force of the attack himself. And a lot of people would have blamed the staffer. A lot of people would say, I didn't know this was going on, and I have fired the reprobate who did this. And I just want you to know that's not who I am, and that's not the values of my campaign, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again. And to make sure it doesn't happen again, I have fired the putz that did it. Cruz did not do that. Apparently the apology wasn't enough, and it hasn't been taken. Let's go back to the audio sound bites. Here is Cruz. This is in Goffstown, New Hampshire, yesterday, held a press conference. During the Q&A, he was asked, can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts that Trump wants not only to do a redo of the Iowa caucuses, but thinks that your results should be nullified?
It is no surprise that Donald is throwing yet another temper tantrum, or if you like, yet another Trumper tantrum. It seems his reaction to everything is to throw a fit, to engage in insults, because he's losing it. Look, we need a commander-in-chief, not a Twitterer-in-chief. We need someone with judgment and the temperament to keep this country safe. I don't know anyone who would be comfortable with someone who behaves this way having his finger on the button. I mean, we're liable to wake up one morning and Donald, if he were president, would have nuked Denmark.
What? Nuked Denmark? All places to nuke? Well, yeah, what's interesting about this is always the way that the left used to go about criticizing Reagan. That Reagan was too dangerous, too immature, too dunce-like to ever put in a position where his finger would be on a nuclear button. That's always something that Democrats say about your average Republican being stupid, dangerous, immature. And here's Cruz turning it around and accusing Trump of being that kind of character. He wasn't finished. He had a little bit more to say about this.
The American people are not interested in this circus sideshow of insults. You know, my girls are 5 and 7. And I got to tell you, Caroline and Catherine are better behaved than a presidential candidate who responds by insulting everyone every day.
Ted Cruz, that got a lot of response, people like that. Now, when we come back, Cruz goes on CNN and tells the truth of the timeline here. What happened? That he didn't do anything, that it was the Carson camp that had to tell somebody that they were leaving the campaign. I mean, CNN found out from somebody, and that somebody was somebody in the Carson campaign. And the Rubio campaign found out who it is. Well, no. Well, the Rubio campaign found out, and they added to it as well. It wasn't just Cruz. It was the Rubio campaign capitalizing on this prior to the Iowa caucuses. But it was a reporter named Moody, Greg Moody, Jeff Moody, whatever his name is at CNN. He had the original tweet that Carson was leaving the campaign and going to Florida. And was not going to it was going to the National Prayer Breakfast and not go to New Hampshire. By the way, the latest is that Carson is not going to New Hampshire, even after the prayer breakfast. He's going to North Carolina. North Carolina. Now, we have nothing against North Carolina here, but the action's in South Carolina in terms of upcoming primaries. But Carson's going to go to North Carolina. He's not going to go to New Hampshire. At least not immediately. Anyway, all of this ball was put in motion by Carson's campaign with a tweet on CNN. So Cruz goes on and gives them the timeline, and they just couldn't handle the fact that he was telling everybody CNN's the reason all this happened. They spent the rest of the night last night calling him a liar. We have the preludatory sound bites. Share with you after this.
He makes it look easy, but it's not. Rush on the EIB network.
Here's a plan to keep your diesel fuel from gelling when the temperature drops below 30 degrees. Plan A is to add a white bottle of Power Service diesel fuel supplement plus cetane boost every time you fill up. It prevents fuel from gelling and protects against fuel filter icing. But if your fuel has already gelled, it's time for Plan B. Add a red bottle of Power Service Diesel 911 to restore the flow of fuel and get your engine running again. Learn more at powerservice.com. Get Power Service at auto and farm and ranch stores nationwide.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Hi, I'm Scott Carter, CEO of Lear Capital. For months now, Rush listeners have seen Lear on Fox News talking about another financial crisis. And we're seeing real evidence that something big is coming. Some of the world's largest banks are building huge stockpiles of physical gold and silver. Lots of it. J.P. Morgan bought 2,000 tons of silver, and Goldman Sachs bought over 7 tons of gold. Whether it's a major collapse in the financial markets or more money printing and runaway inflation, they're getting ready for something. It happened in 2001 and again in 2008. The markets crashed, and both times gold and silver prices skyrocketed. So isn't it time for you to get ready too? Call Lear Capital today for the industry's best research on the coming rise of gold and silver.
Why are big banks stockpiling gold and silver? Call 1-800-957-GOLD now for your free Coming Rise of Gold and Silver reports. Don't wait. The markets are more shaky now than ever. So call 1-800-957-4653. 800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-GOLD.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 1 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the right corner, and enter code 1515. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers. You pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. 1 dozen stunning assorted roses, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 days for $19.99. And we'll include a vase for free. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing Valentine's Day deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 1515. That's proflowers.com, secret code 1515.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, first, before the Ted Cruz sound bites, and I have not forgotten, we got the story here on how it's immoral, USA Today, immoral for you to watch the Super Bowl because of the concussions. You're furthering the culture that's killing the combatants of the game. You are immoral if you watch this game. Details coming up. We have the audio of the exchange between the colon cancer guy and Hillary Clinton. I just want you to hear this. The guy's name is Jim Kinnan, and here's his question to Hillary.
I'm walking with colon cancer with the word terminal very much in my vocabulary, comfortably and spiritually. But I wonder what leadership you could offer within an executive role that might help advance the respectful conversation that is needed around this personal choice that people may make as we age and deal with health issues or be the caregivers of those people to help enhance their end of life with dignity.
Now you see what this is about. I mean, this guy is terminal cancer. He's looking to Hillary to pick up this cause, and he wants to be involved in the expansion of this national discussion, death with dignity, end of life. And listen to this. This is just classic disconnect, inability to relate, to have any kind of just commiseration whatsoever with this poor guy.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for
being part of this great New Hampshire primary process, and thank you for your support. And I really appreciate your asking the question. I have to tell you, this is the first time I've been asked that question. I don't have any easy or glib answer for you. I think I would want to really immerse myself in the ethical writings, the health writings, the scientific writings, the religious writings. I know some other countries, the Netherlands and others, have a quite open approach. I'd like to know what their experience has been, because we have to be sure that nobody is coerced, nobody's under duress, and that is a difficult line to draw. So I thank you. I thank you so much for raising this really important, absolutely critical question that we're all going to have to do some thinking about.
It was just, you talk about talking past the guy. That's why I said it was almost akin to the Dukakis rape question. And something else popped into my mind as I was listening to this that it was akin to, and it popped out of my mind just as quickly. But what? It was. That's exactly what was. There's this woman at a televised pro-Obamacare seminar at the White House, the average ordinary Americans. A woman comes in and asks Obama about her 100-year-old mother who wants a pacemaker and her will to live. And will we be making exceptions for people based on their will to live? And no. We can't get into such thing as will to live. No. In most cases, we're really just going to have to think about giving them a pill. And it was just, that whole thing blew my mind. Citizen asking a president if mother can get a pacemaker. It's the president's business. But thank you for your question. Thank you for your support. I need to examine the writings. I need to examine the scientific writings, the ethical writings, the health writings, the religious writings. I want to look at what they're doing in the Netherlands, for crying out loud. And thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for our support for something we're all going to have to think about at some point in our life. Mrs. Clinton is never going to get to this. We know damn well she's never going to have this question. These people have gotten away for too damn long with this supposed ownership of big-hearted compassion and understanding for the downtrodden and the little people. And they haven't the slightest idea how to even relate. Thank you for your support. It's not why the guy showed up. That's what these politicians do. Everything has to be about them. It's just striking. I have to move the cruise sound bites and see you in the next hour. Let me grab a phone call quick. That would be Andrew in Minnetonka, Minnesota. Hello, sir. Glad you're here.
Hello.
Hey.
Neoconservatives, Ram fans, dittos to you.
Thank you, sir, very much.
I think the whole bogus Iowa, the non-bump Iowa winning story is more of an effort to protect Hillary than it is to knock anybody on the Republican side.
Interesting.
And in doing so, not only are they protecting Hillary, they're protecting Ted Cruz.
Well, maybe. But I don't think that when it's all over, they're interested in protecting Ted Cruz. So that's the difference. What he's talking about, folks, is there's the conventional wisdom that's being reported in New Hampshire today by the drive-bys is that New Hampshire voters make it a point not to rubber stamp what happens in Iowa. Meaning, when New Hampshire sees how Iowa votes, they make certain to vote the other way. Meaning, there's no way Cruz is going to win here because the people in New Hampshire don't want to look like they're rubber stamping what Iowa did. So therefore, there's no bump. There's no bump for Cruz. He ain't going to get a bump. It may not have, if even won Iowa, doesn't mean anything. We hate Cruz. We're going to do everything we can to keep Cruz down. But his point is, well, we don't know who won on the Democrat side in Iowa. But by the same token, if they think Hillary won, then they can't go vote for Hillary. They got to vote Bernie. And his theory is they're protecting Hillary. She's supposed to lose anyway in New Hampshire, so don't make a big deal of it when it happens. And that's true. And the polling data says she's going to get skunked in New Hampshire. It's after New Hampshire that crazy Bernie really doesn't even show up anywhere, folks. I hate it.
The most powerful name in talk radio. Rush on the EIB network.
Hey, honey, what are you doing?
I'm ordering new blinds. Remember I told you our neighbors ordered their blinds from Blindster.com and they were really happy.
Okay, but don't we need to measure? And what about installation? Shouldn't we call a professional?
I already measured. I just followed the simple instructions on Blindster.com. And installation is easy. All the hardware's included. We just need a cordless drill or screwdriver.
Yeah, but what if we don't like the blinds or they don't fit? If they're custom made, we're stuck.
Actually, I ordered a free sample from Blindster, so we know exactly what we'll be getting. Plus, Blindster.com offers a 60-day satisfaction guarantee and a fit or free guarantee. If we don't like the blinds, we can return them within 60 days for a full refund or exchange. And if I make a mistake in measuring or ordering, they'll remake the blinds free. All we pay is shipping.
Wow, that's great customer service. I guess we're getting new blinds.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com.
You'll feel the love at Garrity in Junction City. This is Shannon Nill inviting you to enjoy over 25 acres of selection and special sweetheart prices on cars, trucks, motorhomes, and trailers. Take a test drive and you'll head home with a long stem rose for your sweetheart. At Garrity, we believe in sharing the love with our employees, our community, and all our friends and neighbors. Enjoy this free rose as our gift to you and your sweetheart. We're also offering special sweetheart prices on hundreds of hard-to-find cars, trucks, and SUVs. You'll love our big city selection and country savings. Plus, you'll never pay any additional dealer markup on every new vehicle on our giant lots. You'll also love over $2.7 million in markdowns on motorhomes, trailers, and fifth wheels. Buy now and you'll be ready for spring and summer camping seasons. Trade in anything and enjoy low-cost bank financing. Sweetheart savings, long stem roses, and hometown treatment. That's only at Garrity, 5 minutes north of the Eugene Airport in Junction City.
In February, Sherry's Pie lovers are faced with a tough decision. Which award-winning Sherry's Classic Pie to order during our sale price, just $8.99? Do you choose good old Granny's apple or pure peach perfection? Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry, or my favorite, chocolate cream supreme. The list goes on, but I can't. What I can do is suggest you stop by Sherry's Cafe and Pies today and pick up several classic Sherry's Pies while they're still on sale.
Welcome back to The Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
With the Wake Up Call tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 9. And Rush Limbaugh Now. We're 1120 KPNW.
Fastest 3 hours in media. Still a lot to cram in here, folks. And I'm feeling better. I think I was premature in thinking that my battery life crisis had returned. I think I nipped it in the bud. Like I'm still cool. Which is, it's big. Believe me, it's big. We will be back shortly.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are fluctuating as commodities from copper to gold advanced, while crude erased an earlier gain. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 47 points to 16,383. S&P 500 index up 1, but the Nasdaq is falling 2 points. Freeport, McMoran, and Alcoa rallied at least 10% today, but consumer companies are falling. Ralph Lauren dropped 18% after cutting its annual forecast, and Kohl's is down 18% as slow fourth quarter sales squeeze profits. Well, beer, cars, and mortgages. Super Bowl ads are going financial this year. Digital wallets and mortgage apps will compete with beer and cars for Super Bowl viewers. Financial services companies are stepping up their advertising to cater to the changing preferences of millennials. At least 6 financial brands have purchased airtime for the big game this year. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. They're cutting staff and expenses in Ben Carson's presidential campaign.
This was something that we had planned on anyway.
Carson calling it part of a reorganization that started in January, though it comes on the heels of his distant fourth-place finish in Iowa. But he's using a baseball analogy.
You usually take it all the way through to the ninth inning. I think we're going to see some real changes by the time the ninth inning rolls around.
Insisting he's in it to go all the way to the convention. Marco Rubio taking aim at the top Democrats at a town hall event in New Hampshire.
You want to live in a socialist country? Move. We want to be America.
It's debate night for Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. Fox News Radio's Bill Marcus in Durham, New Hampshire.
As you drive into Durham, New Hampshire, you see a Jeb sign here and a Hillary sign there. But here on the campus of the University of New Hampshire, where tonight's debate will be held, everybody seems to be for Bernie. Economics major Brian DeZurek from Nashua already cast his ballot absentee.
He's the only honest politician in the entire race. Everybody else is funded by big money except for Donald Trump, but we all know he's not very honest about anything.
One young woman telling me when she saw Bernie smile at a rally, that was the turning point for her.
Florida just confirming 12 travel-related cases of Zika virus. Broward County, which includes Fort Lauderdale, becoming the 5th county added to the governor's health emergency order. The biggest danger is to the unborn, a risk of birth defects. But there's growing concern about how the virus can spread. There are now known cases not only from mosquito bite and sexual transmission, but blood transfusion. More than $10 billion raised in a single day for Syrian refugees.
The crucial point about today is the money raised will save lives, will give hope, will give people the chance of a future. And that, I think, is a good and vital day's work.
British Prime Minister David Cameron wrapping up an international aid conference. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 100 stunning blooms of love, plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 2222. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 100 colorful blooms of love sent fresh from the fields, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. That's 100 stunning blooms of love, a free glass vase, and free chocolates this week only for just $19.99. And this incredible offer expires this Friday. Valentine's Day is next week. Don't wait. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 2222. That's proflowers.com, secret code 22.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Oregon legislature is considering a climate change bill. Carrie Neeson with the Lung Association told lawmakers the health effects of pollution impact everyone.
For those who say addressing climate change is too costly, I say we can't afford to do nothing.
The bill would result in much higher prices for your electricity and fuels. Douglas County Commissioner Susie Morgan says 43% of people in her county struggle to pay their utilities and can't afford the state to do this.
These families can't afford up to a 30% increase in electric and utility bills.
The bill sets goals for the reduction of carbon monoxide. Federal authorities have beefed up security at 3 wildlife refuges in the West amid the ongoing armed occupation of a sister refuge in eastern Oregon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reports no specific threats against those areas, but the agency wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there's still no signs of the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge are about to give up. 4 Portland women accused of stealing more than 50 Fitbit activity trackers from 2 Eugene businesses in one day. The women took the trackers from an AT&T store and an REI on January 13th. Fitbits range in price from $60 to $250. Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelsen in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson. Coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
No, I'm not going. Strangely, folks, I was just asked by a member of the staff if I'm going to the Super Bowl. Of course I'm going to be asked after I tell people nobody's asking me. No, I'm not going. We are back, folks. It's great to have you here, Rush Limbaugh and the Excellence in Broadcasting Network. Talent on loan from God. 800-282-2882, and the email address, if you want to send an email, is lrushbo@eibnet.com. USA Today, this is a story by Dylan Gwynn, and I'm assuming that it's a column as opposed to a straight-out news story, although who can tell anymore? Starts this way: because the rest of the world might not yet be completely convinced that the wussification of America has succeeded, USA Today unleashed a torrent of literary lameness by posing the question, is watching the Super Bowl immoral? There is mounting evidence and public awareness that playing football is bad for your brain. And now, to dramatize the statistics and grim anecdotes about ex-players succumbing to dementia and early deaths, we have Concussion, major Hollywood movie starring Will Smith. By the way, do you people realize where that movie ended up? I mean, it was never higher than 4th place, last I saw. And I don't think the NFL did that much to try to kill it. Yes, I know, I'm missing a chance to see Lady Gaga sing the national anthem live. And I'm missing a chance to see Coldplay at halftime. But we all have to make sacrifices. Anyway, it should be noted that this movie was a complete flop at the box office. It's also worth noting that Dr. Julian Bales, the mentor of Dr. Bennett Omalu, portrayed by Will Smith in the movie, and the co-discoverer of CTE, completely disagrees with Omalu in terms of how CTE affects young people. Anyway, this is not the story. Let me see if I can find the actual story that I had saved. That's somebody's commentary on it. Here it is. Is it immoral to watch the Super Bowl? And here, the new survey released in the run-up to the Super Bowl this Sunday suggests yes, that more Americans than ever before say they would not let their sons play football, yet football remains our favorite spectator sport. It's not even close, by the way. And there's nothing to indicate that it's about to change. You know, TV ratings are through the roof for football. Do you know why? I mean, there is a specific reason for this when matched against other things on television. And it's not just the game. The game is fun to watch. It's popular. But there's a reason. There's a singular reason, I think, it's my opinion, about why football ratings are through the roof and span demographics. Despite all this talk of injuries, despite all the sort of concussions and this kind of thing, this guy at USA Today actually does think it's immoral to watch the game now, particularly the Super Bowl. The reason these ratings are through the roof is because it's one of the few places, football and pro football, because it's the best. College football does okay, but it's amateur football, and that's fine. But pro football is pro football. It's the best. I mean, everybody in pro football is the fastest. Everybody in pro football is really good. There aren't any Appalachian states in the NFL, for example. Not even the Cleveland Browns. And it's simple. It's one of the few places on TV. And this includes news, by the way. It's one of the few places on TV that you can watch where the outcome is not known, meaning there is full-fledged drama. In police procedurals, I mean, you might like I know people that love the show Elementary. People love the show Suits. I mean, but you all, at the end, you know how it's going to end. They may take you through emotional ups and downs, and they may create a little doubt now and then. But for the most part, everybody knows how Law and Order SVU is going to end. Some weeks the perp's going to get away with it, and other weeks the cops are going to convict him. But in the National Football League, you have no idea. And when you have some games like we had in the playoffs this year, Steelers, Bengals, Packers, Cardinals, just adds to it. When you have seemingly impossible deficits to overcome with 90 seconds left, and you have two Hail Mary 60-yard touchdown completions, you add that to the drama that nobody knows who's going to. Then you add the gambling that's going on, not just gambling, but the fantasy sports that's being played. It's very understandable why football has such high ratings. Now, the critics are out there, this is horrible because this game, it maims its competitors. And by the way, we're getting very close to this, and I want to remind you again, I predicted, here's how this is going to fall out in the coming years. It's exactly how this is going to fall out. Mark my words. No matter how much the players earn, no matter how highly paid they are, no matter how big a star an individual player might be, what's going to be said is that these owners and the bloodthirsty fans will be thrown in on this. Don't care. They are willing to see these guys literally risk their lives. And that's going to be the moral and emotional pitch. It's where this USA Today piece is starting from. How dare you watch a game that produces concussions in so many people it leads to suicide? But it's immoral. How dare you? How do you sleep at night knowing that you're helping perpetuate? This is the angle they're going to take. And then it won't be long. Somebody in the leftist community here has probably already figured it out. 78% of the players are African American. And you add that to the fact that these people are risking their lives. Yes, they're being paid a lot of money, but they are risking their lives. They're not just risking injury. Then you add to the fact most of the owners and the commissioner are white. And it isn't going to be long before this whole thing is going to be portrayed as Christians to the Lions or some other thing with bloodthirsty fans not caring what happens. And the excuse will be, hey, the players know what they're getting into, and hey, they're paid really well, so everybody back off. They're cool with it. But I know how this is going to happen. The left doesn't let go of this stuff. And everybody's, Russia will never happen. This is too big. There's no way a bunch of activists are ever going to take down this sport. There's too much money in it. The people involved are not going to just roll over and let it happen. And that's what every industry that has ever been attacked has always said. We're too big to fail. They can never succeed. They'll never pull this off. I give you big oil. I give you big tobacco. I give you big pharma. I mean, they're consistently targeted. Democrat Party enemies list and all that. So you just, the signs are all there. And I'll tell you what's going to speed it up. The unwitting sports drive-bys. These unwitting sports media guys who are all liberal and have all this compassion and want to be thought of as sensitive and big-heartedness, they're already getting on board the premise that this is a dangerous game and it may need to be changed. It's horrible. They're all pushing this concussion stuff. They can't help themselves. They're liberals. They all want the government to come in and take over regulating it and controlling it and all this stuff. They just can't help themselves. They're liberals. So the very industry they derive their living from, they will unwittingly participate in discrediting, which is how it'll start, and in raising doubts about it. People will eventually begin to feel guilty about watching football. Long way down the road, but there are other things I can compare it to that they've succeeded in stigmatizing. How about, do you ever feel guilty that you may be using too much toilet paper, for example, after all this talk of the waste? Or take a pick, take anything that the left attacks that the society uses in excess. You hear it enough. How about global warming? It's July and it's 110. Do you think, wow, man, maybe we'd be right? I mean, it just, the subtleness, the psychology, it all, at some point, makes an impact on a certain number of people. So we will just see. Another time out here, we'll come back and get started here with them. Not teasing you, lots of other things here, in addition to campaign that I wanted to make sure I got to rather than just let this stack that I didn't get to keep accumulating each day. Be back with Ted Cruz, CNN, and this whole business of Ben Carson and the phantom voters. The Limbaugh letter has raised and enlightened a generation of high-information voters. It's pure substance with humor. We take on the left in print.
Subscribe now and get one extra issue and 2 bonus reports free. That's the Limbaugh letter at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Paid for by Bonner & Partners, an independent research firm.
My name is Bill Bonner, and I'm the president of the largest private news and research network in the world. And I paid for this airtime because I have an important message to the American people. There's a change coming that the government isn't telling you about. This change has deep implications for life in America, from where you shop to the doctors you visit and the family you want to protect. Look, I've made predictions like this before. Thing is, I was right then, too. A few years ago, I warned that housing prices would collapse. They did. Before that, I warned that .com companies would crash. They did. Those who listened had a chance to save themselves. But this has nothing to do with the stock market. This will affect us all.
Bill has posted a free video that details everything you need to know at usadownfall.com. And maybe you'll disagree with his conclusions, but first you need to watch this video and see the facts for yourself. Just go to usadownfall.com. That's usadownfall.com.
Save big at Oregon E-Deals. Check out reduced prices on Fitzpatrick Painting, SM Gun Shop, Eugene Electric Bicycle, and Creative Clock. It's easy to save. Go to KPNW.com and click Oregon E-Deals.
I'm hooked on Oregon E-Deals.com. I'm saving big.
Did you know that some young people, even those who are active in sports, have dangerous hidden heart defects? The results can be life-threatening. Early testing can lead to the discovery of these serious silent heart conditions and follow-up care before it's too late. Peace Health offers teen heart screening events to save young lives. Visit peacehealth.org/teen heart screen for more information and for notice of their next screening event. And mark your calendars for February 11th, a Fair of the Heart. This fun-filled annual celebration of heart health is proudly sponsored by Peace Health.
Hey kids, let mom help with your science project.
This new mom wants her kids' science project to thrive. Too bad she hasn't cracked a science book since 1985.
A metaphysis reaction?
Compounds fixtures and elements. Even this baking soda volcano is too big of an experiment. Whoa. Now she's completely forgotten the periodic table. Now she's burning a hole through the kitchen table. Burning with science. But her kids' love for the mom is truly transparent. Proof you don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent.
Don't tell Dad.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
For 4 easy payments of $25,000.
All you have to do is pay us, say $100,000.
Hurry, this offer ends soon.
$100,000 and you can live guilt-free.
Okay, here we go. This is Ted Cruz yesterday in New Hampshire. He's got a press conference, and a reporter says, Senator, you condemned what your campaign did to Ben Carson just before the Iowa caucus. Will you fire or suspend anyone from your campaign for putting out misinformation?
Our political team passed on a CNN news story that CNN broke. The news story said that Ben Carson was not continuing from Iowa on to New Hampshire. He was not continuing to South Carolina. Instead, he was going home to Florida. That was a news story CNN had posted. And our political team passed it on to our supporters.
That's true, but it doesn't go quite far enough. CNN did post it. And their reporter was some clown named Moody. Well, reporter named Moody, Jeff or George or whatever. But where did he get it? See, this remains the area where people stop being interested. But how did CNN get hold of it? Maybe it was Greg Moody. Just think Moody, and you'll have the guy. But he had to get it from Carson. Had to get it from the Carson campaign. How's that know? And Carson was not going to New Hampshire. He was going home. As he said later, to get a change of clothes. He'd been on the road for 3 weeks. He had to go home and get a change of clothes. I've seen some snarky comments. Hey, Dr. Carson, have you ever heard of the laundromat? Have you ever heard of the dry cleaner? Some people have been snarky about this. What do you mean you got to go home and change clothes? But the point is, Cruz was right. CNN posted it, and they had to get it from somewhere, and they got it in the Carson camp. So, last night and during the day yesterday, CNN was not happy. We have a montage. They had to defend their reporting. They had to savage Cruz as a liar for hours last night. We have Anderson Cooper, Aaron Burnett, Dylan Byers, Brooke Baldwin, all talking about Cruz's campaign, telling voters that Carson was leaving the race.
Senator Cruz keeps saying that it all stemmed from a CNN report, which just is not factually correct. He's saying that CNN reported that the campaign was being suspended, and that's not what was being reported.
Do you think, though, that it does raise a question of character and integrity, though, that is important for people to understand? It's Ted Cruz's campaign, and everything that comes from it is a direct reflection on him, and he's blaming it on CNN's reporting.
Senator Cruz's claims about CNN are false.
Senator Cruz tries to throw my network, CNN, under the bus. That accurate report was disseminated on television and CNN Digital, and that was that. I'm going to call out BS if I hear BS.
And that was the lovely and gracious Brooke Baldwin there, saying that she's going to call out BS when she hears BS. Well, go back up to 13. What did Cruz say that has them all agitated? Listen again.
Our political team passed on a CNN news story that CNN broke. The news story said that Ben Carson was not continuing from Iowa on to New Hampshire. He was not continuing to South Carolina. Instead, he was going home to Florida. That was a news story CNN had posted. And our political team passed it on to our supporters.
Canay, it's exactly what happened. CNN posted it. What? Did the original tweet did not say that. Screw the news story. CNN put that tweet out there. That's what Cruz is talking about. Yeah, later on, after the proverbial excrement hit the fan, then everybody goes into CYA mode and see, hey, wait a minute, we reported he was going back in cars. Hey, wait a minute, I said I was returning after I got a clean clothes change. Hey, all that's happening here is that there was a tweet, and don't tell me tweets don't matter, that's all anybody does anymore. There's a tweet out there from a CNN guy, Chris Moody, that's his name, that Carson was leaving before the caucuses started. Now, CNN can deny this left and right. They can say, well, we didn't broadcast it. Your reporter did. Your reporter tweeted it. It may not have been on a CNN site. It may not have been part of a CNN newscast, but a CNN reporter put it out there. That's what Cruz saw. Anyway, you hear they are livid. Last night, Anderson Cooper 360. He's got Rick Tyler on from the Cruz campaign. Isn't it totally disingenuous if you say the big announcement we're talking about is he's going to speak at the prayer breakfast, and email is not Twitter? You have more than 140 characters. You could have just said Carson speaking at the prayer breakfast. Instead, you leave it, this mysterious big announcement. You Cruz people. You make it look like he's dropping out. Didn't you do that on purpose?
You know what I'm amazed by, Anderson, is that the story here is Ben Carson, instead of going to New Hampshire or South Carolina, went to Florida and Washington, D.C. If Ted Cruz had decided,
I know, and we talked about that.
It's R&R.
I agree.
Well, that would have been the story.
Right.
And everybody would have pointed it out, and it would have been the story. But because somehow it's different,
the story
Ben Carson
is also your candidate, who's an evangelical, who talks about the Bible and his belief in Christianity, perhaps lied and was completely disingenuous.
There you go. There you go. See, his holy roller. He is running his campaign like a revival hour, and he's a big Christian. He went out there and lied, and he's trying to blame it on us. That's what CNN. He's trying to blame it on us. Ben Carson does it. Ted Cruz points it out, and Cooper's, Ted Cruz, who talks about the Bible, his belief in Christianity, perhaps lied and was completely disingenuous. Did Ben Carson leave Iowa? Did Ben Carson say he was going to leave Iowa? Did Ben Carson say he wasn't going to New Hampshire and South Carolina? Yeah, fine. Did Ben Carson later say, I needed to go home and get a change of clothes? Has anybody stepped forward, even now, and said, hey, you know what, I intended to vote for Carson in the caucus, but I didn't when I saw what Cruz said that he left? Has anybody come forward and said so? Not that I've heard of. Does anybody think Ben Carson was cheated out of 25,000 votes and would have come in third place? Breaking news, bulletin. The press is reporting Dr. Carson is taking time off from the campaign trail after Iowa and making a big announcement next week. This is the email the Cruz camp sent out. Dear, breaking news, the press is reporting that Dr. Ben Carson, did I grab your attention there? See, this is how it's done. You thought I had brand new breaking news, right? This is what the Cruz team sent out. Dear so-and-so, breaking news, the press is reporting Dr. Ben Carson's taking time off from the campaign trail after Iowa and making a big announcement next week. Please inform any Carson caucus goers of this news and urge them to caucus for Cruz. Snurdly thinks it's a dirty truth. You commend them for it, but it was a dirty truth. Okay, Cruz has apologized. And it should have been the end of it. Exactly right. Should have been the end of it. Let me ask you something. If Cruz had fired somebody like we know Dr. Carson wanted to happen, would that have been the end of it? Okay, do you think Ted Cruz should give up his votes in the caucus or maybe redo the whole thing because he cheated and played so dastardly a dirty trick? Okay, you don't think that the Iowa caucus should be redone. You think Ted Cruz should be sued for this dirty trick, even though he was born in Canada? Anyway, there's one more, but I've got to take another break here, folks. But it's just looks like couple of more here from CNN on this whole thing. And then back to your phone calls. It's Open Line Friday coming up finally tomorrow, right? We got this big, we got a Democrat. Is it a town hall or a debate tonight? It's a debate tonight, and with all the Democrats, right? Two of them. We'll be back.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW.
It's about time someone put the beer in root beer. Introducing Best Damn Root Beer. Aged over real vanilla beans, this easy-drinking hard root beer delivers a timeless classic that's been reinvented for the 21 and over crowd. New Best Damn Root Beer from Best Damn Brewing Company. Brews you can swear by. Now that's Best Damn. Enjoy responsibly. Best Damn Root Beer Ale. Best Damn Brewing Company, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
In February, Sherry's pie lovers are faced with a tough decision. Which award-winning Sherry's Classic Pie to order during our sale price, just $8.99? Do you choose good old Granny's apple or pure peach perfection? Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry, or my favorite, chocolate cream supreme. The list goes on, but I can't. What I can do is suggest you stop by Sherry's Cafe and Pies today and pick up several classic Sherry's pies while they're still on sale.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 100 stunning blooms of love, plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 5000. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 100 colorful blooms of love sent fresh from the fields, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. That's 100 stunning blooms of love, a free glass vase, and free chocolates this week only for just $19.99. And this incredible offer expires this Friday. Valentine's Day is next week. Don't wait. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 5000. That's proflowers.com, secret code 5000.
We're all part of your community.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe. So protect your every day.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
In the past 50 years, we've made a lot of progress in smoking prevention. But if we don't do more, 1 out of every 13 children alive today will die early from smoking. That's 5.6 million precious lives we can save. Together, we can make the next generation tobacco-free.
Rush Limbaugh Now, Lars Larson today at noon, only on 1120 KPNW.
Every day we are enticed to buy something online. You know, it's stunning when you stop and think. Look at Amazon. Forget what's happening with the stock price. Look at the amount of merchandise purchased on Amazon, and look at the ability anybody has to track where all of it is at any moment in time, either with FedEx, UPS, DHL. It is stunning. Private sector set this. It is amazing. And what it also is about is instant gratification. You want something on Amazon, you decide you want something today at 2 o'clock, you go on Amazon and buy it. And if you want to pay a little extra, you can get it tomorrow. In certain parts of the country, you can get it the same day if you live in certain zip codes in New York and San Francisco as they're rolling this out. It's amazing, and I find that what's happening with Amazon, the way it's growing and all, is a fine, great thing to contrast other areas of American culture with, to show advancement, forward thinking, high tech, and so forth, versus things that are static, private sector ingenuity and innovation versus the government. I mean, look at the Obama healthcare website versus anywhere you want to go in the private sector. There's no contest. Certainly no contest in the amount of money that's spent to start it up, to operate it, maintain it. But even Amazon's making overwhelming commitments to people. And not just Amazon, all kinds of places like them. They just happen to be the biggest. They're making overwhelming commitments to people that they have to follow through on, and they do. And so more and more people are taking advantage of the convenience of buying something online. And I don't know about your email, but my email has offer after offer after offer from some places I have shopped, other places that I haven't. You can put up spam filters to get rid of some. The point is, with all of this commerce going on, people are becoming bigger and bigger targets for identity theft and other kinds of fraud. And maybe not by direct threat, but if you're a member of a database of a massive organization that does get hacked. So at some point in time, you're going to have to ask yourself, how can you protect yourself beyond your password? And the answer to that is LifeLock. You know, when you start sharing your credit card data, other personal data online, when you shop now, you are increasing your vulnerability. The odds are still with you that you're going to be fine. And they probably always will. But what if the odds beat you in a case here and there? This is where LifeLock comes in. They do two things. They monitor as many transactions as possible. And if they spot irregular behavior on your account, then they let you know at the moment that it's happening and give you a chance to either say, no, it's not me, or yes, it is. If it isn't you, they shut it down or try to. Now, the other thing they do, since not every service can monitor every transaction. I mean, some are going to get past them, even the best. They have an entire staff that does nothing but help restore people's identity when it has been hacked or stolen or what have you. There are two great services that LifeLock provides that nobody else does. Free credit reporting agencies do not do nearly what LifeLock does. It's $9.99 a month, folks. You go up from there depending on the level of protection that you want. But keep your identity protected and do it with LifeLock. Call them at 800-440-4833 and tell them I told you to call. Just use my name, and that'll get you 10% off your service in the first year. LifeLock, 800-440-4833. Gail in Akron, I'm glad you waited. Great to have you on the program. Hi.
Oh, Rush. Since your procedure a year and a half ago or so, I have to tell you, it delights me to hear you sing from time to time.
Well, thank you. You mean my ear procedure?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
And also, from time to time, a caller will say something that is very rare, and you give this low growl of a chuckle, like they picked up on a subtle hint you were hoping.
Yes.
So, yes. But the main reason for my call is that I don't know how the decision was made for Iowa to be first in the nation, but we are proud to abide by this decision and to serve our nation by narrowing the playing field so that New Hampshire can follow on our heels and their votes are even more valuable because we narrow that playing field. And by choosing the candidates, Iowa is the breadbasket, the heart of the heartland, rural, agricultural, and then to follow that up with New Hampshire being in the midst of the political area of the nation, an urban area, the diversity of our lifestyles, for Iowa to say this and then New Hampshire to say something totally other. We're not insulted by the fact that we don't often choose the winning candidate. And then we follow through with South Carolina and then Nevada and Super Tuesday. That's the whole meaning of the process, is to get the diversity of the different lifestyles from around the nation and narrow that playing field.
So you're proud to be first. You're proud to be an Iowan that begins the winnowing process.
Yes, but it's very crucial that it is followed by New Hampshire. And the one thing about both Iowa and New Hampshire is that we are not swayed by the polls and by the media. We make our own decisions.
Well, that's obviously very true. That's clear because the polling data going into the Iowa caucus had Trump up by 4. And that was not the case. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I appreciate the call, Gail, very, very much. That's true. It's Iowa, New Hampshire, and then South Carolina, then Nevada, and then Super Tuesday. That's exactly right. She's exactly right. That's how it happens. And it's all very important. Brian in Greensboro, North Carolina. Hi, great to have you on the program.
Thank you, Rush. Long-time listener. Keep pounding dittos.
Thank you, sir.
My burning question is, who do you like in the Super Bowl? Big Panthers fan here.
A big who fan? You're a Panthers fan. You're the first person to ask me.
That's what I wanted to be, the first one.
You're the first, and my gut answer is going to be a Panthers blowout.
That'd be nice. I'd like to see that.
And the only thing is, when the Panthers do begin to blow people out, they usually coast after that. Like they blew out Seattle in the first half, and Seattle came back in the second. They didn't score a point in the second half. And I know it bothered the coach. The Denver defense is going to be really crucial in Denver staying in this game, in my opinion. If the Denver defense cannot stop Cam Newton and that offense, I don't know how Denver wins.
Well, I'm hoping for the blowout, but you're right. We do have some issues when we get the lead.
Why do you want a blowout? Why?
Well, being a Panthers fan, you want to win.
Well, okay, I understand that. I was at the Super Bowl in 1988 that there has been a lot of reminiscing about. The Super Bowl in 1988 was San Diego. And it was the Washington Redskins versus the Denver Broncos. And it was a blowout. It ended up being, the Broncos were up 10-0, and the Redskins had the highest scoring second quarter in Super Bowl history. They scored something like 35 points on 18 plays. Doug Williams was the quarterback. Timmy Smith. Nobody had ever heard of Timmy Smith outside core fans of the Redskins. He got the call on game day because George Rogers, number one running back, was injured and couldn't go. So Joe Gibbs went to Doug Williams and said, I want you to tell. And he called him Douglas, by the way. Joe Gibbs called Doug Williams Douglas. He said, Douglas, I want you to tell Timmy he's playing. He'd probably get less nervous if he hears it from you. So Doug goes and tells Timmy Smith that he's playing. And Timmy Smith had a 200-and-some-odd yard game. And that game was over at the end of the second quarter. The number of points, the rapidity. And I was sitting in one of the end zones with a friend from Sacramento for that game. And it was a blowout. It was one of two blowouts that the Broncos were in this. The other one was the 49ers creamed them 55-10. I think in New Orleans, if I have that game right. But this is the game where I'm sitting in an end zone. It was the closed end zone at what was then called the Murph, Jack Murphy Stadium. And Herb Alpert is playing the national anthem. And they're coordinating a flyover of Navy jets from nearby Miramar that were going to fly over the stadium at low altitude at full throttle right as Herb Alpert ended the anthem. Well, from our vantage point, we could see those jets on what was akin to the downwind, or the base leg, then downwind, and turning on a final, and they were flying right towards us. We could see the formation way out there, and it looked to me like they were not going to make it in time. The anthem was going fast. Albert was playing, and the Jets were still far off. And in fact, Albert finished soon. He had to hold that last note forever and ever on his trumpet. Big flag out there waving the entire field, covering the entire field. And this was my first flyby. I had never seen one of these. And these jets went over, and I had such a rush of patriotism. I have never felt anything like it. I just jumped. I was screaming. I started pounding my friend on his back like he couldn't believe I'm screaming. It was the most incredible thing. The timing of that anthem ending and those jets flying over, and they were low, and it was loud, and I could hear back then. It was what I heard was real sound. And I was screaming, and I turned to my buddy long afterwards and said, how in the world can you ever see that and ever vote Democrat? And these two people in front turned around and stared daggers at me. It turns out they were from Washington, and they were huge libs, and they were not happy. And then the Broncos scored first, and it looked like they were going to blow the Redskins out. They scored on an Elway bomb to somebody down in the end zone where we were. And then that second quarter happened, and it was just the most amazing thing. So for some reason, they've been reliving that game because I guess some people say it's got some commonalities. But, man, if the Carolina offense shows up as it has in the playoffs, they're unstoppable. And I don't know that the Denver offense can match them in a shootout. So that's why the Denver defense is going to have to keep Denver in the game. Now, I know that's true of any contest, but it's become an offensive league and an offensive game. That's what I mean. It's going to be the Denver defense is going to have a super above average effort, in my humble opinion, to keep the Broncos in the game. Stranger things have happened, too, so we'll be back. Don't go away.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh.
The big voice on the right.
On the EIB Network.
Are you hiring but not sure where to find the best candidates? As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. I can also tell you that posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with the dozens of different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Just post once, and within 24 hours, watch your candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. ZipRecruiter has been used by over 500,000 businesses, and you can try it right now for free. Getting the right people for your company is so important. Try ZipRecruiter and get your perfect candidate before they go to somebody else. Today, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/rush. That's ZipRecruiter.com/rush. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/rush.
Why do I support Ted Cruz? Because I trust Ted Cruz.
Trust is everything.
You know, everyone here talks about the need to take on Washington. The natural next question is who actually has done so.
He really represents the people. He represents me.
He actually went to Washington, D.C. and did what he told the voters he was going to do.
Who actually has stood up not just to Democrats, but to leaders in our own party.
He's not afraid to say the honest truth, even from the Senate floor, even if it's unpopular.
When millions of Americans rose up against Obamacare, I was proud to lead that fight.
He has been consistent on every issue.
When millions of Americans rose up against Planned Parenthood, I was proud to lead that fight.
I feel as though he is a man of conviction.
I think he's what this country needs.
When I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do exactly what I said I would do.
Paid for by Keep the Promise and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise.com. Keep the Promise is responsible for the content of this advertising.
The Hometown Advantage. It's up and down Main Street. It's also in the office downtown, the factory by the river, and the farm down the road. That's because most folks who work here love living here. They care about this community. They work hard to succeed, and that makes a difference. At EugeneHelpWanted.com, we're proud to work our Hometown Advantage around the clock, connecting local employers to local job seekers. Post your job today on EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work. The Hometown Advantage. You see it in the shops and offices downtown, in our factories, schools, and farms. Jet the accountant has it. So do Corey in IT and Amber, the vet tech. They found local jobs at EugeneHelpWanted.com. It's where local employers find local workers like you, people who care about this community. Search jobs and apply online right now. Get the advantage of finding a job close to home at EugeneHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
You'll feel the love at Garrity in Junction City. This is Shannon Nill inviting you to enjoy over 25 acres of selection and special sweetheart prices on cars, trucks, motorhomes, and trailers. Take a test drive and you'll head home with a long stem rose for your sweetheart. At Garrity, we believe in sharing the love with our employees, our community, and all our friends and neighbors. Enjoy this free rose as our gift to you and your sweetheart. We're also offering special sweetheart prices on hundreds of hard-to-find cars, trucks, and SUVs. You'll love our big city selection and country savings. Plus, you'll never pay any additional dealer markup on every new vehicle on our giant lots. You'll also love over $2.7 million in markdowns on motorhomes, trailers, and fifth wheels. Buy now and you'll be ready for spring and summer camping seasons. Trade in anything and enjoy low-cost bank financing. Sweetheart savings, long stem roses, and hometown treatment. That's only at Garrity, 5 minutes north of the Eugene Airport in Junction City.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at KPNW.com.
No, I've got nothing against Appalachian State, and I got nothing against Denver. I do not have a dog in this fight. It doesn't matter to me who wins. Guy just asked me if I was going to win. My instincts are Carolina, and it's based on no study whatsoever. Purely just reacting to things I've seen so far in the season. Folks, this is a don't doubt me moment, and I'm famous for saying don't doubt me. Now, this has to do with sending flowers this time of year. Do not be the person that thinks that you can score points by not sending them, by coming up with something else. And you can do that, but don't forget to send the flowers. There's nothing to be gained by it. You do not score points by being original. I've tried it. Flowers, even though everybody else is getting them, are expected. It is a tradition. It's a sign. It's deep meaning. So do the flowers and do it the best and do it the easiest for you. 1-800-FLOWERS. Do it right now while you're thinking about it with me. 1-800-FLOWERS, Rose Authority, Rose Experts. This is their prime time. This is their season. They're ready. They cut, they ship the freshest roses you can find directly from the fields. It makes your gift maintain its beauty for a long time. The aroma, it lasts a long time. The arrangement you may want to try today, 18 beautiful red roses in a bouquet, $29.99. It's a good price. $25 off what it would be a week from now, when it's closer to Valentine's Day. Just go to 1-800-Flowers.com from any computer or mobile device that you have with you. 1-800-Flowers.com. Click on the microphone in the upper right corner and type in my name, and you'll get this deal. 18 beautiful red roses in a bouquet, $29.99. 800-Flowers. 1-800-Flowers.com, and use my name. Don in Chicago, great to have you. You're last. I'm glad that you waited, sir. Hello.
Thank you, Rush. You've been educating me since November of 1988, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Really, very much.
The reason the left hates NFL or football in general is because it represents Americana. It represents tradition. It represents loyalty to country and the military. It's the same reason they despise NASCAR, Indy. I go to the Indy 500 every year, Rush, and like you just painted a perfect word picture from the Super Bowl, my heart jumps when they march the military men down the straightaway. Hundreds of them. And then they open up the largest American flag in the world on the first turn in the beautiful green grass. My heart skips a beat. And that's why they despise it.
You know, I have heard he's not the first to offer this opinion. I have people that tell me they don't like football because it's rugged, it's self-reliance, even though it's teamwork, it's patriotic, it's always got the anthem, a giant flag, the military is always there. And I've kind of poo-pooed that. But a lot of people I've had tell me they think that's really what bugs the left about football. It's just too celebratory or American. Back at the 7.
Rush Limbaugh, because we know for you, only the best will do.
On the EIB Network.
You want a Valentine's Day gift that is sure to be a hit? Start with the freshest, largest strawberries of the season and then dip them into incredible chocolate. I'm talking about Sherry's Berries. I love Sherry's Berries. You can get fresh dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries, a half dozen of them, for $19.99. And that is a 40% savings. Or you can double the amount to a dozen strawberries for just $5 more. Just go to berries.com, click on the microphone, and type in my name, Rush. Sherry's Berries are dipped in white milk and dark chocolatey goodness. They are topped with chocolate chips, chopped nuts, or decorated swizzles. Sherry's Berries makes these fresh every day, folks. Ships them overnight with packaging that keeps them fresh, and delivery is always guaranteed. Call 866-FRUIT-02 or visit berries.com. Click on the microphone in the top right corner. Enter the promo code RUSH. That's berries.com, promo code RUSH. Order now.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
How big is Rite Aid's Big Point event? Plenty big. The more participating products you buy with Wellness Plus with Plenty, the more Plenty points you earn through February 27th. Earn 2,000 points when you spend $100, another $1,500 when you get to $150, and yet another $1,500 at $200. That's up to 5,000 Plenty points worth at least $50 in savings. Only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Earning based on total purchases from $131 to $227.16. Limit 5,000 Plenty points per card. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
In 1977, an 8-year-old boy picked up the game of golf from his father. The odds of that same boy winning the U.S. Open twice, 1 in 1.2 billion. The odds of him having a child diagnosed with autism, 1 in 110. Ernie Els encourages you to learn the signs of autism at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
No, I don't think Trump is faded. Why would you? No way. No way. Wait. No. You watch. Not yet. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then, folks.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Hasbro and Mattel have apparently held talks about merging two of the world's biggest toy makers. People familiar with the matter told Bloomberg News that Hasbro approached Mattel about a potential transaction late last year. Mattel has been trying to revive its Barbie business after losing market share in recent years. It's a volatile session on Wall Street as stocks fluctuate between gains and losses. Raw material and industrial shares are gaining as the dollar's weakness boosts commodity prices. Consumer staples and discretionary shares are down the most. Ted Weisberg at Seaport Securities on the market's volatility.
We sort of had a not-so-subtle shift in the love, if you will, for the various sectors. Today, the energy stocks are doing better. The commodity stocks are doing better. I suspect it's all dollar-related.
The Dow Industrial Average is down 7 points at 16,329. S&P 500 down 7 at 1905. The NASDAQ is down 27 points at 4477. I'm Catherine Cowdery, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. A bipartisan energy bill stalls in the U.S. Senate as concern about the Flint water crisis spills over. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern live on Capitol Hill.
Michigan senators want their state to be treated like many others are after natural disasters, asking for hundreds of millions of dollars in emergency aid to replace lead-contaminated pipes in Flint.
A generation of children in Flint are now at risk of severe effects of lead exposure, which can cause long-term development problems.
Democrat Gary Peters and other Democrats are now blocking a comprehensive energy bill after Republicans refuse to include an aid package. Leading Republicans have said it's premature to provide funds for Flint since state and local officials have not fully assessed what they need. Lisa.
Meantime, Jared, House Democrats want another hearing on the Flint water crisis because of who wasn't called to a hearing yesterday, including Michigan's Republican governor. Meantime, AP is reporting emails show the governor's administration knew about a potential link between city water and a surge in Legionnaire's cases months before making it public. Florida's governor adding a fifth county to the state's health emergency over the Zika virus.
We're going to get ahead of this. We're going to make sure our residents are safe, our visitors are safe. We're going to do everything we can to take care of everybody in our state. It's the right thing to do. Always prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Governor Rick Scott says Florida now has 12 Zika cases, all travel related. The biggest health threat is the risk of birth defects. Ben Carson's campaign cutting staff and expenses, but calling it part of a reorganization that started last month.
When I did a deep dive a couple of months ago, there were some irregularities that were found, some inefficiencies that were found, and those have to be addressed.
After finishing fourth in Iowa and trailing in New Hampshire polls, Carson still says he plans to keep going to the GOP convention. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders have the first one-on-one debate tonight. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 100 stunning blooms of love, plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 2222. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 100 colorful blooms of love sent fresh from the fields, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. That's 100 stunning blooms of love, a free glass vase, and free chocolates this week only for just $19.99. And this incredible offer expires this Friday. Valentine's Day is next week. Don't wait. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 2222. That's proflowers.com, secret code 222.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Oregon legislature is considering a climate change bill. Carrie Neeson with Lung Association told lawmakers the health effects of pollution impact everyone.
For those who say addressing climate change is too costly, I say we can't afford to do nothing.
The bill would result in much higher prices for your electricity and fuels. Douglas County Commissioner Susie Morgan says 43% of people in her county struggle to pay their utilities and can't afford the state to do this.
These families can't
can't afford up to a 30% increase in electric and utility bills.
The bill sets goals for the reduction of carbon monoxide. Federal authorities have beefed up security at 3 wildlife refuges in the West amid the ongoing armed occupation of a sister refuge in eastern Oregon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reports no specific threats against those areas, but the agency wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there's still no signs of the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge are about to give up. 4 Portland women accused of stealing more than 50 Fitbit activity trackers from 2 Eugene businesses in one day. The women took the trackers from an AT&T store and an REI on January 13th. Fitbits range in price from $60 to $250. Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's tough being Colin Kaepernick these days. It appears the San Francisco 49ers are gearing up to trade the former starting quarterback in San Francisco. Word is the team that he wants to go to in the Jets doesn't want him. In a related story, a mock draft had Vernon Adams Jr. going to the Niners. His stock has soared after the Shrine game. In that same mock draft, DeForest Buckner went 10th overall to the New York Giants. Oregon men's basketball, the top team in the Pac-12, takes on Colorado, who's in a 4-way tie for second. Sports KPNW.
Ever wish you could read her mind? Like when she texts you,
"Hey, we need to talk."
Wouldn't it be nice to know she really means,
"I'm going out with my friends Saturday. You should go grab pizza and beer and watch the game with the guys."
At ProFlowers, we can't help you read her mind. But with our expertly designed bouquets, guaranteed delivery, and customizable add-ons, we can ensure you deliver the perfect message this Valentine's Day. So when she texts you,
"The roses are beautiful. I love them,"
you'll already know she means it. Let the pros at ProFlowers help you deliver the perfect message and win this Valentine's Day. Right now at ProFlowers, get 1 dozen stunning assorted roses for just $19.99. Plus a glass vase and a box of chocolates free. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this deal, including free chocolates, is to go to proflowers.com. Click on the microphone in the upper right corner and enter promo code 600. That's proflowers.com, code 600.
It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
This is the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Lars Larson.
One of the things that Senator Sanders points to and a lot of your critics point to is you made 3 speeches for Goldman Sachs. You were paid $675,000 for 3 speeches. Was that a mistake? I mean, was that a bad error in judgment?
Look, I made speeches to lots of groups. I told them what I thought. I answered questions.
But did you have to be paid $675,000?
Well, I don't know. That's what they offered.
That's what they offered, and Hillary's for sale, and Wall Street is buying her wholesale. And believe me, her Democrat opponent, Bernie Sanders, is reminding her of that every single day. I know. I watched last night's little town hall so that you didn't have to. Welcome to Conspiracy Theory Thursday from the Radio Northwest Network and the Lars Larson Show. It's honestly provocative talk radio. If you want to join into the conversation, we'll give you an opportunity. Our quick poll today, and this one's a weird one. You know, both of the legislatures are meeting right now, so everybody's life, liberty, and property is at stake. But I framed the question this way because the bill is a little tough to understand. If you want to know how much money your coworkers make, should the state force your boss to tell you? I'm asking it that way because they want to pass a bill in the Washington legislature that would effectively say, if you want to find out what everybody else makes at your workplace, you have the right to do it, and your boss has no right to say no. In fact, if you find it out on his own, if he finds it out, if you find out the information on your own, your boss doesn't even have the right to punish you. Now, I don't know about you, but most of the places I've worked in my life for the last, 40 years in this business, most of the places, they say, we consider it inappropriate for employees to inquire about what everybody else makes on the job. But they say, we want to make sure that everybody gets treated fairly. Now, I want you to imagine this. The average workplace, and all of a sudden somebody says, hey, there's a new law. Let's find out what so-and-so makes. And somebody else doesn't make quite as much. I'll tell you what, I can imagine the potential for trouble. Do you think that's a good idea? I would say no to that question, but you can find the question online at LarsLarson.com. Dimwit Democrat Congressman Earl Blumenauer wants the militia to pay for all the damage from the standoff in Harney County. I have a feeling that Mother Nature is going to repair a lot of it, but if there is damage there, who do you send the bill to? We'll get into that topic as well. And should the government be investigating offensive free speech? There's a former city council member from Ording, Washington, who apparently, well, I don't know about you, but I get an awful lot of emails that you would not send on to anyone else. They are so highly offensive that you just hit the delete key. But this man, a former city council member, forwarded on this email that contained a video to members of the city council. Now, as far as I'm concerned, offensive or not, that's free speech. And the speech of citizens to their government officials is one of the most protected, as far as I'm concerned, kinds of speech. They had him investigated. The city council actually hired an outside investigator to go out and investigate him. I'll tell you more about the story in a moment. Michelle Malkin's going to join me today, a syndicated columnist and the best-selling author of Culture of Corruption, Obama and His Team of Tax Cheats, Crooks, and Cronies. We'll talk to her later on this hour. And in Seattle, they're still investigating the murders at the Jungle. That is the so-called homeless camp, the bum camp, where 2 people were murdered, 3 people were wounded, and now we're finding out that the teenagers who are accused of committing the crime, apparently they're well known to police. All 3 of them have either been accused of crimes or arrested in the past, and they are 13, 16, and 17 years old. Do you know what the police believe they were doing that night in the jungle? They'd gone to the jungle from their mom's tent because she's also a street dweller, and she apparently peddles heroin, black Mexican tar heroin, out of her tent, and she sent the boys down to collect on a debt that somebody owed her for the 100 black. That's how they refer to $100 of the black tar heroin. Senator Mike Padden's going to join us on the latest striking developments from the investigation of the foul-up at Washington Corrections that set loose convicted criminals on the general public, and we'll talk about that as well. A girl arrested at one school in the Northwest because somebody said they thought they saw her with a gun, and when the police investigated, they found no gun, but they arrested her anyway. Apparently, if you think you've seen a gun, that can be a crime. We'll talk about that as well. You probably heard about the terrible training accident that happened back in January involving the deaths of United States Marines in an exercise off Hawaii. One of them is from the Northwest, and we'll talk to his mother a little bit later on during the program. Should Klamath Falls dams be torn out? Even as all the politically correct folks out there are saying we ought to use more renewable resources and alternative forms of energy, they're literally still pushing to have the taxpayers fund the tearing out of dams that currently produce hydroelectric power. And we'll talk about a fight that's going on in Klamath County over whether or not to post a sign saying, "In God We Trust," the same phrase you find on your dollar bill in the county commissioner's meeting room. All of that and your phone calls and emails. You want to jump into the best conversation in talk radio? It happens right here, especially on Conspiracy Theory Thursday. And naysayers always go to the head of the line at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@LarsLarson.com.
That makes a lot of sense, a lot of nonsense.
Right, you're bloody well right. You know you got a right to say.
This is the Northwest Nonsense, presented by the Ryan Group, where they guarantee to sell your house in 29 days or less, or they'll buy it. 29andgone.com.
How much longer do we have to sit for this nonsense?
No left-leaning, dead fish wrapper bias. No mega TV network liberal agenda. Just the cold, hard facts from Lars.
I watched last night's Democrat town hall just so you didn't have to. It featured the two candidates now running neck and neck for the Democrat Party nomination after Iowa. Senator Bernie Sanders promised one man who asked about higher taxes on the middle class he'd pay $500 more but get $5,000 in freebies from the government. Now, I get offers like that every day by email from Nigeria, so I don't know what's so new about Bernie's socialistic idea. Sanders committed defamation against every cop in America by complaining that they resort, he says, to deadly force first instead of last, a charge that is provably untrue, and I think America's police officers and sheriff's deputies ought to call him on it. He also says police forces are too white and that they look like an invading army. More slander. Hillary Clinton stole the credit from her former boss by saying before it was Obamacare, they called it Hillary Care, without mentioning that Hillary Care actually failed miserably. She can have the train wreck of Obamacare if she wants it, but if you pick her, you're stuck with it. Asked about doctor-assisted suicide by a man dying of cancer, the Benghazi bungler told him how important the question was and how glad she was to be asked it. And then she said, I don't have an answer for you. And the prize for the evening, when she was asked why she took $2/3 of $1 million from Goldman Sachs to do 3 speeches, she cried out, because that's what they offered me. Maybe Bernie's right. Hillary is bought and paid for by Wall Street. She also refused to take a position on women registering for the draft. That's an odd one. The only thing Hillary would say assuredly is that she refused to say that she won't send American troops to other countries, except for Iraq and Syria, where she says she never will send American troops. And if that's one of the candidates you're planning to vote for, by all means, be a naysayer today and call the show. 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Follow me on Twitter at Lars Larson Show, on Facebook, The Lars Larson Show, and send emails to the Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The integrity of your foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCV number 94222, Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Hey, you know I pull some long hours at work, and I like to have fun on the weekend. And guess what happens when you're my age? You get a few puffs and bags under your eyes. They're the hardest things to get rid of. Introducing Genucell Plant Stem Cell Therapy from Chamonix, specifically targeting eye puffiness and bags. Due to new technology, Genucell is an incredibly powerful all-natural serum. I use it, and with its instant effects, it's guaranteed to show results in as little as 12 hours or your money back. That's right. Users saw results in 12 hours with dramatic improvement in 2 weeks. Call right now to try Genucell risk-free just in time for Valentine's Day. Say goodbye to all those bags. 800-525-6553. That's 1-800-525-6553. Say goodbye to puffiness and bags today. Call in the next 20 minutes and get the legendary Esotique face cream absolutely free just for trying Genucel today. 800-525-6553. 1-800-525-6553.
Adults need shots too. Flu, pneumonia, shingles, dangerous to older adults, sometimes deadly. Keep yourself and others safe. Get your flu shot. If you're 65 or older, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about pneumonia and shingles shots. Pneumonia is the top cause of older adult hospital stays and deaths. Half who live to 85 get shingles. Find a shot clinic at vaccine.healthmap.org or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. Provided by the Oregon Immunization Program and Health Insight under contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
We have one of the finest pool and spa designers in America right here in our region. The Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, they all recognize it. I do as well. I'm talking about Anderson Pool Works. Natural pools, spas, rockery. I'll tell you what I told Oregon State and the University of Arizona when they asked me about Anderson Pool Works. These guys are the best. Dana and Brody Anderson have continued the outstanding design and construction that their parents started so many years ago. Whether it's a water feature you want or an in-ground installation of a pool or a spa or a swim spa like us, these guys are the designers and they have the best construction and the best people. If you need someone to just service and maintain your existing pool, do what we do. Go with Anderson Pool Works. They're my go-to. Sit down with Anderson Pool Works. Get busy dreaming on what your backyard can be. Like the Blazers, the Ducks, and the Beavers, or the University of Arizona, and myself. It all starts the same way. Starts with a phone call to Anderson Pool Works. 503-625-5628. That's 503-625-5628. Or online at andersonpoolworks.com.
CCB 125440.
Hi, I'm Kelly Clarkson, and I've toured the country dozens of times, and there's one thing every state has in common: childhood hunger. The sad truth is that 17 million kids don't know where their next meal is coming from, or if it's even coming at all. Yet there are billions of pounds of surplus food around the country at farms and warehouses that could help end this injustice. But all that food is useless if it doesn't get where it needs to go. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids before it goes to waste. But they can't do it without your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank. Find out how at feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together we're Feeding America.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Glad to have you with me from Seattle to Ashland, from Enterprise, Oregon to Coos Bay, from Klamath Falls all the way to our friends in Spokane. Glad to have you on board. If you want to jump in on the conversation on a Conspiracy Theory Thursday, it's 866-439-5277. Ron is on the line in Bend listening on KBND. Hey, Ron, welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Thank you, sir. I beg to differ with you about the difference between $500 and $5,000 that Bernie mentioned to that gentleman. Now, I don't know if it's economically possible to do what Bernie says, but there is one thing that might come of that.
What's that?
I have what they call a blue chip medical plan. And the CEO of that medical plan, that private insurance company, health insurance, she gets $15 to $20 million a year the last time I checked.
Yep.
And I'm not going to be around too much longer because I got a bum heart. But I would like to live long enough to see her have to go to work for a living.
Okay, now, Ron, hold on a second. Do you deny to any American the right to negotiate for whatever wage they can get?
That's the familiar argument.
Well, I'm just asking because...
And it's bogus.
Ron, okay, now tell me why it's bogus. If someone says that they're a movie actor, some movie actors are worth $20 million a picture. Some movie actors are worth nothing. and every place in between. If somebody is a basketball star, football star, baseball star, golf star, if somebody rides rodeo, they can negotiate for whatever they can get in a negotiation. I know people who are highly in demand as welders, and they demand a very high rate. They get a much better rate than other people. So you're arguing about the compensation of the CEO, but I take exception when you say I mischaracterized Bernie's comments. Bernie Sanders last night offered this man who asked him, are you going to raise my taxes? He said, yeah, we're going to raise your taxes $500, but we're going to give you $5,000 worth of benefits. Now, how does that pencil out, and how does that make sense to you?
Because in previous interviews, that $5,000 savings is going to come from him not having to pay a private insurance company.
Who's going to pay it?
So that my CEO can have $15 to $20 million in compensation.
Ron, who's going to pay the difference? Because if you took every CEO, like Moda Healthcare, which has 129,000 group health insurance policies. Now, I made noises about the fact that they paid their CEO $14 million, but I said it because the company has been losing money year after year, and his paycheck has gone up. So I would argue that if you can produce results, whether you're a movie star or a corporate executive or an NBA player, you should be able to get whatever you can negotiate for. But if you were to take those 129,000 group policies, which may represent 10 or 20 workers or 200 or 300 workers in a workplace, and you were to cut the entire CEO salary of $14 million in the most recent year and spread it across 129,000 group policies, and among, however many people are in each group, 10 or 20 or 50, the money that would come back by cutting that CEO's whole paycheck might be a penny per employee. It might actually be fractions of a penny. So I think your math is off.
It might change the whole system.
How?
But you know what?
How would it change the system? By saying we are no longer going to reward the people who are successful at running companies with big paychecks and the people who are unsuccessful with small paychecks.
See, that's the same argument that says we got to give these billionaires tax credits or tax cuts.
No, now you're changing the subject. You're changing it from compensation to taxes. If somebody in your town of Bend, who's the best home builder in Bend? Or pick a field of endeavor. Do you know somebody who's the best at something in Bend?
Lars, in America, it's the winners versus the losers, and the game is rigged.
Can I tell you something? Do you think that, let me ask you a couple of questions and I'll show you what I mean. Do you think Bill Gates could be considered a winner?
Yeah, in what he does?
Yeah, we're talking about what he does. You brought up the subject of compensation. Now, he became a billionaire. How many millionaires were made by Bill Clinton becoming a billionaire? And how many people who weren't millionaires still made really good-sized paychecks for working for the company that he created and where he created the success that allowed all these people, tens of thousands of people, to earn really healthy paychecks? So when you say it's the winners versus the losers, generally when there are winners, the benefits also translate to a lot of other people who work around them.
I'm not going to defend the Clintons. Bill is the one who signed the legislation.
Well, the Clintons are just scamming.
I know they are.
I'm sorry.
The one who signed.
Did I say Bill Gates, Bill Clinton instead of Bill Gates? I meant Bill Gates.
I think you said Clinton.
It's my mistake. I meant Bill Gates, who actually has created jobs. So tell me this, Ron. Can you tell me how you're going to deliver $5,000 in benefits to people by having them pay $500? Because if somebody came to me and said, Lars, if you give me $500 right now, I'll give you $5,000 at the end of the month or the end of the year, I would assume it was a scam or illegal.
That's a good setup, but I can't answer that because I'm neither an economist nor a...
Well, hold on. Do you have to do something more than third-grade math to say if somebody gives you $500, how are they going to deliver you $5,000 worth of benefits?
If people did not have to pay the exorbitant amounts that go to the private insurance companies, which, by the way, are the ones who are running the death panels, who decided you didn't get the benefit for it because you had a pre-existing condition, they would be saving as much more money than they're saving.
Do you have home insurance? Do you have homeowners insurance on your house?
Sure.
Is that a ripoff?
Well, no, because I'm getting the homeowners insurance with a company that I got through the military.
I know, but let me ask you something. How much have you paid, do you think, over the years in homeowners insurance? How much do you pay every year?
I have no idea.
$100, $500, $1,000?
I do not know.
All right.
I would have to go look up.
Would it be fair to guess that you've paid at least thousands of dollars to that company, and you have maybe tens of thousands, depending on how long you've owned your home? How much have you ever collected from that homeowner's insurance?
Thinking back, a lot.
A lot?
A lot.
Really? Because you've had your house destroyed or burned down or something?
Oh, not destroyed, but I've had some damages along the way.
Do you think the amount you've been paid in claims exceeds the amount you've paid in premiums?
No, of course not.
Of course not. Now, you say it's exorbitant for the health insurance companies to charge all that money. You know, the fact is, I think that, let me guess, you're not going to vote for a Republican this year.
This may be the first year I don't vote for president. I look at the sorry bunch on both sides, and I think we're in a pre-meltdown condition in our politics.
And you believe that Bernie Sanders, he wants to have it be single payer, so the government will run the health insurance system. You believe they will run it better than the private sector?
I think that could be true.
Can you name me one enterprise that the United States government runs that runs well?
Yeah, the one I was the Marine Corps and the
Marine Corps, which is all volunteers who are underpaid and equipped, but they are equipped with private sector weapons. Can you name anything else the government? Is the post office run well? Is Amtrak run well? Is the DMV run well? Can you name anything else the government runs well that's an enterprise that interacts with the public?
Let me tell you about weapons.
Say it quick.
There's an old saying.
Well, now you're changing the subject, and unfortunately, I'm up against a break. I wanted to get you to answer it quick. I don't think the government runs anything well, and the private sector does a whole lot better. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 1 dozen assorted roses plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the microphone in the right corner, and enter code 1515. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers. You pick the delivery date, and it's guaranteed. 1 dozen stunning assorted roses, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 days for $19.99. And will include a vase for free. Fresh flowers, guaranteed delivery, and add-ons to complete your gift. Pro Flowers has everything you need to win Valentine's Day. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this amazing Valentine's Day deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 1515. That's proflowers.com, secret code 1515.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's, Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
This Saturday, Subaru of Bend invites you to Hoodoo's 34th Annual Winter Carnival. The family-style winter celebration is Hoodoo's premier event of the season. At Hoodoo's Winter Carnival, there's something for everyone. A pie eating contest, snow sculptures, dummy downhill, torchlight parade, live bluegrass music by Alder Street Band, and fireworks to end the evening. No other mountain offers this much fun on the snow in one place. Make your ski season count and celebrate everything winter at Hoodoo's Winter Carnival this weekend. Presented by Subaru of Bend.
Hi, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. You'll find stores galore to spruce up your home. From cabinets to carpeting, furniture to flooring, lighting to landscaping. Maybe it's time to splurge on a comfy new mattress or a soothing hot tub. Perk up your place with new paint or pillows. Treat yourself and your home by heading over to West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Go West, home improvers. Go West.
They put their lives on the line for you, and now you can help them. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America needs volunteers. As a volunteer, you can help out at events throughout the year, whether it's manning a booth at a fair or helping with sporting or recreation activities for the vets. You can even just answer phones. The OPVA assists vets who are paralyzed or dealing with other mobility impairments. To volunteer or donate, call 503-362-7998, 503-362-7998, or visit OregonPVA.org.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene student? Join the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program. Be a friend. Support a middle schooler this year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Lissera. Drug company CEO Martin Shkreli taking the fifth during an appears before House panel over price hikes for life-saving drug. Shkreli taking heat over raising the price of the drug by 5,000%.
Representative Elijah Cummings called it blood money.
It's not funny, Mr. Shkreli. People are dying, and they're getting sicker and sicker.
Shkreli called members of Congress imbeciles after he left the hearing.
Adam Shapiro with the Fox Business Network. More cases of the Zika virus reported in Florida.
Florida now reports 12 travel-related cases of Zika virus infection in the state, with one popping up in the Fort Lauderdale area. Florida's Governor Rick Scott is ordering the purchase or acquisition of thousands of antibody test kits.
Fox's Evan Brown in Miami. A pregnant woman in Spain reported to have the virus. Officials there say she likely was infected when she traveled to Colombia. Fox News, we report, you decide.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London, weekdays 6 a.m. to 9. And Lars Larson now. We're 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be with you. Glad to get to your calls in a while at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. I'm always pleased if somebody compliments me on my debating skills, although usually people say in a disparaging way. But there's one woman I know never to get into a debate on, and the only thing that would save me in a debate like that is the fact that Michelle Malkin and I think, see eye to eye on just about everything out there. She is a syndicated columnist and the best-selling author most recently of Culture of Corruption, Obama and his team of tax cheats, crooks, and cronies. Michelle, good to have you back on the program.
Lars, thanks for having me back. It's always a pleasure to join you.
Listen, I'm going to throw a curve at you right now before we get to the Zika virus, because about 5 minutes ago, my producer let me know, CNBC just tweeted out that the White House is apparently going to propose a $10 per barrel fee, not a tax, fee on oil in the United States. And I wanted to get your quick hip shot reaction to that.
Yeah, the populist White House, which always crusades for the best interests of American consumers and American workers, doing their best to make life even more difficult than it already has been. But this is no surprise from an administration that has bent over backwards to impose these fees, taxes, whatever you want to call them, to forge basically their far left progressive environmental agenda, and this is just part and parcel of that. Wow, the one thing you can say about Obama is this guy, as lackadaisical as he may seem with all of the golf trips and Hawaii vacations, is working really hard to the end of the finish line, to the end of his tenure, to make things worse for the American people. Wow, I hadn't heard that.
America it literally came out a few minutes ago, and I don't know the price of oil, but I think it's around $30 right now. But that would effectively be a 33% increase in taxes on the cost of oil, which translates right through to the gas pump and hits every single American in the wallet, just as they're starting to enjoy sub-$2 gasoline prices.
Yeah, well, it would be nice if some of these GOP candidates would, get on the ball on things like this. But unfortunately, my experience has been on reporting on many of these guys over the last couple of decades that many of them agree with exactly this kind of agenda. That's the problem with so much of the progressive GOP establishment and why the state of the GOP primary is in such chaos as it is.
Hey, Michelle, you wrote most recently, and I love the way you write. I mean, you're very inventive. I wish I could be this good. Latin America's Zika virus is the latest undocumented immigrant to hit our shores, but have no fear. Self-appointed Zika warrior Prince Charles Schumer has declared that he is here to stop it. He has a 3-point plan of attack to build a firewall that will prevent an outbreak of a mosquito-borne illness from spreading across our mainland. I guess it'd be laughable if it didn't have such catastrophic effects of the people it infects.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I do have to snigger and snicker, otherwise I would be weeping every single day at the spectacle of open border zealots. The likes of Chuck Schumer are really sort of hard to top. The Gang of Eight architect and puppet master, all of a sudden now realizing that walls, whether they be virtual firewalls or concrete barriers or some kind of fence, are actually valuable when you want to screen out things like, global communicable diseases that come from hotspots that send 15 to 20% of the illegal alien population here. And I think that to me, the tone deafness and the lack of self-awareness, or maybe I'm giving them too much credit. The fact is that these people talk out of both sides of their mouths, and they can do so easily with their policy cognitive dissonance. But especially when you have these open borders Democrats in collaboration with these big business Republicans who have been trying to foist massive blanket amnesties that would not only endanger our national security, but also our public safety and health, for them to come out and hold these dog and pony press conferences now pretending to care about the consequences of who gets in and how, give me a break.
I'm talking to Michelle Malkin, who's the author most recently of Culture of Corruption, Obama and his team of tax cheats, cronies, and crooks. So, Michelle, what does it say then that now the Republican Party is starting the drumbeat? They've realized that Jeb Bush is effectively a political dead man walking, but Marco Rubio, he can be their champion, and he can make sure that the amnesty policies that he's supported in the past are delivered to please both Republican mainstream and also the Democrats.
Yeah, make no mistake, and I understand that some of my friends on the right, longtime friends of mine, have fallen for the charade that somehow Marco Rubio is not the establishment candidate, when, of course, they're all falling all over themselves, not only to put gobs of cash into his campaign coffers, but also to do everything that they can to make sure that he's the one that goes up against Hillary Clinton. And a lot of the talking points you'll hear are about how he made a teeny tiny mistake on the Gang of Eight immigration abomination. And remember that this is not just a massive piece of legislation, 1,200 pages, that would have granted, in effect, blanket amnesty to millions of illegal aliens, but also would have massively expanded a lot of the temporary guest worker programs that are sabotaging our best and brightest high-skilled workers in favor of cheap foreign labor and a pipeline that both Facebook and Microsoft and all of these Silicon Valley companies have enjoyed. So Rubio was not just somebody who mistakenly voted the wrong way. He was behind the scenes. He was plotting strategy with Dick Durbin. He was in the back rooms with Chuck Schumer, and so were Rubio's immigration lawyers and counsels who were employed and who were set to make so much money off this. The Gang of Eight plan has been dubbed, jokingly but realistically, as a permanent pension plan for left-wing immigration lawyers. And Marco Rubio made the wrong decision and was fronting and peddling this monstrosity, and people like Ted Cruz were on the right side. That is the bottom line when you cut through the smoke screen and all of the rhetoric that you're hearing now.
Michelle, do you think there's a realization among average American families who don't pay as much attention to politics as you and I do, that as they're sitting there putting their pennies away to save money for their kids' college, and every politician is saying, oh, every kid should go to college, that they're training for jobs that are being actively undercut right now by tens of thousands, soon perhaps to be a couple of 100,000 H-1B visas. So we're going to import people to do the low-end work and do it at either better wages or they'll work harder. And we're going to import people to do the smart work, the educated work. What's going to be left for Americans?
Not much. And Lars, you've just hit the nail on the head here. It's why the message that I've been trying to send for years now is resonating, not just with, your traditional Fox News viewers, but people who are way smarter than that and who transcend the usual partisan lines. Because, of course, this big government, big business alliance, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce types, along with your La Raza types, they all align on this strange constellation of people who do not put American workers' interests first, do not put American sovereignty first. And on the other side, you have people who are very aware of what's going on. They do not adhere to the GOP establishment line. They're sick of people like Rubio and all of these D.C. front groups, many of them funded by or supported by the likes of Karl Rove. And this was the theme of the book that I just put out last November called Sold Out, that talks about the H-1B racket and other temporary guest worker rackets. My co-author, John Miano, is a former computer software programmer who saw this decades ago and who became a lawyer himself to represent U.S. workers who've been harmed by this. And now, of course, we've got Disney workers who are suing that entertainment giant, and it's so hard to get their message out, in part because you've got places like Disney that own ABC News that squash the story. They're going to be sponsoring the debate on Saturday in New Hampshire. You think these questions are going to come up? Bad chance.
I mean, that is the truth, that there's a tie in there. Can you imagine one of the moderators on Saturday night saying, hey, what about this H-1B visa, and doesn't this put tech jobs, STEM jobs, at risk, even as you're proposing that American kids should go out and, put in all the skull sweat and the tuition to get a STEM degree?
Yeah, bingo. And here I really have to appeal to my fellow parents of young kids that are going through the education system right now. I've got a son that we're homeschooling. I've got a daughter who is interested in a STEM field. And you've got Bill Gates and Michael Bloomberg and Marco Rubio and all the smarty pants telling us to get our kids into STEM fields while they stab our kids in the back collaborating on massive H-1B visa expansions. And at the same time, you've got the mainstream media, gullible media, or feckless collaborating media trying to foist this myth that there's a great American worker shortage in STEM fields. It's absolute nonsense. We totally debunk that in the book. And all nonpartisan, independent, academic, rigorous research shows that has been a big pile of hooey that's been propagated by these deep-pocketed open borders groups for the last 25 years.
She is the author most recently of Culture of Corruption. And by the way, Michelle, thanks for coming all the way out to the Northwest for the Oregon Freedom Rally this weekend. I know a lot of people are going to want to come and see you, buy your book, get them signed by you, and hear what you've got to say. Thanks so much for coming on the program.
Lars, thank you so much. Can't wait to see everyone. Bye-bye.
Michelle Malkin with us. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
In
In February, Sherry's pie lovers are faced with a tough decision. Which award-winning Sherry's Classic Pie to order during our sale price, just $8.99? Do you choose good old Granny's apple or pure peach perfection? Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry, or my favorite, chocolate cream supreme? The list goes on, but I can't. What I can do is suggest you stop by Sherry's Cafe and Pies today and pick up several classic Sherry's pies while they're still on sale.
I'm thinking if Thomas Jefferson were around today, he'd go to Sleep Train because, well, first off, Thomas Jefferson knew his mattresses. And secondly, they're having the big President's Day sale going on at Sleep Train Mattress Centers. And I think Thomas Jefferson, being a pretty smart guy and one of the founding fathers, would have said to himself, why, yes, I'd like to save some money. During the President's Day sale right now, you can save up to $300 on Beauty Rest and Posturepedic mattress sets. Save on twin, full, queen, and king-sized, among others.
I'm thinking Jefferson would go Tempur-Pedic because he'd like saving the $300, but even if he didn't consume his whole day with the movable base, he loved the 3 years interest-free financing, and you will too. No money down on Tempur-Pedic and Beauty Rest Black Hybrid, a Sleep Train luxury exclusive with cooling memory foam and pocketed coils so you get the best of both worlds. Available only at Sleep Train at approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. The President's Day sale going on right now. It's Sleep Train.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
It's the Regency Factory Fireplace event at Ambassador Fireplaces. Up to $2,150 in savings on select gas, wood, pellet stoves, or inserts. Increase your home's efficiency and get cash incentives from the Energy Trust of Oregon. February 5th and 6th, AmbassadorFireplaces.com for more information. CCB 121469.
18 incredible restaurants, 18 cheesy choices as the Kendall Auto Group and 1120 KPNW present the second annual Grilled Cheese Experience, a benefit for Food for Lane County. From February 1st to the 15th, visit as many of our restaurants as you can and taste their respective takes on the grilled cheese sandwich. Places like the Cornbread Cafe, Fisherman's Market, and the Vintage. $1 to $2 from each item sold will benefit Food for Lane County. Get info on the Cheesy Passport, plus a list of all our restaurants by going to kpnw.com.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services.
If you owe for back taxes, payroll taxes, or if you've not filed, the IRS will search you out. They are the most powerful collection agency in the world. One call to Wall & Associates, and your tax problems can be solved. Listen.
I was worried I would lose my house. Wall met with me in person.
I was scared. Wall & Associates got my levy released in 48 hours.
They settled my back tax debt for a fraction of what I owed.
At Wall, we solve tax problems. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. You always speak with a live person.
I never had to talk to the IRS again.
Wall stopped my wage garnishment.
Wall solved my back tax problems for a fraction of what I owed.
Call Wall & Associates now for a free face-to-face consultation. Call 800-467-6127. That's 800-467-6127. 800-467-6127.
I'm home, honey.
In the den.
Are you sick?
No. I'm rehearsing.
What?
It's almost flu season. We need a flu drill. I'm going first.
Oh, you are something.
Could you rub my feet, change the TV channel, and bring me some pistachios and a beer?
Jerry.
Use the ice-cold mug in the freezer.
There is no need for a flu drill.
This is going to be a bad flu season.
Yeah, but we're not going to get the flu.
Like you can prevent that. The goddess of good health, huh?
No, I'm the one who scheduled flu shots for all of us.
You nuts. If we get the actual flu shot, we'll get the flu.
That is an old wives' tale. They no longer use the live virus. It's synthetic. We get the shot, and we remember to wash our hands and take other precautions, and we stay healthy and help stop the spread of germs.
Well, you and the kids do it. I'm not getting any shots.
Okay, then you just stay by yourself in the treehouse.
Treehouse?
Yeah, until flu season's over.
Okay, just don't hide the ladder this year.
We'll see.
This message is brought to you by Ears, because the Eugene area radio stations believe that supporting a healthy community makes a strong community.
Have you ever wanted to reach out and make a positive difference for children who live in a third world country orphanage? Well, for 26 years, the Tracy's Lost Orphanage Fund, whose founders live in Douglas County, has taken care of children in 5 Mazatlan, Mexico orphanages. Now, 100% of every donation goes directly to help the children. Nothing 0 is taken away from any donation for administration. And Trace Eastloss Orphanage Fund has mission weeks where donors actually visit the orphanages. They share time with the children and make improvements to those orphanages. If you'd like to help provide nourishing food, medical, and educational needs every day to 133 plus children, visit orphanagefunds.org. That's www.orphanagefunds.org and learn how you can help and how you can participate. The Trace Eastloss Orphanage Fund. Real children, real opportunities to help.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Lars Larson, always welcoming those who disagree.
Please welcome in no particular order.
Welcome, naysayers, to the Lars Larson Show.
Welcome back to the program. I do like the naysayers, and Bill is on the line right now from Seattle, listening on Talk Radio 570 KVI. Bill, where do you and I disagree?
I think where we disagree, Lars, first of all, let me tell you where we agree. One, you and I live in probably the prettiest cities in the country. You live in Portland, I believe?
I live in Vancouver. I live over in Vancouver, Washington, but you're right. The whole Northwest is just jewel perfect, except for the liberals.
Okay, so you're talking to one of them. So here's where we...
God bless you and your confusion.
All right, and you too, Lars. So let me explain this. Have you traveled outside the Vancouver, Portland area, just say in the last 3 or 4 years, through the Midwest and some of our large cities are simply crumbling?
Yes.
Have you seen this hand up close?
Yes, they're very badly managed by mostly Democrat elected officials. Yes, you're right. It's terrible. If we could only get some Republicans to run Chicago, we could take the murder rate down to almost nothing.
Well, okay, you're focusing on one city. I happen to agree with you on Chicago, but I'm talking about in general. Our cities are crumbling. If you could...
Well, they're badly... Look, if your next-door neighbor doesn't maintain his house, is that because your next-door neighbor doesn't have enough money, or because, in many cases, he spends his money on other things? And the same affliction comes to public officials. If your neighbor says, I've got money for lattes, for a nice car, for a nice cell phone, but I can't afford to paint my house, you know he's full of baloney.
Lars, that is such a silly analogy. That's not
it is? Why?
We're talking about, of course.
Maintaining a city is just a large-scale version of maintaining anything you maintain. If you have a house and you don't paint it, and you don't put a roof on it, and you don't keep it in good repair, it falls apart. If you have a city and you don't pay to maintain it. Now, when the cities say we have money for this and that and all these fun projects, we have money for, cultural competency coordinators. Portland right now is about to spend $115,000 on a Syrian Muslim refugee coordinator, $115,000 for that. But they haven't tested the rape kits that are backed up in shelves, about 2,000 of them that have never been run through the process to catch the rapist. Which one do you think is more important, a Syrian Muslim refugee coordinator or testing rape kits?
Lars, let's go back to your analogy about the neighbors.
Okay, we'll go back to the neighbors.
Let's go back to your neighbors, my neighbors. Let's say that in 15 years ago, the jobs in the area simply dried up and they're gone, and so there's no reason to either. If you're living there, you're living...
There's a reason for them drying up, though, and you're ignoring that. Do you know why they dried up?
You know as well as of course they do. Ronald Reagan outsourced most of the jobs.
Ronald Reagan didn't outsource the jobs. High taxes and crazy regulations have outsourced the jobs. Believe me, do you know why Apple has almost all its profits stored in Ireland? Because America has the highest corporate tax rates on the planet. Now, I know, you live in a sales tax state. Oregon is an income tax state. Why do you think a whole bunch of people come from Washington State to Oregon or Idaho, but mostly Oregon, to buy things? Because they avoid the tax. It's why Apple went to Ireland. It's why all of these companies are doing that. And you say, no, it was an evil president who died years ago. God bless him, but he died years ago. And you say, he's the man who made all the jobs leave. No, when you make the conditions nasty enough for business, people move. Why do you think the restaurant jobs are going away from Seattle? Because they raised the minimum wage to $15, and a lot of the restaurants said, we can't make that pencil. If you make the
Seattle's thriving. But let me go back.
No,
to
Seattle's thriving, but in the last 12 months, they've lost 1,000 restaurant jobs in a vibrant city that has a growing economy, but it has a declining restaurant job base. Why? Because the restaurants are saying, we aren't doing that. We're going to move away from that. That's what anybody
you're moving
does.
Around too. Hey, Lars, you're moving too quick for me. Let's go back to Apple. Okay, as a businessman, I own a business in Seattle. I don't have the right to park my money in Ireland.
Sure you do. You could form a corporation, and you could, but you'd have to make some money overseas. If you made money in Canada, and the United States said, if you bring that money back, we're going to hit it with the highest corporate tax rate in the world, which, by the way, is about 20 points higher than Canada, you'd say, then I'm going to leave it in the bank in downtown Vancouver, Canada. I'm no dummy. You got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Northwest Burger inside the Fifth Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, make for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
If just one step could change the future of diabetes, why wouldn't you step out? Join us at Step Out, Walk to Stop Diabetes. Bring your friends, family, and coworkers to walk with thousands of people across the country and help us make a difference. Together, we can stop diabetes. Register today at diabetes.org/stepout or call 1-888-DIABETES. Let's change the future, one step at a time.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are fluctuating after a rally in crude oil faded. Raw material and industrial shares are higher as the dollar's weakness boosts commodity prices and optimism for stronger profits for multinational companies. Consumer companies are the worst performers, with Ralph Lauren tumbling the most ever after cutting its annual forecast. Tony Dwyer, U.S. equity strategist at Canaccord Genuity, on this volatility.
How could anybody possibly trade this kind of volatility? And this is typically what happens when you're in the bottoming process. We believe that you've seen the worst of the damage because the U.S. shouldn't go into recession.
The Dow Industrial Average is up 66 points at 16,404. The S&P 500 up 2 points at 1914. The Nasdaq is higher by 5 at 4509. Sports Authority is said to be preparing for bankruptcy as it faces a debt payment due in 10 days. That's according to people with knowledge of the matter. They say that Sports Authority is mapping out a plan to close as many as 200 of its more than 450 stores under the bankruptcy plan. I'm Catherine Cowdery, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Called to a hearing on price gouging in the pharmaceutical industry, ex-drug company chief Martin Shkreli shows up with a smirk and takes the fifth.
I intend to use the advice of my counsel, not yours.
Shkreli, who's been condemned for hiking the price of one life-saving drug and faces separate securities fraud charges, appearing unaffected by lawmakers' outrage and admonitions. Top Democrat on the committee, Elijah Cummings.
The way I see it, you can go down in history as the poster boy for greedy drug company executives, or you can change the system.
Shkreli was dismissed less than an hour into the hearing. Donald Trump says he wouldn't be beholden to drug companies if elected president.
I don't take the donations, and so I'm self-funding, essentially, self-funding my campaign, meaning when it comes time to negotiate the cost of drugs, we're going to negotiate like crazy, folks.
One of 6 Republicans holding 24 events in New Hampshire today. For the top 2 Democrats, it's debate night in Durham, New Hampshire, where Fox News Radio's Bill Marcus is live.
Lisa, the debate starts in 5 hours. The 800 tickets for students not yet determined. One of those who'd like to be in the audience is Olivia. She says her family in Rhode Island supports Hillary Clinton, but she'd like to see for herself. Some of the conservative students are reticent to talk. When I mentioned to one conservative woman that a lot of students here want Democrat socialist Bernie Sanders, this was her response.
That's because they want the free college, which will never happen either.
Voters in New Hampshire's primary are allowed to cross party lines. Lisa?
Thanks, Bill. The White House just confirming the president will propose a $10 per barrel tax on oil companies to help fund more green transportation projects. Stocks turn higher at the end. The Dow up 80 points. The S&P and the Nasdaq also higher. Oil prices slipped back below $32 a barrel. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Valentine's Day is next week, and Pro Flowers is offering an amazing deal. 100 stunning blooms of love, plus a free glass vase for just $19.99. And this week only, we will also include chocolates for free. Go to proflowers.com, click on the blue radio microphone in the upper right corner, and enter the secret code 2222. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. Order now from Pro Flowers to get huge savings, plus pick the delivery date and it's guaranteed. 100 colorful blooms of love sent fresh from the fields, guaranteed to stay fresh and beautiful for at least 7 full days. That's 100 stunning blooms of love, a free glass vase, and free chocolates this week only for just $19.99. And this incredible offer expires this Friday. Valentine's Day is next week. Don't wait. The only way to get this amazing deal is to visit proflowers.com. Click on the blue microphone in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 2222. That's proflowers.com, secret code 222.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Oregon legislature is considering a climate change bill. Carrie Neeson with the Lung Association told lawmakers the health effects of pollution impact everyone.
For those who say addressing climate change is too costly, I say we can't afford to do nothing.
The bill would result in much higher prices for your electricity and fuels. Douglas County Commissioner Susie Morgan says 43% of people in her county struggle to pay their utilities and can't afford the state to do this.
These families can't afford up to a 30% increase in electric and utility bills.
The bill sets goals for the reduction of carbon monoxide. Federal authorities have beefed up security at 3 wildlife refuges in the West amid the ongoing armed occupation of a sister refuge in eastern Oregon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reports no specific threats against those areas, but the agency wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there's still no signs of the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge are about to give up. 4 Portland women accused of stealing more than 50 Fitbit activity trackers from 2 Eugene businesses in one day. The women took the trackers from an AT&T store and an REI on January 13th. Fitbits range in price from $60 to $250. Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The barn is shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
The vet had them on antibiotics as well as steroids. Nothing worked.
The vet had given him a cortisone.
The vet prescribed an antihistamine.
The vet said that he had allergies.
The vet thought that Molly was just old.
The vet didn't know what to do.
The vet offered no success at all.
We probably spent at least $5,000 in that bill.
I heard about Dinovite on this radio station. DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000.
I just called my wife. I said, dear, you got to check out Dinovite.
The omega-3 fatty acids, zinc. There's flaxseed oil, the seaweed, the kelp.
6 days later, my dog's ear problems were cured.
The shedding has stopped and the itching has stopped.
Tons of energy, no more bad smell. Everything we tried failed except the Dinovite.
The vet noticed that Sundance has a glossy coat now.
My vet was completely blown away. 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
He's the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment, and don't worry, naysayers, we will get to you as well. Glad to have you with me live on the Radio Northwest Network. It is Conspiracy Theory Thursday, and as one of my emailers pointed out after hearing Hillary Clinton in last night's Democrat town hall meeting, he said, well, Hillary Clinton clearly cannot be bought, but she can be obtained rent to own. And apparently that's what Wall Street is doing with her right now. Although I don't know why all the criticism for Wall Street. Wall Street is part of America. It's almost as though you're taking money from something unsavory. Frankly, I think Wall Street is a legitimate part of American business. But for the Democrats, it's toxic because Bernie Sanders says you're evil if you take money from all those Wall Street guys. Senator Mike Padden joins me now, who represents Spokane in the Washington State Legislature. Senator Padden, thanks for taking the time again so soon. We just had you on last week talking about the crazy stuff going on at the Department of Corrections, and now you've found out new things.
That's right, Lars. We found out that some of the problems here go back to July 3rd of 2002, when at least the Department of Corrections knew, hey, we got a math problem. The court case had come out, and they knew they had to recalculate a whole bunch of sentences. And obviously they didn't do it correctly way back then.
And in case people don't remember, the effect of that math problem that the Department of Corrections in Washington State was having, that more than 3,000 convicted criminals were set free on the streets of Washington cities because the folks at the Department of Corrections had a screwed up computer problem. So how is it that they knew about it earlier and you didn't know that they knew about it earlier? Does that mean DOC has been hiding something from the legislature?
Well, what we found out through the records request that we made, and we received a string of emails on July 3rd, 2002. So, and at that time, some key people, the head of the Department of Corrections, Governor Locke's legal advisor, an attorney general that advised them, all realized that, hey, we might have to do, one of them said, hundreds of thousands of hand calculations. And so the problem was there as a result of this decision. They ended up not doing the hand calculations and in turn started down the trail, which resulted, as I mentioned previously to you, Lars, of both Lindsey Hill and Cesar Medina, who are now deceased, at the hands of prisoners that should have been incarcerated.
Senator, here's the part, and again, I'll admit my total lack of information or education on corrections issues. But how complicated could it be if you have Joe Criminal, who was convicted of murder, rape, whatever he's convicted of, and you have the jacket he has in the prison, so that his file that shows what he was put in for and what the sentence was. If he was sentenced in, just to make the math easier for me, if he was sentenced in 2006, 10 years ago, to a 15-year sentence, and then he gets a certain amount of, points in his favor for good behavior or, completing certain programs, and demerits, of course, for fighting with other inmates or trying to stab a prison guard. How complicated can it be to figure out whether or not, he's served his 15-year sentence or whether he hasn't served his 15-year sentence?
Yeah, well, some were easy, some were a little more difficult, in that the good time amount that you got credit for was changed as a result of the decision, and for crimes that are committed with firearms. So that was, but you have the head of the Department of Corrections, Dan Pachoki, at our hearing said here, and I have a quote, "I don't believe there is a performance system in place that is going to catch a mistake in a computer algorithm." Well, that's just not true. I mean, I don't know a lot about computers, but I do know that they have test plans and test scenarios that they run to try to make sure that doesn't happen. And we know they had actual notice in 2012 and failed on 16 different occasions to fix that. And so we have these felons that have been let out and have wreaked havoc, committing more crimes on our citizens.
Now, I'll tell you what, I'm glad you caught them. Any other new developments in that investigation, Senator?
We continue to work with our attorney investigator. The other, I guess, new development, we have set up a tip line. I think it's called fixwashington.org. I'll get that for you exactly. But that the people that in the Department of Corrections can call in, employees, or email in any tips. And we've been getting tips from them, and we're gathering more information. We hope to hold hearings certainly before the end of the legislative session.
How soon are all of those criminals that were incorrectly released going to be back behind bars?
Well, most of them are, but there still are some that they're searching for. And, that website is www.fixdoc.org.
Senator, thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Hey, good talking to you as always, Lars. Thank you.
Nice talking to you as well. Senator Mike Patton from Spokane. Let me go to a naysayer who's been waiting way too long. Mona is on the line from Silverton. Mona, welcome to the program. Where do you and I disagree?
Well, I will have to say I listen to your show quite often.
Oh, thank you.
Over the years.
Thank you.
And I think you come off as a really nice man. And when you have naysayers on the line, you're very nice to them.
I try.
And so this is why I'm calling.
Okay.
It's a little issue, but when you refer to the Democrat Party, it comes off as disrespectful.
Why?
And,
aren't they Democrats?
Well, because it's the Democratic Party.
But they're not very democratic most of the time.
Okay, so that's why you use that term. I was just thinking, I've never heard anyone say the Republic Party.
No, but I thought it was kind of a compliment to leave the ick out of the Democrat Party. And believe me, there's plenty of ick to go around in the Democrat Party.
Well, I just think, a listener who would, I like the term Democratic Party because that's what it's.
Do you think they behave in a democratic fashion?
Well, not all the time.
I'll give you a big exception that you're going to see this year. In the Republican Party, when delegates are chosen for the National Convention, they're chosen by a vote of the people from that area. When Democrat delegates are chosen, they are chosen, and the Democrat Party insists that they have to have their delegation exactly match the gender composition of the state, the male to female. I'm sure now they got an LGBT criteria. It has to have the right number of black, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, and if they do not meet that criteria, when the delegation arrives at the convention, they will not be seated, which means they can't take part. And that's always troubled me because how do you go about saying, well, and I actually interviewed a gal about 15 years ago, a lady from Mississippi who was a black woman. She'd been going to the Democrat convention for 30-plus years. And one year they called her up and said, we can't include you in the delegation. And she was kind of a legacy member of the delegation. And she asked them why. And they said, because we already have met our black quota, and you're black, and even though you've been going for all these years, if we added you, we'd have too many black delegates and not enough white delegates or some other category, and they excluded her from the delegation because of her skin color. Now, that doesn't seem very democratic to me, do you? Does it to you?
Well, no, but again, I think you would have more listeners, naysayers, and if you would refer to it as the Democratic Party. I mean, the commercial that was playing before you came on the air a while back, they said the Democratic debate. And I just don't hear people saying the Republic, I've actually heard people call
That's because we're Republicans.
Well, and
we don't call it the Republican Party because it's the Republican Party and it represents Republicans. So why wouldn't the Democrat Party represent Democrats? Seems to add up to me.
Well, you can call a singular Democrat. You can say Democrat so-and-so. But if you did that, if you took the political high ground, I think it just comes off as more respectful, and I think you would get more listeners.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will
comes
consider it because you've asked so nicely. Did you watch last night's town hall with Bernie Sanders and
I watched parts of it. Yes.
Benghazi bungalow. Did you hear Bernie Sanders say to that man who said he was middle class, middle income, and he was worried about being taxed because Bernie Sanders says he's going to tax middle income folks, and Bernie Sanders said, we will increase your taxes by $500, but we're going to give you $5,000 worth of medical benefits. Does that make sense to you that you could deliver $5,000 worth of goods for a $500 tax?
No, it doesn't. And in fact, they had a story on today that it would cost $14 trillion to do that. And basically what you would have to do is take private insurance industry out of health care and
put the government in charge.
Health care.
Now, do you think the government would run health care any better than they run anything else they run?
Well, Medicare works pretty well.
Well,
and also
Medicare. Can I give you?
Well.
I'm a numbers guy. You know that if you listen to the show. Do you know that all the people who've paid into Medicare, and I'm one of them, and my employees also pay into Medicare. We may never get it, but you pay in about $1 for every $3 in benefits you get back out. Now, does that sound like that's a sensible way to run things?
Well, I'm not an expert on all of that. I do know, like when you talked about the post office, if the post office hadn't had to fund their retirement and everything,
shouldn't they have to? That was part of the deal when they became an independent government agency. They agreed to pay their pension costs. And do you know who those pension costs fall to if the employees do not pay them?
No.
They fall to us, the taxpayers. And we said 40 years ago when they were privatized, or I think it was 1973, so 43 years ago, they agreed we want to become an independent agency of the government. They're still a government agency, but they're independent. And they promised we will pay all of our pension costs. So if the postal workers don't pay the pension costs, and that's part of their salary, if they don't pay those costs, then we, the taxpayers, have to pay them. Now, do you think that's legitimate?
No. I mean, there are a lot of issues that I have disagreements with the Democratic Party.
Are you going to vote
for? That's why I listen.
Are you going to vote for a Democratic this year?
Most likely, yes.
Bernie or Hillary? Which Democratic do you like best?
I like Hillary.
You like Hillary, and could you do me a favor, because I've been bamboozled by this for a while. Can you tell me, she said last night, she talked about her decades of public service. Now, she was First Lady, and First Ladies do some nice things, but usually it's not anything terribly meaningful. I mean, they support charities and causes and all that. And she was Secretary of State for 4 years. If you're planning to vote for her, you must think she accomplished something. Could you tell me what you think her biggest accomplishment as Secretary of State was?
Well, I think she did a lot of traveling.
She did. She flew. Now, is that a qualification to be President of the United States? You know how to put your butt in an airplane seat?
Well, I think the Middle East has been a problem for decades.
Did she make it better or worse? Is Libya better or worse today?
I don't know who could have made it. It is worse, but there's a lot of things that led up to it with the Iraq War that kind of just turned that all into a cauldron. And she was in there at a time when there were a lot of things going on with Egypt and Tunisia and all of the countries. And it's just a very difficult time. But I do think she has some qualifications. She instituted the children's health insurance or health care program.
The Congress did, but who's counting? Well, Mona, I've got a break because I'm way past the break at this point, but I very much appreciate your call. You're listening to The Lawrence Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey, it's Lars. When it comes to selling your home, you need a sharp agent with a marketing strategy that creates the most demand for your home. Bottom line, you need a partner willing to put their money on the line for you. In Oregon and Washington, the only agent I'd hire is Aaron Ryan and the Ryan Group Real Estate. His international marketing strategy attracts buyers all over the world. That's why they can offer an immediate buyout program where if your home doesn't sell in 29 days or less, they buy it with the terms you agreed to. That's probably why the Ryan Group sells more homes than any other real estate team in the Northwest. So partner with the real estate team I trust. Call them today at 503-343-1666. Online, 29andgone.com. And if you're in the market to buy, you can check out all their listings at 29andgone.com. That's 29andgone.com. Whether you're a buyer or a seller, go with the best. The Ryan Group Real Estate, 29andgone.com. Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Take a look in the mirror the way I do. People say puffiness and bags under the eyes are the hardest things to get rid of until now. Genucell plant stem cell therapy from Chamonix can help you out. It specifically targets eye puffiness and bags, and believe me, I've looked in the mirror. I know all about it. Due to new technology, Genucell is incredibly powerful. It's an all-natural serum, and with instant effects, it's guaranteed to show results in as little as 12 hours or your money back. That's right, users saw results in just 12 hours, including me, and dramatic improvement in 2 weeks. A true Chamonix classic, Genucell contains 8 extra ingredients to significantly reduce the appearance of bags and puffiness. Call now and try Genucell risk-free just in time for Valentine's Day. Call 800-525-6553. That's 800-525-6553. Call in the next 20 minutes and get the legendary Esotique face cream absolutely free just for trying Genucell. 800-525-6553. That's 800-525-6553.
Adults need shots too. Flu, pneumonia, shingles, dangerous to older adults, sometimes deadly. Keep yourself and others safe. Get your flu shot. If you're 65 or older, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about pneumonia and shingle shots. Pneumonia is the top cause of older adult hospital stays and deaths. Half who live to 85 get shingles. Find a shot clinic at vaccine.healthmap.org or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. Provided by the Oregon Immunization Program and Health Insight under contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Tanning, indoors or out, increases your risk of skin cancer, including melanoma, the second most common cancer in young adults, and the leading cause of cancer death in women 25 to 30.
Tanning doesn't make me look healthier. My ambition does.
Tanning doesn't make me stand out. My drive does.
Tanning can cause wrinkles, age spots, and even melanoma, the cancer that kills one person every hour. And using tanning beds significantly increases your risk of developing melanoma.
Tanning doesn't make me glow. My individuality does.
Tanning doesn't make me feel better about myself.
I got the job.
Yeah.
Congrats.
My confidence does. Tanning doesn't make you more beautiful. It only makes you more at risk. Stop tanning. Learn more at spotskincancer.org. A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
Are you looking for the best price on 9mm ammunition? Hey, it's Lars. Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for almost 20 years, has a great deal on CCI 9mm Blazer ammo. CCI Blazer 9mm is reliable ammunition made in the U.S. CCI Blazer 9mm is 115 grain full metal jacket, perfect for target practice. And Northwest Armory has CCI Blazer 9mm at an unbelievably low price, just $10 $100 for a box of 50, $200 for a case of 1,000. At this low price, there's a limit of 1 case per customer while supplies last. CCI Blazer 9mm at both Northwest Armory locations, in Milwaukee on McLaughlin Boulevard and in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Or buy it online at nwarmory.com with in-store pickup. Northwest Armory for great prices, friendly service, no sales tax or ammunition tax to Washington buyers on in-store purchases.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Secretary Clinton. As Senator and as Secretary of State, you have a history of interventionist foreign policy that is troubling to many Democratic voters, including myself. As a voter who is opposed to the United States being the world's policeman, can you assure me that as President you would not expand our military involvement abroad?
No, I can't, Michael. I mean, I'd like to be able to say I could, but here's what I can say. Military force must always be a last resort, not a first choice.
Which pretty well matches the Republican Party for those of you voting for Hillary. Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. It is Conspiracy Theory Thursday. Glad to get your calls at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. Janet writes in, Lars, Democrat or Democratic, when did it change? I thought it was the Democrat Party, composed of Democrats. I thought it was too, but apparently they want the ick back in the name. Your call's welcome at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to the Suburban Ford email box, talk@larslarson.com. And our quick poll that we haven't talked about much, but I'm kind of curious what you think would happen in your workplace. If the Washington legislature passes this law, you will be able to find out what all of your coworkers make, the money they get in their salaries, in their paychecks. And in fact, your boss will not be able to retaliate against you if you start making an issue, let's say at work, about the fact that somebody else who does the same job you do and has the same skills and talents is getting paid more or less. So do you think that's going to be good for workplaces if the state of Washington mandates that everybody's salary in a workplace must be known? And I think I can imagine a lot of places I've worked where if you found out somebody else's salary, it would create nothing but trouble and hard feelings. I can't imagine the positive benefit, although the folks who are pushing this idea say it'll help to equal up the paychecks of men and women. I think it's just going to feed the trial lawyers. Let's go to Chris in Beaverton with a conspiracy. How you doing, Chris?
Good. How are you doing?
Not so bad. We got about a minute to the break. What's on your mind?
Well, I heard on a different news organization that the standoff in Burns down there, a lot of it had to do with the Russians wanting to mine uranium.
And that's baloney.
Down there.
It's pure baloney. There was a deal that Hillary Clinton was involved in years ago, several years ago, where she arranged for the sale of one of America's largest uranium companies that owns a lot of uranium deposits being sold to Russia. But that deal was over and done with. And all the folks, and by the way, there is uranium mining in Oregon. The first thing you should ask people is, where was the standoff? Harney County. Where is the uranium mining? Malheur County. And there are people, both on the internet and in some talk radio shows, that love to say, oh, it's this big conspiracy involving uranium mining. No, it's about who owns the land and whether or not the federal government should be managing half of the lands in the western United States and 1/3 of all the land in the United States of America. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW. It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
If you have old house paint products you want to dispose of properly and you're not sure how, the new statewide collection program, Paint Care, collects unused leftover paint, lacquers, sealers, primers, stains, varnishes, and coatings for recycling. Go online to lanecounty.org/paint or call 1-800-CLEANUP and you can reduce leftover paint by purchasing only what you need. If you have paint and other household chemicals, call Lane County Waste Management at 541-682-3111 for more information. Brought to you by Lane County Public Works and Eugene area radio stations. Here's
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America is a nonprofit organization that's neither run nor funded by the government. Their goals improve the quality of life and protect the rights of spinal cord injured, MS-afflicted, or neurologically impaired veterans. They assist vets with advocacy, sports and recreation, benefits protection, even legislation, and they do it with volunteers and donations. If you can donate your time or money, contact the Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
Every child needs a place where they can grow up healthy and learn and be safe.
And be safe. Every child needs a place to call home. A place where they can play and dream. Dream. And plan for their future.
Your support can help put a decent roof
over the heads of a family like mine. Like mine.
like mine.
Like mine. To learn how you can help, visit Habitat.org.
Every day, we go about our lives driven by routine, our vision clouded by the very normalcy we take for granted. Countless victims of human trafficking walk among us, invisible. It's time to open our eyes. The Blue Campaign provides a unified voice for those who combat human trafficking, whether it's forced labor, domestic servitude, or the sex trade. Learn what you can do to help by visiting dhs.gov/Blue Campaign.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Lucera. Ahead of the New Hampshire primary, Democrats Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders debate tonight.
Freshman Brian DeZurek from Nashua is typical of most of the students I've spoken to here.
I already actually cast my absentee ballot for Bernie Sanders, so very excited about that.
Other students telling me they just made up their mind in the last couple of days. One young woman saying it was Sanders' smile at a rally in Iowa that did it for her.
Fox's Bill Marcus in Durham, New Hampshire. Clinton barely defeated Sanders in Monday's Iowa caucuses. The only man arrested in connection with the San Bernardino terror attack has his trial postponed.
Attorneys for Enrique Marquez asked for his trial to be pushed back. That between the amount of information in this case alone and their other cases, it just can't go forward this month. The judge in Marquez's case agreed and pushed it to July.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal, the judge saying the case is so complex it requires more prep time. Fox News, we report, you decide.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
See you down the road. A message from ODOT.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. I know that everybody in America took a deep breath, and I think they were saddened when they learned of the fact last month, January the 14th, that 2 helicopters had crashed in a training mission off Hawaii. There were 12 Marines on board those helicopters, and they were lost. And the mother of one of them, Trina Hart, reached out to me this morning because I'd actually sent a message to her. And Ms. Hart, I thank you very much for being willing to reach out to me and to talk about what happened to your son and about the way that the military took care of you when you went to Hawaii after the disappearance of these 2 helicopters.
Yeah. Hi, Lars. Thanks for reaching out to our family. We appreciate that.
Well, listen, it's the very least that any American citizen can do to try and do whatever we can to help the families of those who've decided to put on the uniform and serve this country. But you and I talked for a little bit this morning, and I just was really impressed by the story that you were telling me of how the military took care of you and your family after you'd learned of the accident that Ty Hart was involved in, United States Marine Ty Hart.
Yeah, Lars, we've always been a very military-proud family, and when Ty made the decision to become a Marine, that even heightened our pride. And when this tragedy happened to our family, we were brought into the loop extremely quickly, and we were in Hawaii within about 30 hours of the accident happening. And from the moment our feet hit the ground until the moment we were put back on the plane 8 days later, the Marine Corps and our military took amazing care of our family. Myself and my husband were flown over there. We flew over. My daughter-in-law's father and her mother went, and her 2 best friends. And you would have thought that we literally were their own family by the way they cared for us, picked us up at the airport, brought us straight to our daughter-in-law. We wanted for nothing as far as anything we needed. We were kept in the loop better than we could have really ever dreamed, because truly, Lars, this isn't anything you ever think is going to happen to your family. So no matter what you might have constructed in your head of how people should be taken care of during this kind of a tragedy, they even stepped across that line for us. We were just personal items were taken care of. If we forgot our toothbrush even, that food was provided, gift cards were provided so we could go grocery shopping if we needed to. They offered rental cars if we needed help getting to and from. But even beyond that, the emotional support was amazing, because truly we spent 5 days sequestered in my son's home, not knowing and worrying and being really scared because they were searching. And during that 5 days, they were there. Someone was there a lot with us. One day in particular, on day 3, 22 young Marines from Ty's squadron showed up and spent 3.5 hours in the living room with our family, telling us stories, funny stories, loving stories, stories that we would have never gotten to know about Ty's life over there. And these young men not only lost Ty, but they lost 12 friends. And so it was just as healing and helpful for them as it was for us. That's one very touching example. Another step they did for us was they brought all 6 of us to the flight hangar and the squadron area where these all work, plus Ty, and Ty's shop. And we were there for about 4 hours where they just toured us. We got to see everything, including where he hung his flight helmet. My husband got to really take a look at the flight gear that Ty was wearing. And it was very helpful for all of the questions within our minds to be able to do that. And very touched by the anguish and the pain that you could see in commanding officers' eyes, staff sergeants' eyes, brigadier general. When you meet these men that are very high rank, but you see tears in their eyes and you hear their voice crack, you realize that the whole mantra that we hear about, once a Marine, always a Marine, and you're always our family, it's so real. And we've been back home a week, and every day we hear from someone. So the support and the love and how our family's been taken care of as far as that part has been just incredible. There's no other way to describe it.
I'm talking to Trina Hart, who's the mother of Ty Hart, who lost his life on January 14th. He was one of the 12 Marines on board those helicopters that crashed during a nighttime training mission in Hawaii. Now, when you mentioned being picked up at the airport, you said they literally assigned a special person, a Marine, to you, who stayed with you essentially, not living in the same place as you, but stayed with you during the entire time you were there.
Yeah, the Marines and all the armed forces in a tragedy like this, they reference it as a CACO, but it means Casualty Assistance Calls Officer. And that man met us at the airport and was with us through the whole process, through every briefing, through every notification that we received. He brought it. We also have a CACO officer here in Oregon that takes care of us here. The one from Hawaii actually flew over here and attended Ty's service, which spoke just a lot to that man's credibility and his love for that Marine. It was just really touching.
Well, it gives you a point of contact. Now, you also talked to me about how the fact that the service that Ty had chosen was a service that you knew was dangerous.
Yeah. The career that Ty chose, his MOS, his job, so to speak, flying, being a crew chief on a CH-53, we knew was dangerous. He knew was dangerous. And he had spent a lot of time explaining to my husband and I, our other sons, and his wife, what his day looked like, what his training looked like, what the level of complicity, how complicated and dangerous it was. But it's what he wanted to do. He set his sight on being a crew chief on a CH-53, and he did it. He was an extremely young person to have that position, and all we heard about while we were there was that he was an exemplary Marine, what a great job he did. He had a bright future. So we knew, and he knew, that it was dangerous.
Now, all of this, the accident, of course, happened out over the water, but they even took you around to the side of the island so that you could be as close as you possibly could be to where this all happened. Yeah. On Thursday, the day before the memorial, another Marine, a different Marine, took us all together up to what's called the North Shore, Haleiwa, which is where the accident occurred, 1.5 miles out over the water. And we were able to be on the beach there as long as we wanted. We were probably there 1.5 hours. But that would put us as close to Ty as we could possibly get. And, some of us put our toes in the water because if our feet were in the water, we were kind of in the water with him. And it was very healing and very, it just felt really good to be able to be there. And then to take even that small of a detail for our family was really, really cool. How's the family doing? Our family's doing well. The 8 days in Hawaii really, really, really helped us because we were able to get a lot of answers and a lot of the hardcore pain of every day we got bad news. It was very difficult on my husband and I and our daughter-in-law because she has a sister that was here that couldn't be there. But we have our other 2 sons that were here, and that was really difficult to be there and have our family separated at such a tough time. But as a whole and overall, we are all supporting each other, and we spend a lot of hours just talking about Ty and family memories and looking at pictures and just working through the grief process. I would not even venture yet to say that our family's in the healing phase because we're not. We're still in the really painful grief process. But as a whole, we're doing well. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I know that the community of Staten is going to miss him. He was an athlete. He played football. He wrestled. He ran for track and field. He only graduated. I just looked at this date. It's the fact that he only graduated from high school 4 years ago and was serving his country, putting on a uniform every day and doing a very dangerous job. I'm so sorry for your family's loss, but I'm glad to hear. I'm really heartened to hear. And I told you I have a dog in the fight, a devil dog in the fight, because my son was a Marine. And I know what it's like to have a Marine mom at home and the stress that puts on families. I'm just glad to hear that the Marines and the military in general do a very good job and do right by families when there's been an accident or a tragedy like this. Ms. Hart, thank you very, very much. I very much appreciate you taking the time. And thanks for reaching back to me, because I know you were completely buried in Facebook posts and emails and everything else. You were very kind to reach out to me and offer a few minutes today.
Yeah, absolutely. The one other thing I want to add is just that, Ty had only been married 7 months. But if I was to surmise this young man's life, it would be close to perfect. Everything he did well. He set his goals, and he did well. Ty went away from us very happy. He had married the love of his life, high school sweetheart. They had had this amazing 5 months on the island to kind of honeymoon before this happened, And so for us as a family, we have great peace in knowing that our son didn't suffer. It was an instant in time, that he was very, very happy. And so that gives our family a lot of peace, and we hope that it can move onward out into the world and give other people peace and realize, that you need to live each life in an instant and just take care of your family and your friends, because that's what Ty did. And his service here in Staten spoke volumes on Saturday. There were over 2,000 people, and it was really neat to hear the stories and how people resonated with him.
Ms. Hart, thank you so much for your generosity of time today at a really tough time, and I really appreciate you coming on the program. Our sympathies and our thoughts and prayers go out to your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Have a good day.
Trina Hart, the mother of Ty Hart, graduated from high school 4 years ago, was serving his country and lost his life on January 14th with 11 of his fellow U.S. Marines in an accident off Hawaii. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
In February, Sherry's pie lovers are faced with a tough decision. Which award-winning Sherry's Classic Pie to order during our sale price, just $8.99? Do you choose good old Granny's apple or pure peach perfection? Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry, or my favorite, chocolate cream supreme? The list goes on, but I can't. What I can do is suggest you stop by Sherry's Cafe and Pies today and pick up several classic Sherry's pies while they're still on sale.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. Every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark Brockett at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 315 Coburg Road. Did you know that some young people, even those who are active in sports, have dangerous hidden heart defects? The results can be life-threatening. Early testing can lead to the discovery of these serious silent heart conditions and follow-up care before it's too late. Peace Health offers teen heart screening events to save young lives. Visit peacehealth.org/Teen Heart Screen for more information and for notice of their next screening event. And mark your calendars for February 11th, a Fair of the Heart. This fun-filled annual celebration of heart health is proudly sponsored by Peace Health.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelsen in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Oh no, this can't be happening.
Sorry, it's happening. You took that curve way too fast.
Who are you?
I'm Regret. It's nice to meet you. Sorry it's under these circumstances.
Where are you?
In your head. And everywhere, really.
Why is everything in slow motion?
I'm not sure. A trick of the mind? You're not going to make it out of this one unscathed. I'm really sorry.
I'll go back and slow down. Can I do that?
I wish you could, but you were going so fast you had no reaction time. This isn't going to end well, Mark. The windshield is shattering. This might hurt.
Oh no, please don't leave me.
I won't. I'll be with you for a long time.
Your car may be built for speed, but the human body is not. It's simple. The faster you go, the harder you crash, and the greater the injury. So stick with the speed limit and avoid regret. Slow down. It's the way to go. A message from ODOT.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe.
Every day, we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life.
It's when something doesn't seem quite right that it's time to pay attention.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
At home and around the world, KPNW is there covering the news that's important to you. Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120, KPNW. Lars Larson now and Rush Limbaugh tomorrow morning 9 a.m. to noon on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Glad to be with you. Let's get to some of your calls. Gene's on the line from Bremerton listening on KVI. Gene, what's on your mind today?
Lars, Gene, thanks for taking my call. We were talking about something a few minutes ago that has been driving me nuts for years, and it's this Democratic thing. I'm telling you, when I heard you talking about it, I've never called into a talk show in my life. I said, I got to call him and tell him I understand. It isn't even proper grammar to call yourself a Democratic.
No, it's not. In fact, somebody suggested that if you were a patriot and you decided to join with other patriots, I don't know if you'd call it the Patriotic Party, you'd call it the Patriot Party, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
But then again, I'm not going to call the Democrats patriotic either. Let's go to David in Vancouver. David, you're a naysayer. What's on your mind?
And Lars, my heart goes out to the 12 Marines that died.
Yes, sir.
In the line of duty. I'm a silent service veteran, USN. I was on active duty in 1972, and I voted for Nixon. And one of the hot button items back then was the the California condor and environmentalists are blaming it on the DDT, and then Mike has a right. Nixon jump-started the EPA into the ruthless bureaucracy it is today.
Yes, it is.
And I haven't given up. I still vote Republican because I know the ick and Democratic Party, but just looking back and dealing with stuff that happened back then, is that both houses of Congress got a majority in the Republican Party, and I don't see anything different happening.
You're absolutely right, and I'm disappointed in the party as well. Good to hear from a Submariner, and thanks for the call. Let's go to Jay in Seattle. Jay, welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Well, it's Conspiracy Theory Thursday.
It certainly is.
And I have to admit that the first time this occurred to me, I said, no, that's ridiculous. That's totally insane. But the more it happens, the more I start to wonder and the more it scares me. And my conspiracy theory is that President Obama is setting up mass shootings simply for the purpose of taking away the guns from Americans.
You think that the Bundy, the takeover in Harney County by the Bundy clan was a false flag operation?
That thought has occurred to me.
How would you keep a conspiracy like that secret, especially with a bunch like that seem to be willing to talk to almost anybody about a whole bunch of things?
Well, they really talk about lots of things, and they have their reasons, but all they would have to do is just not mention President Obama's support.
I guess I've always just believed that a conspiracy of more than two people usually doesn't stay secret for very long.
Well, that's why this one stays so secret. There's only one guy doing it.
Well, there's Eamon Bundy, and then there's the other bunch, and the four that are still holding out. You're listening to the Lawrence Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Wildlife, boating, fishing, camping, and more. 43rd Annual Eugene Boating Sportsman Show is back at the Lane County Fairgrounds Friday through Sunday, February 5th through the 7th. Get up close and personal with the Great Bear Show's 400-pound giants. Meet Gold Rush star Dakota Fred. Revel in Tough Shed's Ultimate Man Cave. See the hottest wake surfing boats, kayaks, SUPs, and accessories. Seven Feathers Big Game Room features record trophies and head and horns competition. See the latest products, hunting and fishing guides, ammo, giant fish tank, and more. For kids, there's the Pepsi Live Trout Pond, archery range, shooting gallery, climbing wall, and the zip line. Jody Smith and Dan Clore had an impressive list of speakers in the Sportsman's Theater. Enter to win a Gold Quest adventure with Dakota Fred, a guaranteed trailer, and buy 'em outdoor prizes. The first 100 adults will win a free scratcher from the Oregon Lottery. And every adult patron will get a subscription to Northwest Sportsman magazine. Take advantage of low show prices on all the latest model boats at Lane County's premier boat display and sale. All of this at the KUZI Boating Sportsman Show, Lane County Fairgrounds, presented by Bimart, February 5th through the 7th. See you there.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks struggled to post gains at the closing bell. The Dow rose 80 points, about 0.5%, but the broader markets didn't move much. The Nasdaq added 5, the S&P 3, all on the strength of gains in commodities such as gold. Investors are figuring there won't be enough economic growth to see the Federal Reserve raise interest rates again this year. Kevin Caron of Stifel's Washington Crossing Advisors says that's forcing oil prices lower.
We're also seeing a slowdown in the global economy, and given the fall-off in demand and without some tangible evidence of a cutback in production, there's going to still be a overhang in terms of a glut in the oil market.
Crude futures finished the day a little more than a quarter below $32 a barrel, and that helped press on stocks. LinkedIn isn't getting much of an endorsement on Wall Street. The business social network projected first quarter and full year revenue lower than analysts thought they'd see. After the bell, shares plunged more than 25% in late trading. LinkedIn is seeing slowing growth in users and advertisers. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Live from New York, the Fox Report.
I'm Lisa Brady. 6 bodies found, including a child, in a home on Chicago's South Side.
This gentleman had not shown up to work today and had failed to show up for work yesterday.
So co-workers called police, who aren't naming any names yet or causes of death.
This is very early, very preliminary stages of the investigation, but there are signs of trauma to the bodies.
Chicago's acting police superintendent John Escalante moments ago saying at this point they don't think there's a danger to the community, but nothing's been ruled out. He took his attorney's advice, but an ousted drug company chief still managed to infuriate members of Congress at a hearing on price gouging. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern live on the Hill.
Former pharmaceutical exec Martin Shkreli answered just one question from South Carolina Republican Trey Gowdy during a brief session with the House Oversight Committee.
Is it pronounced Shkreli?
Yes, sir.
See, there you can answer some questions. That one didn't incriminate you.
But Shkreli invoked Fifth Amendment protections as lawmakers probed a 5,000% price hike on a life-saving drug. The 32-year-old, who has been indicted on an unrelated securities fraud charge, wore an open collared shirt at the hearing and was seen smirking. Minutes after his dismissal, he sent out a tweet describing the congressional panel as imbeciles. Lisa.
Jared, 5 days to the first primary as other Republican candidates crisscross New Hampshire.
We're talking about a serious wall. We're talking about a Trump wall. This is going to be a wall that works, okay?
Including Donald Trump. Ben Carson's campaign is cutting staff and expenses, but he says he'll go all the way to the convention.
We will be able to continue the campaign right until Cleveland.
Carson says the cuts are part of reorganization that started last month. Wall Street, the Dow up 80 points, the S&P up 3, the NASDAQ gains 5. On the Fox Reports, fair and balanced.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
Hey, Mike here with some info on West Eugene. Did you know there are over 400 businesses on West 6th, 7th, and 11th? Yeah, 400. That includes lots of places to help you express yourself. Maybe you're ready for your first tattoo, or adding to your tat sleeve. Or perhaps cool nail designs are more your thing. For you crafty types, get supplies for your scrapbooking and leatherwork. And if you'd rather sit back and relax, there's live theater. Express yourself along West 6th, 7th, and 11th in Eugene. Go West, creative people. Go West.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Oregon legislature is considering a climate change bill. Carrie Neeson with the Lung Association told lawmakers the health effects of pollution impact everyone.
For those who say addressing climate change is too costly, I say we can't afford to do nothing.
The bill would result in much higher prices for your electricity and fuels. Douglas County Commissioner Susie Morgan says 43% of people in her county struggle to pay their utilities and can't afford the state to do this.
These families can't afford up to a 30% increase in electric and utility bills.
The bill sets goals for the reduction of carbon monoxide. Federal authorities have beefed up security at 3 wildlife refuges in the West amid the ongoing armed occupation of a sister refuge in eastern Oregon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reports no specific threats against those areas, but the agency wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there's still no signs of the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge are about to give up. 4 Portland women accused of stealing more than 50 Fitbit activity trackers from 2 Eugene businesses in one day. The women took the trackers from an AT&T store and an REI on January 13th. Fitbits range in price from $60 to $250. Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable. But how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
How big is Rite Aid's Big Point event? Plenty big. The more participating products you buy with Wellness Plus with Plenty, the more Plenty points you earn through February 27th. Earn 2,000 points when you spend $100, another $1,500 when you get to $150, and yet another $1,500 at $200. That's up to 5,000 Plenty points worth at least $50 in savings. Only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Earning based on total purchases from $131 to $227.16. Limit 5,000 Plenty points per card. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's tough being Colin Kaepernick these days. It appears the San Francisco 49ers are gearing up to trade the former starting quarterback in San Francisco. Word is the team that he wants to go to in the Jets doesn't want him. In a related story, a mock draft had Vernon Adams Jr. going to the Niners. His stock has soared after the Shrine game. In that same mock draft, DeForest Buckner went 10th overall to the New York Giants. Oregon men's basketball, the top team in the Pac-12, takes on Colorado, who's in a four-way tie for second. Sports KPNW.
It's 2:06 and time to open a big old can of Lars. Lars Larson now and Glenn Beck at 3 on 1120 KPNW.
This is the Lars Larson Show.
And I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Lots of things on the agenda today, and one of them is Klamath Falls and whether or not the hydro dams on the Klamath River should be torn out. Now, this is a debate that's been going on for a better part of a couple of decades. The funny thing is, people will say, well, you know, we have to take the dams off the river. If they take these 4 off, I believe if I remember the count, there are still 7 more dams on that river. So it's not as though it turns it back into a free-flowing river. But what they have done, what they, meaning the government, the regulators and all, have done is they've told the power companies, including Pacific Power and others, if you want to keep the dams there, you're going to have to spend so much money on fish ladders and other retrofits to the dams that we're going to make it absolutely uneconomical for you to be able to do it. You can imagine this is what happens when the government starts regulating things, is they say, we don't really want the dams there, but we can't exactly have them ordered torn out. So what we'll do is we'll just make it so expensive to keep them, kind of the way the president talked in 2008 about making it so expensive to dig coal out of the ground or to burn coal to make electricity that nobody will do it. Well, the dams are still there because so far they have not been able to work out a deal. And the deal, let me warn you about this. Number one, it's going to take some of the renewable power away from the Pacific Northwest. Not a huge amount. These are not Bonneville Dam. But it will cost us renewable power, which seems to be counterintuitive to the current hue and cry that we have to replace fossil fuels with renewable resources. Second, the second thing it does is somebody has to pay for tearing those dams out. And that will either go to the ratepayers or the taxpayers or a little bit of both. Believe me, one way or the other, it will come out of your pocket. And the third thing is, one of the unintended consequences of tearing out dams is that all the sediment that is built up behind those dams, in some cases for decades, is going to be released to flow down the river. And because this river still has other dams on it, I think that's going to do some damage as well. But again, they say, well, we're trying to cut a deal with the Congress, and over the last 4 years, Congress has failed to pass legislation that emerged from 10 years of negotiations about how to balance the needs of utilities, farmers, ranchers, and Native American tribes in the Klamath Basin. I think this is insanity. We need power in this country. We need power in this region. Renewable resources like dams should be kept and not torn out. That's my point of view. And the regulators who simply say, if they want to keep doing it, they can, but we're just going to make it hideously expensive to do it, they are working counter to the best interests of the people they supposedly represent. To your calls now at 866-439-5277. To Jim in Baker City. Thanks for listening on KBKR, Jim. What's on your mind?
Well, I hate to bring up Benghazi, even though you're talking about something else. I have a theory that the reason why the president and the attorney general has not gone after Hillary really bad, they're waiting to find out how many of the emails that the president sent to her, and if they could find them. And because they found them, now they are top secret, and you'll never know.
That's possible, but
That's a good one.
No, it is a good one because I actually what I rolled out earlier this week is that because the president did the same thing by putting emails on that secret server that Hillary Clinton was running, and because communications between, he knew about, he not only knew about it, but for anyone else, he would have been violating the law. If he had been Hillary Clinton or any other federal employee, he would have violated the law by putting confidential communications onto an unsecured email system, which means if he decides to tell the Attorney General to charge Hillary, he's effectively guilty of whatever it is that they've charged Hillary with, which is exposing American secrets. It's not a half-bad kind of conspiracy theory for a Thursday. George is on the line in Fife. Hey, George, welcome to the program.
Hey, Lars, now, you've always argued against minimum wage, livable wage.
Minimum wage,
yeah. Do you support amnesty? I mean, cheap labor,
No.
Should you be in favor of it to put everybody in the poorhouse?
Why would I want to be in favor of, I have never been in favor.
Because you're against people getting a livable wage. You don't want people to, you want to make sure that people go to work and they don't get paid.
Who said that? You're putting words.
You argue against minimum wage all the time.
I'm for the marketplace setting the wages. And that's very simple.
Open borders and flood the country with cheap labor. Because why pay a carpenter?
George, you're trying to conflate two things that actually do relate to one another, and let me tell you how. I think that if you have skills and talents that are rare and are highly prized, so I give the example of my brother-in-law, who's a full-blooded, blue state Democrat who votes for Obama and Clinton, all that. But he works for the iron workers. He's got all kinds of welding certifications that make him a very valuable employee. Now, there are other iron workers who don't have any of those welding certifications. They know how to put a rivet in and put the piece of iron up, but they don't have the skills and talents he does. Who do you think should make more, or should they make the same amount of money?
I'm going to say here is what are certifications except a bar to employment, because I bet the guy without certifications can do the same job.
George, hold on. You can't, because my father-in-law has all kinds of welding equipment. He knows how to weld. I've tried it a couple of times, and I'm sure that if I set my mind to it, I could learn how to weld too. But welding is a real talent, and the certifications say you've been trained to TIG weld, you've been trained to arc weld, you've been trained to use a plasma cutter. These are skills that he has. Now, they formalize them a little bit by saying you've now been certified that you can meet the minimum criteria to be able to weld aluminum or weld with certain kinds of gas, and I don't even know all the particulars, but you have to know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, your skills are not worth as much. When the marketplace decides, let's say he's the only guy in a certain region, say he moved to Alaska, and the oil companies come out and say, we need a guy who can do all these kinds of welding, and he's the only guy in town that they can get. They're going to probably have to pay him a pretty good amount of money. On the other hand, if he moves to a place and there are 50 guys who know what he knows how to do, the marketplace is going to be much lower. I'm in favor of the marketplace deciding what your skills are worth. Now, what a minimum wage is an attempt by both politicians and those workers to say, I only have the skill to fog a mirror, but I want to be paid as much as the guy or gal who has all kinds of skills. So the guy who can pick up plates off a table at a restaurant and deliver them to the kitchen and dump the food in the garbage is supposed to get paid as much as the guy who learned over 5 or 10 years how to be a really great cook and be able to work fast and produce really good food. Why should those two people be paid the same amount of money?
Okay, right.
Okay, now about the illegal alien labor. If you flood the country with illegal workers who are willing to work harder and faster and all that for the same amount of money, I know who the employers are going to hire. They're going to say, gee, these cheap workers, because they're desperate and they're illegal, are willing to work. They'll always show up at 6 a.m. They don't take a lot of breaks. They're not going to gold brick. They're going to really work hard. If I had to pay people to work that hard, why, I might have to pay $4 or $5 an hour more. And that's why the illegal labor undercuts the worker. So you want workers to be paid more? So do I. The way to get them paid more is not to flood the country with a whole bunch of cheap illegal labor. And I compare it, say, to TV sets. If I ran a store that sold TV sets and I bought them from the manufacturer and I sold them to customers and I did all legitimate sales of TVs. I would have to sell them for the market price. On the other hand, if I was a TV thief, and I was the fence who bought the stolen TVs from the thieves who steal them from people's houses, I could probably sell those TVs for a fraction of their real price. That big 50-inch big screen, I might be willing to let it go if I was a fence for $250. If you flooded a marketplace with illegal TVs, meaning stolen TVs, you would take the marketplace down, and all of a sudden the legitimate sellers of TVs would find out we can't get $500 for a flat screen anymore because all these stolen TVs have flooded the market. Illegal aliens are no different. Back in just a moment. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Are you looking for the best price on 9mm ammunition? Hey, it's Lars. Northwest Armory, my gun store of choice for almost 20 years, has a great deal on CCI 9mm Blazer ammo. CCI Blazer 9mm is reliable ammunition made in the U.S. CCI Blazer 9mm is 115 grain full metal jacket, perfect for target practice. And Northwest Armory has CCI Blazer 9mm at an unbelievably low price, just $10 for a box of 50, $200 for a case of 1,000. At this low price, there's a limit of one case per customer while supplies last. CCI Blazer 9mm at both Northwest Armory locations, in Milwaukee on McLaughlin Boulevard and in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Or buy it online at nwarmory.com with in-store pickup. Northwest Armory for great prices, friendly service, no sales tax or ammunition tax to Washington buyers on in-store purchases. Hey, you know I pull some long hours at work, and I like to have fun on the weekend. And guess what happens when you're my age? You get a few puffs and bags under your eyes. They're the hardest things to get rid of. Introducing Genucell Plant Stem Cell Therapy from Chamonix, specifically targeting eye puffiness and bags. Due to new technology, Genucell is an incredibly powerful all-natural serum. I use it, and with its instant effects, it's guaranteed to show results in as little as 12 hours or your money back. That's right. Users saw results in 12 hours with dramatic improvement in 2 weeks. Call right now to try Genucell risk-free just in time for Valentine's Day. Say goodbye to all those bags. 800-525-6553. That's 1-800-525-6553. Say goodbye to puffiness and bags today. Call in the next 20 minutes and get the legendary Esotique face cream absolutely free just for trying Genucell today. 800-525-6553. 1-800-525-6553.
It's Eric G. from Around the House. The integrity of your foundation is a specialty of my friends at Western Construction Systems. They are experts at helping realtors navigate foundation issues when they come up at a home inspection. They understand that when the foundation is having problems, everybody is having anxiety. The buyer, the seller, the realtor. Western Construction Systems can ease that anxiety and help everyone through the process with honest solutions to get the deal sold. Join the growing list of realtors that trust Western Construction Systems as a preferred contractor. So if you're a realtor or homeowner, trust me, Eric G., and schedule your free foundation inspection with the Western Construction Systems team. Go to westernconstructionsystems.com, check your station app, or call 503-362-5052. Oregon CCB number 94222, Washington license number WEST ECS 899M8.
Lift it up, feel it up, fix it from the bottom up. Western Construction Systems.
Adults need shots too. Flu, pneumonia, shingles, dangerous to older adults, sometimes deadly. Keep yourself and others safe. Get your flu shot. If you're 65 or older, talk to your doctor or pharmacist about pneumonia and shingles shots. Pneumonia is the top cause of older adult hospital stays and deaths. Half who live to 85 get shingles. Find a shot clinic at vaccine.healthmap.org or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. Provided by the Oregon Immunization Program and Health Insight under contract with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
This is why you work so hard to pay the mortgage. Because home is more than four walls and a roof. It's that porch swing on a summer night. It's pajamas with feet and everybody over for Sunday dinner. And that old stuffed chair in the living room you just can't get rid of. This is why you work a second job. This is why you learn to fix things yourself, so you could save on repairs. Because home is your place, your memories, your family sleeping in their own beds at night. And that is why we want to help. We are making home affordable, a free government resource that can make paying the mortgage easier. And now even more options are available. Call 888-995-HOPE today. That's 888-995-HOPE. Or visit makinghomeaffordable.gov.
Good night, Mama.
This is why. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. Glad to get your phone calls and your emails. Somebody just emailed me and said, Lars, if you're an idiot, do you belong to the idiotic party? And my answer to that would be, no, you belong to the Democrat Party. Let's go to John in Milwaukee. Hey, John, you're a naysayer. I love naysayers. Welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Well, I think you're wrong, and I think it's not only fair but necessary that there be an openness to wage information.
Really? Oh, because that's our quick poll today. Washington legislature, just so for people who haven't heard it, there's a bill in which they propose to forbid employers from punishing an employee who runs around talking about what other people's wages are. Tell me where the fairness comes in that.
Well, first of all, I need to ask you a couple questions.
Right.
Do you negotiate your pay on a yearly basis?
No.
Okay, but you do negotiate from time to time, correct?
Yeah, I try and do a 5-year deal so I can think about doing my job instead of thinking about my paycheck.
Oh, that's a good idea. Were you in the television news business about the same time as that other guy, and they discovered he was making over $100 grand a year?
Bill O'Reilly, who's now on Fox News. Bill...
Did you make close to that at that time?
Was I close to it? No, I worked at a different TV station, and frankly, the anchors, I was a reporter, so I knew all the other reporters, but the anchors, they're kind of gentle souls. They come in to work at 3 in the afternoon, and they work till 11 o'clock at night, and they don't go out in the field very much, most of them. So I never got a chance to see Bill out in the field, but I know the story you're talking about. Allegedly, he needed to make a copy of his pay stub, either to send to his tax lady or his accountant or his agent or something, and he left the original on the copy machine. And of course, the next user who walked up to it discovered it, made several copies, and they very quickly made their way around the newsroom.
And it was quite a bit. It was probably quite a bit higher than all the other anchors.
Well, see, the big issue there was that Bill was a man, and when we could still tell the difference between men and women, and there wasn't an other category. Bill's a man, and the woman he worked with, who shared the anchor desk with him, who I think had considerably fewer years in the business than he did, she got paid a whole lot less than he did. Now, I know the pay equalization folks would say, well, that's because he's a man. No, probably because he had the skill and talent to rise to the top of his business. He's now effectively the number one anchor in America, and also because he had a lot more years in the business. But it was a controversy. How does it help a workplace if everybody's running around talking about what everybody else makes and the differences between Joe's paycheck and Jane's paycheck?
I think it makes it fair because the boss has to explain why Joe makes more.
Why should the boss have to explain why he's paying one worker more and one worker less? Can you tell me why?
Well, it gives an incentive to the person that's making less. You know, the boss can say, well, I paid
it gives resentment
because he has these skills. And you can learn those skills and it'll raise you.
But doesn't it? But everybody knows that. If you walk into a radio station, and my first job in radio was working 10 to midnight Monday through Friday. So I worked 2 hours a night, but I was working the worst possible hours. And on the weekends, I worked from, I think I worked from 8 to midnight, and I worked from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. the next day. So I was literally leaving the station at 12:30 at night and getting back there at 5 in the morning. You always get the worst hours. If anybody is too stupid to figure out, how do I go from working the crap hours to the cushy, creamy hours? If you're too dumb to understand that relationship, you probably should go home and have Mom pin a note to your chest.
Well, what I'm saying is, though, at least it gives a concrete target to aim for.
Well, hold on. Don't you have a target anyway? Have you ever worked a job, John?
Yes, I have. And I found out a number of times that I was making $2 less an hour than someone doing equivalent of the same kind of work.
So? Did you, when you negotiated your paycheck, when you walked in and they said, we want to hire you, John, did you say, I'll work for whatever you pay me? Or did you say, well, I'm looking for this much, and I'm going to want a raise in a while, and did you try to negotiate for as high a salary as you could get?
I tried to go as what I thought was high and fair, but I didn't have any idea of where to start.
Well, you could go online today and find out very easily what typical pay is.
It'd be
dig
easier.
it up. It takes 10 seconds on a smartphone.
Yeah, but, a few years back, that information was hard to come by.
Okay, but today, in today's world, how would it benefit a workplace to have people walking around talking about what everybody else makes and how much difference there is between his salary and her salary?
Well, if they're talking about it, that sounds like a disciplinary issue.
Well, no, but in this case, the Washington legislature wants to make it illegal for the employer to discipline anyone for talking about pay.
Well, that's because they generally, either they're written rules or implied rules in
No,
in
it's because you're allowed to do it, and the Washington legislature wants to outlaw an employer from saying to workers, stop talking about what everybody makes. And as far as I'm concerned, any worker wants to, right now, if you're listening to the radio and you're at work, you are free to, at your next break, walk down the hall to your boss and say, boss, I need to make more money and I'd like a raise. And he can tell you to buzz off, or you can tell him, if you're not going to pay me more, I'm going to go down the street and work for your competition. And you're free to do...
Or start a union.
No, well, why would you want to start a union where everyone gets paid the same?
Well, if the boss tells me to buzz off,
well,
maybe take some of his buzz away.
If he tells you to buzz off, it may be because your skills are not very valued in that workplace, and that's always a good indicator that you should go and find a job somewhere else. Let's go to Tony in Coos Bay. Hey, Tony, welcome to the Lars Larson Show.
Good afternoon, Lars. How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been listening to your show as much as I can for the past couple of months now, and in doing so, it has piqued my interest in politics. So the reason for my call is I was hoping you would be able to describe the difference to me between being a Democrat and being a Republican.
That's easy.
I am not sure what I am. After listening to your show, I think I might be a Republican, but I'm not sure.
Do you make your decisions based on facts or feelings?
I don't comprehend what you mean.
Well, in other words, when I look at something, I look at the facts. If somebody says they're going to make a product and it's going to cost $5 to make it and they're going to sell it for $3, how's that going to work out?
It's not going to work out very well.
Yeah, you're going to be broke real fast. If you operate on feelings and you're a Democrat, you say, we're going to spend $10 million to buy 1,000 bicycles. By the way, that's $10,000 per bicycle. And then we're going to put them in downtown Portland and rent them for an amount of money that will not pay, in any way, shape, or form, pay for the cost of the bicycles. That's a Democrat program. A Republican program would say, if there's enough demand out there for a service, whatever the service is, there's a demand for rental cars, and there are now 5 or 10 big rental car companies in America. There's a demand for internet. There are probably 20 different internet companies. Anything there's a demand for, private companies will come in and supply. Democrats come in and supply things because they feel they ought to be there. Republicans tend to say, let's make sure people get the things that they need, and they evidence that need by saying, I want to buy it. Now, Democrats tend to want to regulate everything that moves and the things that don't as well. Republicans want to have as much laissez-faire as they can. You've got the Lawrence.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW.
Mark your calendars, get a babysitter, gather up your girlfriends. It's time for the 13th year of Affair of the Heart. It's Lane County's premier women's event. You've been balancing a busy life and you deserve a night off. What could be better than fashion shopping, martinis, free samples, and great health and wellness information? The 13th annual Affair of the Heart on February 11th from 4 to 9 p.m. at the Lane Event Center. Find us on Facebook or go to theaffairoftheheart.com for details. See you there. Sponsored by Mackenzie Willamette Medical Center.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom, the number 49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
News Radio. I'm Lisa Lacera. 6 people found dead in a home on the south side of Chicago after police were called there for a well-being check.
This is very early, very preliminary stages of the investigation, but there are signs of trauma to the bodies. It appears right now we have 5 adults and a child.
Acting Police Superintendent John Escalante. Lawmakers looking for answers from former drug company CEO Martin Shkreli after his company raised the price of a life-saving drug by 5,000%.
Shkreli invoked Fifth Amendment protections as lawmakers probed a 5,000% price hike on a life-saving drug. The 32-year-old, who has been indicted on an unrelated securities fraud charge, wore an open collared shirt at the hearing and was seen smirking. Minutes after his dismissal, he sent out a tweet describing the congressional panel as imbeciles.
Fox's Jared Halpern, Fox News. We report, you decide.
My dad came to live with us last month, and it's going pretty well. I feel like I never have time for myself. With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things. His memory isn't what it used to be. We get up and we have coffee. He usually wakes up at 4:30. Then we go for a walk. He needs lots of my attention. I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important. Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist. I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well. They honestly have no idea what I'm going through. It can be a little challenging. Help. But so far, so good. I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Confessions of a Potentially Perfect Parent, brought to you by AdoptUsKids.org.
I might look like an adult, like a person who could possibly be a parent, but I have no idea how to talk like one. And everyone knows that if you want to be a parent, you have to sound good when you say things like, "Don't make me turn this car around," or "Because I said so," or "Don't make me come back there." I don't even really know what those things mean, but I know that I actually believed my parents when they said them to me. How did they manage to sound so convincing? Here we go. Don't make me come back there. Ugh, no, that's not tough enough at all. Kids can sense weakness. Don't make me come back there. Ooh, yeah, that's better. In fact, that kind of sounded like my dad. Weird.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who would love to listen to you practice your dad voice. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Lars Larson. Join me for the best in talk journalism during my national show, coming up tonight at 6:05 on KPNW. Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. You know, I love listening to the news. The news that broke this afternoon is that the Obama administration is planning, I don't know if they can do this through the bureaucracy or if they have to go through Congress, because you know how much the president does not like to go through Congress. But they have said they're going to push a $10 per barrel fee. It's actually a tax, but they're going to call it a fee on oil. Now, and they're going to do it for green transportation, they say. Now, let me describe to you what I think is going to happen here. The first number you should know is that 75%, well, if you pull up to the pumps today, gas is about $2 a gallon right now. 50 cents of that cost of $2 a gallon is taxes right now. So you're really paying $1.50 for the gas. And they say 75% of the cost of a gallon of gasoline is the crude oil that they make it from. The other 25% is refining, transportation, the profit for the gas station that sells it, and all the rest of that. So every time the cost of crude oil goes up or down, it's going to affect the cost of your gasoline, because 75% of what you're paying at the pump for the gas, not the taxes, is because of the cost of crude. So if crude doubles, then the cost of gas is going to go up dramatically as well. So when the Obama administration says with oil at $30 a gallon, they want to add a $10 tax to every barrel of oil. That would right now increase the cost of the crude oil by 33%. So that means the cost of your gas is going to go up. And what are they going to do with all the money they get from this $10 fee/tax? And I don't think my friend will mind this, but I've got a friend, John Leckas, who runs Leader Capital, and he makes a lot of money. And he bought a Tesla, one of those electric cars. They're actually a very nice car, but if you buy the extended range model and all the rest of that, those cars run around 100 G's a pop. Now, John can afford it, but you know what he got as a result of buying a Tesla? Why, that's one of those cool electric cars. So you get a $7,500 federal tax credit. That's not a deduction. That is a check from Uncle Sam for $7,500. And whether it's Seattle or Portland or anything else, when people buy these Teslas and they register their car to their home address, if there have been people in both Seattle and Portland and other places that have looked, the addresses they register them to are the neighborhoods of the rich. Almost all these electric cars get sold to rich people, and the rich people get a $7,500 tax credit on buying that alternative fuel car. Well, guess who's paying most of the cost of that if they put this barrel tax in? The average person who drives to work and back. And even if you don't have a car, all of the food, all of your consumer goods that come to stores come in trucks that are powered by diesel, where they're also going to be paying this crazy tax. So the president is saying we're going to collect a tax from the rich or from the poor and give it to the rich. It's kind of reverse Robin Hood action from President Obama. And if anybody thinks that is a sensible idea, I'd be glad to take you as a naysayer. Let's go to Deanna in Salem, who is a naysayer. Boy, Deanna, we've had a real crop of naysayers today. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind?
Well, you were just speaking to a gentleman who was calling to ask the difference between a Democrat and Republican.
Yeah.
And I listened to your response, and I thought it was good. It was great. It was very you. But I'm curious, it wasn't all that really informative.
It wasn't?
From my understanding, painted a picture of Republicans being strictly logical and Democrats being all touchy-feely.
You got it right. I think you've nailed it.
I mean, that's not always that accurate.
Well, let me test something. Would you call yourself a Democrat?
I have not been able to pick a party.
You haven't. So how are you going to vote?
I think I'm registered as a Democrat, but
that doesn't surprise me.
Both ways.
Okay, so
I'm a conservative Democrat, I guess you could say.
okay, so you're confused. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. So let me try a situation on you, and you tell me how you'd resolve it. The two of us are walking down the street, and we see a guy lying in the gutter. He's clearly been living on the street for the last several weeks. He's got dirty clothes. His hair's all messed up. He doesn't look like he's got 2 cents to his name. I know how I would help him out. How would you help him out?
I mean, realistically, I couldn't.
You couldn't help him out?
I mean, in general, I guess if I had all the money in the world, I'd support
No. You don't have all the money in the world. Neither do I. We're going to try and help the guy out. Now, here's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican. If you're the Democrat and I'm the Republican, since you are registered as a Democrat and I'm registered as a Republican, the Democrat would reach into my pocket and take out $20 and hand it to the homeless guy. Okay, so that you'll take money from someone else and give it to the guy in the street and hope he does something useful with it. What I would do is I'd say, I'll tell you what, I will find a way to get you a shave and a shower and some new clothes, and I will introduce you to someone who can get you a job doing something. It may be a low-skilled job, but it'll be a job that puts some money in your pocket, and I will give the man the opportunity to be able to work his way out of his situation, which is living on the street. That's what a Republican does. What Democrats tend to do is they say, let's tax all the hardworking people in the community, not just me, but everybody, and let's give some money to these people. Let's give them free food and free housing. We'll even give them housing where they can continue to use drugs and alcohol. There is some of that in both Portland and Seattle. And I think Eugene, too, where you can continue to drink and drug and all the things that put you in the gutter from the get-go. And we'll give you free stuff and hope that by giving you free stuff, you will then get on your feet, find a job, and begin to do for yourself. But if the man ended up in the gutter because he couldn't do for himself or wouldn't do for himself to begin with, how successful do you think the Democrat solution is going to be?
You've got a really valid point there, and I think that, it kind of changes where I should be registered. I mean, I would maybe give him a couple bucks to go buy, I'd maybe go to the store, grab him a sandwich, give him a sandwich, but,
Now the other part of being
no way he's going to do anything.
The other part of being a Republican is, how about if you don't give him the sandwich, but you say, if you'll come home and rake the leaves in my yard, or, pick some other task. So in other words, the exchange is a mutual exchange. You're saying you need to do something in order to get something. Because right now, an awful lot of the so-called solution of the likes of Shama Sawant in Seattle, or Mayor Ed Murray, or Mayor Charlie Hales, or Kitty Piercy in Eugene, their solution is we should just give things to people and expect that they might do the right thing. Most of the rest of the world works by saying, we don't give you anything, you earn it. And if you earn it, you can take pride in doing it, and you understand you earned what you're getting. If somebody just gives you something, you may waste that opportunity. People tend not to waste and I'll tell you, Deanna, one good example of this, and here's a measure you can see. I've had community college instructors call me up, and they have told me time and again that they can always tell the difference between the students in their class who are getting free college. Either grandma and grandpa bought it, or it's on a loan, or somebody gave them a grant to go to school because they thought it was a good idea. And the student who earned their money and is paying for the college themselves, either through their military service or because they worked all summer, saved up thousands of dollars, and are now paying for the classes. The professors say they can tell the difference because the person who had it given to them may sleep through half of class and not get much out of it. The person who's paying for it out of his own pocket or because of his service to the country, boy, he's sitting right there attentive, taking notes. He's going to make something of it because he paid for that. And most people don't like to waste the things they paid for, but they're pretty happy to waste the things that are given to them free of charge.
So, just to clarify something, is there such thing as a liberal Republican? Because that sounds more...
Is there a what Republican?
A liberal Republican?
Well, you know, Mark Hatfield, and he was a friend of mine, was a little bit liberal, but not too terribly liberal. You know, if you believe in personal responsibility, then you're a Republican. If you believe that everything is always somebody else's fault, heck, you'll hear Democrats suggest that even if you find a serial killer or a rapist or a child molester, that it's always somebody else who made them do it. Some set of circumstances, some tragedy befell them, and it forced them to become a serial killer or a rapist or a child molester. Conservatives have a tendency to say, look, you have to take responsibility for what you did. And if you come home and say, well, I drink too much because my wife nags at me, or I have to take drugs because I don't like my job, then you're somebody who's just constantly saying, you know, it's somebody else's fault. And, you know, we have a president who operates on that kind of basis as well. In fact, you know, we even made a song for him, Deanna.
The Lars Larson Show. I blamed everyone, man. I blamed everyone. The Pope, the Father, and Son, man. I blamed everyone. Thought being the president would be more fun. I blamed everyone. I blamed the economy, the policy, those that don't agree with me. GOP, can't you see this is a catastrophe? Humanity, this is insanity. Unemployment, no enjoyment, let me just take a moment to blame more things, not just my opponent. I blamed everyone. I blamed everyone, man. I blamed everyone. The Pope, the Father, and Son, man. I blamed everyone. I'm probably gonna blame you too, cause I blamed everyone. I blamed Katrina, Irina, the price of gasoline, Guantanamo, the Alamo, not enough oil flow. President of Iran, he is such an anger man. Limbaugh, Uncle Sam, this is gonna be my plan. Every woman, every man, probably even blame this man. I blamed everyone. I blamed everyone, man. I blamed everyone. The Pope, the Father, and Son, man. I blamed everyone. I thought being the president would be more fun. I blamed everyone. I blame the price of gas and my past. This is never gonna last. Headaches, earthquakes, it's not my fault for heaven's sakes. Tea Party, tsunami, European economy, and cult of Glenn Beck. Never gonna show respect. Lars Larson's hate speech, they all want me impeached. I blamed everyone. I blamed everyone, man. I blamed everyone. Pope, the Father, and Son, man. I blamed everyone. I'm probably gonna blame you too, cause I blamed everyone. I blamed everyone.
Lars Larson.
Portland's
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Get ready to satisfy your sweet tooth. That's right, it's chocolate giveaway time at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. This February, get a premium box of chocolates for every 1,000 points. Offer good while supplies last. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Then on Valentine's Day, let Cupid hit you with a cash arrow at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. Join us on February 14th for our Sweethearts Hot Seat drawings. Every hour from 3 till 10 p.m., you could win a share of $6,000 in cash and free play. Visit threeriverscasino.com to find out more. Let us show you the love with cash and chocolate giveaways at Three Rivers Casino Resort and see why things are luckier here.
The most accurate forecast now on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Weather brought to you by Pacific Air Comfort, your local factory authorized carrier dealer. Keeping your home comfortable all year long. Turn to the experts at PacificAirComfort.com. Cloudy with a slight chance of rain this afternoon, 53 the high. Some clouds, a little fog, and 40 overnight. Look for rainy on Friday with a high right around 55 degrees. Some rain and lows around 40 Friday night. Saturday, mostly cloudy with showers in 52, foggy, then partly sunny and 60 for Sunday.
Days are brighter, spring's coming. Time to get back on a bike. Try out the fun e-bike experience. Eugene Electric Bicycles has lots to choose from for all heights, weights, riding abilities, and budgets. With 55 e-bikes and 30 models to consider, there's one that's right for you. Cruisers, mountain and cargo bikes, hybrids, trikes, tandems, folders, fat bikes. Lots of possibilities, but one thing's for sure. You'll be on a bike that'll make it easy for you to keep up with friends and get up our hills. E-bikes at Eugene Electric Bicycles, across from the 5th Street Market. Try one.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
Hi, it's Matt from Pressure Point Roofing. If you hire the cheapest contractor to do your roof, doesn't it make sense that you'll get the cheapest work too? When you trust Pressure Point to do your roof, you'll get only the highest quality work with the best warranty in the business. We are the longest standing Master Elite contractor in the state and take great pride in our work. We're clean, efficient, respectful, and professional. For roofing, windows, and siding, start at the top. Pressure Point Roofing.
Visit PressurePointRoofing.com today.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood, and even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me.
Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Come to the forest. It's a place not so far away. A place where you don't have to mow the lawn or babysit.
I saw lizards and squirrels and ducks, ladybugs, caterpillars. It's really cool, actually.
A place where you don't have to make time for free time.
Lots and lots of kinds of species here.
Out here, you may even meet the mysterious creature known as the other you. The enchanted you.
It's magic what flowers do.
The adventurous you.
My favorite tree, yes, it's that one.
The free-to-be-me you. Ask your parents to take you to this not-so-far-away place. Come to the forest, where the other you lives. But first, stop by discovertheforest.org, a public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. David Cross joins us every week to update us on illegal alien happenings in the Northwest. How are you doing, David?
I'm doing good, Lars. I thought I'd bring something
a little different to the show today. We've been talking about this Zika virus.
Yeah.
And one thing, you had Michelle Malkin on, and she wrote an excellent editorial that was passed across the country on potential of unaccompanied children potentially bringing in the Zika virus and other diseases. And so I called the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, Georgia today, and I also talked to the Marion County Health Department about actions they would take to potentially prevent the spread of the disease. And there's not a lot they can do, Lars. This disease is kind of a short-term illness, except when it comes to pregnant women traveling to areas where Zika is prevalent, the mosquitoes that carry the Zika virus. And it can be sexually transmitted and also can happen through blood transfusions. And that's where most of the mosquitoes that carry this disease are in tropical areas of the world, Central America, South America, and some subtropical areas. Most of Mexico is marked on the CDC website as being an area where you can pick up the Zika virus. So it seems logical that...
Zika virus.
But
it's now come to Florida, and you can imagine why. Somebody arrives in Florida who's come in from Central or South America or parts of Mexico. They get bit by a mosquito. The mosquito takes off, bites somebody else, and now we've seen transmission, right?
Exactly, and that's what I was trying to figure out this morning. If a person comes in with the Zika virus and a mosquito that can carry the Zika virus in this country bites them, that mosquito can bite somebody else and transfer that virus.
And I guess this is a disease that's particularly transmitted well by certain kinds of mosquitoes and not by others. But there are ways to take care of that as well, and it's not just pesticides. My friend Henry Miller, who's a doc down at Stanford, says there's a way of spreading mosquitoes that are sterile. I mean, they're created sterile, and they go out and they mate, and then they die. And the females they mate with do not produce any offspring, and boom, you've knocked down the mosquito population dramatically, and then you don't have as much transmission, and it becomes much more controllable. But boy, the damage it does to unborn babies is unbelievable.
Exactly, and they had like 4,000 cases in Brazil where they had these, it's called microcephaly, where the skulls of the children are born really small. In essence, that could cause brain damage or underdeveloped brains, developmental disabilities. And for a pregnant woman to travel these areas of the world, I'd sure postpone it until they really know how to deal with this disease. And then I worry about our government bringing people in, particularly because it takes 2 to 7 days for this disease to basically find out if you have it. So you could technically have people with the disease in Mexico walking across the border, surrendering to Border Patrol, unless they put them like in detention for 10 days and make sure that they aren't sick.
Well, and make sure they're not exposed to any place where mosquitoes could get to, which means what? You detain them inside in a room somewhere? David, thanks for the update. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, a crashing economy. Are you ready? At best, your local stores have a 3-day supply of food. Will your family have to fight over what's left? Are you willing to gamble your family's safety that it'll never happen to you? Be wise and be ready with 25-year shelf life Wise Food Storage. Wise Food Storage provides affordable, ready-made gourmet meals with a super long 25-year shelf life. Meals like pasta Alfredo, cheesy lasagna, breakfast, dessert, drinks, and snacks. Just add water and your family is eating delicious food instead of fighting for scraps in a food riot. Try it free. Order a no-obligation free sample meal delivered right to your front door. And for a limited time, get a 10% discount and free shipping on all orders. Once done, you're set for 25 years. Be wise and be ready with Wise Food Storage. Call for your free sample now. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353. 800-775-9353.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. It wasn't easy seeing green on Wall Street. The Dow picked up 0.5% on an 80-point gain, but the broader markets were almost flat. The Nasdaq adding 5 points, the S&P 3, after a session in which crude oil futures rose, then fell, settling a little more than a quarter below $32 a barrel. Kevin Karan of Stifel's Washington Crossing Advisors says investors have been cautious with some mixed data to back that up.
We saw that productivity in the fourth quarter actually fell 3%. That was less than expected. And we also saw that factory orders for the month of December were down 2.9% overall, and durable goods were also weak.
Talk about a Barbie dream house? How about a merger involving Barbie maker Mattel and Hasbro? Bloomberg reports the toy companies have been talking about the idea since Hasbro broached it late last year. If it happens, the timing could help Mattel, which is seeing licensing rights to Disney's Frozen and Princess brands shift to Hasbro, and Hasbro rake in profits from the Star Wars franchise. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Kathleen Maloney. Investigation of a possible murder-suicide after police find 6 bodies in a home on the south side of Chicago.
There are signs of trauma to the bodies. It appears right now we have 5 adults and a child.
Acting Police Superintendent John Escalante on what led police to the scene.
This gentleman had not shown up to work today and had failed to show up for work yesterday. The co-workers found that highly unusual, thought that was very suspicious, and so they asked the police to take a ride to his residence to check on him.
Police believe all the dead may be members of the same family. No known threat to the neighborhood. Democrats Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders on the debate stage in New Hampshire tonight. Fox News Radio's Bill Marcus joins us live.
Kathleen, a lot of students here on the University of New Hampshire saying they support Bernie Sanders. A few Republican women telling me they want to hear what Hillary Clinton has to say. But the most frequent opinion is the one I'm hearing is a pronounced dislike. A fear, one student described it, of a presidency headed up by Donald Trump.
I know that he's offended someone with cerebral palsy that we talked about in class today. So, I just don't think he would be a good president. I don't think he relates to everybody.
That's junior Lindsay Baruch from Rhode Island. She says she and her friends feel a country with Donald Trump as president wouldn't be a good country to live in. Kathleen?
Thanks, Bill. The founder of the rock band Earth, Wind & Fire is dead. Maurice White was 74. His brother says he passed away at his home in Los Angeles. White founded that band in the late 1960s. Modest gains on Wall Street, the Dow gaining 79 points. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Once upon a time, there was a sleepy bear. All he wanted was a comfy place to sleep. Maybe something like the inside of a car? He squeezed into a coupe. Too small, he thought. He tried an SUV. Too big. Maybe a station wagon. Just right. But just as his eyelids began to get heavy, it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Snoozy Bear, September 30th, 2013. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Meet Pam. She's making serious money on her own schedule driving with Uber.
The first time I turned the app on was because I was going to visit my sister and thought I should probably make some extra cash so that when I'm on my trip, I'll have spending money. And then I had $400. I have a full-time job and I'm also self-employed. This is the best decision I made. It's a no-brainer, really.
Thanks, Pam. To start making great money with your car, sign up to drive today at drivewithuber.com. That's drive with U-B-E-R.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Oregon legislature is considering a climate change bill. Carrie Neeson with the Lung Association told lawmakers the health effects of pollution impact everyone.
For those who say addressing climate change is too costly, I say we can't afford to do nothing.
The bill would result in much higher prices for your electricity and fuels. Douglas County Commissioner Susie Morgan says 43% of people in her county struggle to pay their utilities and can't afford the state to do this.
These families can't afford up to a 30% increase in electric and utility bills.
The bill sets goals for the reduction of carbon monoxide. Federal authorities have beefed up security at 3 wildlife refuges in the West amid the ongoing armed occupation of a sister refuge in eastern Oregon. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service reports no specific threats against those areas, but the agency wants to ensure the safety of employees and visitors. Meanwhile, there's still no signs of the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge are about to give up. 4 Portland women accused of stealing more than 50 Fitbit activity trackers from 2 Eugene businesses in one day. The women took the trackers from an AT&T store and an REI on January 13th. Fitbits range in price from $60 to $250. Bill London, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Ever wish you could read her mind? Like when she texts you,
"Hey, we need to talk."
Wouldn't it be nice to know she really means,
"I'm going out with my friends Saturday. You should go grab pizza and beer and watch the game with the guys."
At ProFlowers, we can't help you read her mind. But with our expertly designed bouquets, guaranteed delivery, and customizable add-ons, we can ensure you deliver the perfect message this Valentine's Day. So when she texts you,
"The roses are beautiful. I love them."
you'll already know she means it. Let the pros at ProFlowers help you deliver the perfect message and win this Valentine's Day. Right now at ProFlowers, get 1 dozen stunning assorted roses for just $19.99. Plus a glass vase and a box of chocolates free. But hurry, this incredible deal expires this Friday. The only way to get this deal, including free chocolates, is to go to proflowers.com. Click on the microphone in the upper right corner and enter promo code 600. That's proflowers.com, code 600.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
It's 3:06 and time for Hour 1 of Glenn Beck here on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, the post-Iowa fallout has gotten real. Santorum, Rand, Huckabee now officially out, but Gilchrist Morlinson is strangely still in. Maybe he is the dark horse. We're going to cover that this hour. Also, Dana Lash is with us, and she is pissed, talking about fake Christians. We begin right there, right now.
I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Dana is smoking in 2 ways. In her usual way of being smoking, Dana Lash.
Literally burning things.
Yeah, but you are on fire. Last night on your TV show, you were I was told none of that was part of the script.
No, it wasn't.
It was the prompter person was like, "Where is she? She's nowhere."
They just stopped scrolling after a while and they just let it go.
You're really hacked off at 2 people.
Oh yeah.
Okay, where do you want to start?
I don't know. Where should we begin? I've been really cool. I think this entire primary, I've been incredibly fair. I've had Donald Trump on my radio program. I've had him on the television program of the network that he says he hates here because he hates you.
Right.
You know?
No. He just says that we're a loser and not worth his time.
But but then he would
he's on yours.
But then his people would approach me and would email me, which it's crazy how I save all those emails.
I
you know. And they wanted to come on the program, and so I was incredibly fair, and it shocked people when I came out for Cruz, which I've always liked Cruz.
Right.
I've never liked Donald Trump. He seemed like a nice guy. Never liked him as a political candidate. For a couple of years, he wanted me to introduce him at CPAC. He reached out, asked for me to do it. I did so last year just to see what would happen, and just so I could say that now because I knew where this was heading. And I've always been incredibly fair. And the stuff that I've seen just in the last few weeks, I'm kind of at my limit. And
In what way? First of all, have you gotten backlash for coming out and saying you're for Cruz?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Because the response is, that's what, you know.
Are you a fake conservative now? Are you a sellout?
Apparently,
are you an establishment goon?
I'm a rhino whore conservative, whatever that means. I had to Google it, actually, and that was really disturbing. I'm all of those things because I came out for Cruz, I've been insulted by Better. A bunch of anonymous accounts are aren't going to do anything. I used to have SEIU that came to my house. A bunch of keyboard warriors eating Hot Pockets in their mom's basement. That's not going to do nothing.
But if you're for Ted Cruz, you actually sell your body for money? Because we're all for Cruz, and I don't think anybody's buying.
I've sold my body for money.
I was told that I had to come here to get my check, so that's why I'm here.
I sold my body for science. I was like, sell my body, sure. And they're like, that could be first time I've had sex in a while. And they're like, no, we want it for science. A body that no one wants to get near. So anyway, you are in trouble with everybody, and they were surprised that you were for Cruz. You don't care about that, but now you say you're at your limit with with
Trump.
With Trump.
And Ben Carson.
Okay, let's start with Trump.
Okay, I'm at my limit with Trump because I just don't think that calling somebody a bimbo or suggesting that they're a bimbo or suggesting that they're sold out or suggesting that they've committed fraud is substitute for intelligent dissent. And I've kind of had that problem with his campaign now for some time. I've been incredibly cool about it, but now we're at the point where it's at level ridiculous. It's out of hand.
My wife said to me last night, she said she is done with him. She's been done with him for a long time. But she's really done with him, and he is officially a total joke now that he is calling for a recount.
He's the equivalent of Kim Kardashian in American politics. We're looking at the Kardashian candidate. That's who this is. He's a chaos candidate who's been all over the board on every single issue, and anyone who tells themselves otherwise, they're lying to themselves.
Did you see, I did a show a couple of days ago, and I'm trying to remember the guest. He's a military strategist, and he talked about, it's like the ODSS or something.
You
know what it is? A military strategy?
The loop,
the loop.
Where it's all about observation and then reaction. And
yes. Okay, so it's this military strategy on how to beat your opponents. And he said it is exactly the strategy that Donald Trump is using, but will lose because of it.
Right.
Because he is a chaos candidate.
Exactly.
And so what is happening is he's using this, whether he knows it or not, he's using this military strategy of going in and just causing chaos, and no one can keep up with the chaos. So he punches through. But the problem is, at some point, there will be, right now it's working because he's against, 5, 6, 7, 8 other candidates. Once it gets down to 1 or 2, it falls apart because by that time, the opponents know it's chaos. Don't react to him.
Exactly.
Just keep going. And once you don't react to him, sound like Ted Cruz? Once you don't react to him, you just punch right through because you stay on message.
No, that's it entirely. I forget what the acronym is, but he's disrupted the loop, and that's why he's being successful right now. So the only way to get back at him is to disrupt his loop.
Correct.
And that's how you have to go and go about that.
Okay, so how do you think people are, and I don't know, I feel like we live in this bubble where none of this makes sense to any of us. None of this makes sense, but apparently it makes sense to people. How Donald Trump, the guy who never wins, who's just going to speak straight, is now calling for a recount or a redo. And that just...
Everybody come back out. We messed up.
Like second grade.
Yeah,
second grade.
And he was complaining that the state of Iowa should come down and overturn that election. Well, it wasn't an election. It was a caucus, and the state of Iowa doesn't run it. So... It's an interesting, the guy doesn't even understand the procedures of what he's involved in, and he's acting as if he's the savior for Ben Carson after he spent a month calling him a pedophile.
Exactly.
And saying he was psychotic. That's another thing. First of all, let's just go over what happened. First of all, as we said yesterday, I'm sorry, but if I were Ted Cruz, and I don't think this is dirty tactics, and I read, did you get it? Did you find out for me if Rubio was doing this too? Jeffy?
We have not confirmed that 100%.
Okay, although let's not get into it. But it's exactly what I would do if somebody had said on CNN, your competitor is going to not go to New Hampshire. He's going to spend the week at home because he has to get fresh clothes.
Right.
I would say there's something wrong here, and I would tell my lead caucus people, get the Carson people because he's dropping out. There's nothing wrong with that. That is fair, absolutely fair game because it didn't make sense, and so you just assume that that's what's going on. It's not like you're making this up. It didn't make sense, so that's what he did. Now, like Donald Trump is above any kind of dirty tricks.
He's got Roger Stone, a.k.a. the dirty trickster, working with him.
Right.
I don't believe that.
And he comes and now, after calling Carson a pedophile, to get in, he sweet talks. This is what he does. He sweet talks people, and I'm going to protect you. I'm going to be there for you. When all he's doing is bleeding you dry. Carson has not endorsed Trump, but one of his main campaign guys went to work for Trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, went to go work for his campaign. I'm not surprised. I think that Trump ate up Huckabee's campaign, and I think he's doing the same thing for Carson's. He's wanting to get Carson's votes, which
How can people who voted for Carson possibly go to Trump?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Well, you went off yesterday.
They have no proof. They cannot point to anybody who left the caucus, who stopped caucusing with Carson and went with Trump. And can I say, too, how stupid is someone? Like, if you have an operative from another campaign that gets up on stage and is like, here, I heard your guys dropping out. Well, you guys should come caucus with us. If they believe that, they deserve to lose, because that's stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And first of all, Ben Carson actually overperformed many of his polls. So it's not like this hurt him and he went down. He actually did a little bit better.
Like he was going to beat Marco Rubio.
They all did well. Rubio overperformed too. So did Rubio cheat?
So did Cruz.
Exactly. So all of them would have had to cheat.
Except for Trump.
Except for Trump. And does anyone realistically think that 14 points are going to be made up because of this one report of this one person at a caucus saying this? It's absurd.
His people thought he was going to win Iowa too.
Oh, that's true. I guess if they thought that.
They were delusional. They were delusional. Of course they thought he was.
I mean, he's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong.
He's a really nice
guy. And I love the way he talks. I want him to read me a bedtime story, not be my commander-in-chief.
Oh, I feel like if he read me a bedtime story, he would fall asleep faster than I would. I mean, honestly, that man is almost asleep.
Actually, I'm going to refine it. I don't know if I think he's a super nice guy anymore.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting that with that way, too.
I will tell you this. What you said on the show yesterday is sticks with me. Talk about bearing false witness.
Oh, yeah. I was really angry about that, because I think if you're going to go out there and you're going to cite Christ and you're going to be the Jesus candidate and you're going to go out there and be a representative of the faith and say that you're a Christian, then why on earth are you bearing false witness against somebody for what your campaign did? That's not very Christ-like, and it's a horrible example. We have people who are running away from the faith because of hypocrisy like this, and we don't need to add another example to the catalog. Even the devil can quote scripture, as Carson's proved.
Whoa.
Dun, dun, dun.
Wow.
But I mean, think about it. This goes back to something you've talked about a million times, Glenn, is even when good people get into this game, they turn into bad people.
They all
do bad things. They fall down on their face over and over again, and it's so rare. It's one of the reasons why we like Cruz so much. It's so rare to find a person who can make it through that.
I know people, I'm reading all kinds of horrible things about Ted Cruz, but I mean this sincerely. I have not seen Ted Cruz behave any way other than honorable the whole time. He has been attacked by every single... You didn't go to Iowa, did you?
No.
When we went to Iowa, we turned on the television and the radio. It was non-stop ads. You got that. But they were all attacking Ted Cruz. All of them. So every candidate was attacking Ted Cruz. And yet he never responded in kind. He wasn't on the campaign trail saying bad things about people. He was saying what their records were, but he wasn't saying bad things. And he was taking the full frontal assault from Donald Trump the whole time. And he won. I tell you, if he stays the course, I think you're going to see at some point Americans like the underdog. At some point, they'll realize the guy who just won in Iowa is still the underdog. He's still the guy that everybody is against.
And he apologized to be classy. And because he said, well, you know, this information that came out from CNN, because people at CNN were tweeting it before it ever hit television. When I first saw it, that statement came right after Huckabee dropped out, and I thought, who goes back to Florida for fresh clothes? He's totally dropping out of the race. I thought that. But I didn't care, because he's not a contender, he's a foil, and I didn't have my eyes on him, except to look at whose numbers he was picking off of. He was pulling from Trump and Rubio. He was not even an issue for Cruz. And so I thought that. I mean, you can see the timeline. People act like you can't see the timeline on Twitter. You can see when the first talking heads, Chris Moody, Jake Tapper, who said, oh yeah, well, we're hearing this from the Carson campaign. And it sounded like, especially again after Huckabee dropped out, it sounded like he was leaving the campaign. That's on him and his campaign.
Why wouldn't you say that? As somebody who's running a campaign, that you would be negligent if you didn't say to your people, you know what, he's dropping out, get his people. If he's dropping out, get his people.
Right.
You're negligent.
And the absurd thing is they said, oh, well, he had to go get a set of fresh clothes, and he's going to drop out.
Ridiculous.
Yesterday, he was still in his press conference talking about his clothing, which is bizarre. But the accusation essentially was he's going to leave the campaign trail with 8 days left before an important state. Nobody would do that who's sensible. And what has he done? He's actually continuing. He's just denying he's leaving the campaign, but he did leave the campaign trail for 2 days. His campaign won't put out any schedule of public events. I mean, what is he doing? If you've donated money to this guy, you have to be.
This is the most bizarre election I have ever seen in my life.
True.
I mean, honestly, Porky Pig could crawl and claw his way out of Ben Carson's nose, and I would be less surprised. I would be like, another thing going on.
A lot of cartoon characters.
Would have seen that. Wow. I didn't know Porky Pig was real, and I certainly had no idea he was living in Ben Carson's nose.
I think Trump is planning a third-party run. If he can't get the Iowa GOP, which they need to respond on,
I have to tell you,
RNC is going to have to respond on it.
Will you stay for a few minutes?
Sure.
Because I want to talk a little bit about Christians and your understanding of what's going on there. And also, Donald Trump is destroying the GOP. Destroying it. We are, all of us, at each other's throats. Carson, because of Trump, Carson is at Cruz's throat, Rubio's at Cruz's throat. Everybody's at each other's throats. When we have much more in common, and somehow or another, the guy in the middle, Donald Trump, is the ringleader, is not getting the shots. He's the least like us, and he's setting all of us against each other. If this guy isn't an operative of the Democratic National Committee, they should send him a giant check just for fun because thanks. You've done a great job. You've destroyed the conservative movement.
And they might do that.
They might do that. Well, they will. If Clinton gets in, believe me, he won't get a check, but I can guarantee you he'll get some property that he wanted. He'll get the government will move something out of his way. Sponsor this half hour is Casper. After spending a few days in Iowa, you can realize why bears go into caves and hibernate, because it is frickin' cold, and there are times that you just want to be in bed and pull up the covers, and for me, that's almost all winter. No matter where you live, it feels good to crawl into a comfortable bed and just hibernate. And if it's a comfortable bed that you need, get a Casper mattress, the sheets and the pillows. So you get the mattress, the sheets, and the pillows. Did you get the sheets and pillows, Pat? These came out after we ordered our mattress. Did you get the Casper mattress?
I got the mattress.
Did you get the pillows and sheets?
No, I don't.
Got to get those and see what they're like. Anyway, the Casper mattress, it is really, really great. You'll have a really comfortable sleep. Pat can't walk when he doesn't sleep on it because his back is so bad. I can sleep like that and sleep all the way through on a Casper. Try it in your home for 100 nights, risk-free. And if you don't love the mattress, the sheets, the pillows, they'll pick them up and refund absolutely every dime. Casper.com. Use the promo code Beck towards $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. It's Casper.com. Promo code Beck. Get $50 off the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions do apply.
The Glenn Beck Program.
Mercury.
Valentine's Day is next week. Give freshly dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries and a dozen sorted roses for $39.99. And if you really want hero status, upgrade to the exclusive champagne collection with hand-dipped pink champagne berries, gorgeous red roses, complete with champagne bucket vase. These berries are huge with champagne twist and festive gold shimmer. Roses from Pro Flowers that are so farm fresh they're guaranteed to last at least 7 days. And of course, delivery is always guaranteed. So let the other couple couples celebrate Valentine's Day. You and your love can celebrate Valentine's for days and days and days with Sherry's Berries. The only way to get this incredible one-day deal, juicy, huge, and freshly dipped strawberries, plus 1 dozen assorted roses for $39.99. Call 866-FRUIT-02 or even better, berries.com, BERRIES.com. Click on the microphone on the top of the right-hand corner and type in my name, Glenn. That's berries.com. Type in Glenn. Order now. The offer expires at midnight.
I'm thinking if Thomas Jefferson were around today, he'd go to Sleep Train because, well, first off, Thomas Jefferson knew his mattresses. And secondly, they're having the big President's Day sale going on at Sleep Train mattress centers. And I think Thomas Jefferson, being a pretty smart guy and one of the founding fathers, would have said to himself, why, yes, I'd like to save some money. During the President's Day sale right now, you can save up to $300 on Beauty Rest and Posturepedic mattress sets. Save on twin, full, queen, and king-sized, among others.
I'm thinking Jefferson would go Tempur-Pedic because he'd like saving the $300, but even if he didn't consume his whole day with the movable base, he loved the 3 years interest-free financing, and you will too. No money down on Tempur-Pedic and Beauty Rest Black Hybrid, a Sleep Train luxury exclusive with cooling memory foam and pocketed coil so you get the best of both worlds. Available only at Sleep Train at approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. The President's Day sale going on right now. It's Sleep Train.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
We all know those iconic words, spoken by Lou Gehrig 75 years ago. We all know the ball player, the durable Iron Horse, who played in 2,130 consecutive games. Lou ended his speech with a message of hope.
Been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
2 years later, the pride of the Yankees died of the terrible illness that bears his name, Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS. Although there is still no cure, the reason for hope is stronger than ever. Help bring us even closer to a research breakthrough for ALS. Join the team. Join the ALS Association in the fight to find treatments and a cure for ALS. Go to alsa.org/75 for more information.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You're listening to the Glenn Beck Program.
I am so excited for tonight's broadcast at 5 o'clock on The Blaze. Tonight's program, Mercury One's first evacuation of the Christians. You're going to go behind the scenes, see the entire evacuation of these Christians, 149 people, 32 families. It airs tonight at 5 p.m. And if you can't watch tonight, the entire episode will be available on Friday for download on iTunes and Amazon and Google Play. So make sure you watch it tonight at 5 o'clock only on The Blaze TV. While we're here talking about Christians, what is happening to people like Jerry Falwell and now Ben Carson? What is happening to people?
Well,
talking to Dana Lash.
I've never been. Let me put this in a different way. I've never been like a big Falwell person.
Oh, I like Jerry Falwell.
Okay, well, I've never... See, look, he does not pay me to agree with him. That just goes to show you right there. I've never been a big Falwell person. I'll say this.
Is it because you're a whore?
It's because I am.
I just read that on Twitter.
And a conservative, let's not forget that. No, I'm mad, and I think even a lot of Christians are allowing anger to get the better of them. Fear is a lack of faith, and a lot of people are really afraid right now, and they're running to the wrong things instead of running to their faith. They're running to just the wrong things to help make themselves feel better about going into this. And people also they don't have patience. This is not something that you correct in terms of the direction of our country in just like 1 or 2 election cycles. This is a generational thing. We are dumb if we think that we're going to go up against the progressive left who've been putting these pieces together for generations, longer than, your grandparents, great-grandparents. We're not going to change that in a couple. And people, it's too hard for them to go out and change hearts and minds. You're not going to do it on Facebook or Twitter.
I wrote do you remember when I was talking, Stu, this is years ago, when I was talking about writing a book called The 100-Year Plan. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. I wanted to come up with a 100-year plan, do exactly what the progressives did. I couldn't get Simon & Schuster or anybody to print the book because they said, nobody is interested in a 100-year plan. And I said, then that's why we will lose. Unless we think like the progressives and understand that one election won't do it, we're never going to win because they are patient. They're like the Chinese.
Right.
They will just wait. Look at what's happening. This is possibly, this or 2024, will be the last generation that even understands the America we're saying we want to restore. They won't understand. By 2024, they won't understand this concept of America unless we have not a progressive light like George W. Bush or Marco Rubio, but an actual conservative constitutionalist. It's de-emphasize the conservative and emphasize the constitutionalist. If we don't repair the Constitution, you lose religion. You lose it all. You lose it all. You lose freedom of speech.
No, you lose all. I completely agree. And I know that immigration is the big issue, but people are they're so focused on that, they think they have to sacrifice everything else. I've seen other pundits say, oh, well, let's just throw abortion out the window. Why are we having to sacrifice on anything? Again, it comes down to fear. I don't want to compromise. We've compromised so much.
Try to draw a line in the sand. And just like Davy Crockett, I'm on this side of the line. You want to join me on this side of the line? Great. If not, move
you
on.
all can go to hell. I'm going to Texas.
This is the Glenn Beck Program. Mercury.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The U of O is considering a 4.7% tuition increase next fall. The increase proposal would see out-of-state students' tuition jump 4.46%, in-staters at 4.76% over a 10-year period. Tuition has jumped from under $6,000 to almost $10,300 this year for in-staters. The U of O says the increased costs are due to faculty salaries and benefits, along with less money coming from the state. The federal grand jury has handed down indictments against Eamon Bundy and the others arrested in connection with the occupation of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Bundy's attorney, Mike Arnold, told the judge it was wrong his client wasn't in court.
Mr. Bundy put on the record today through me that he expects and requests to be at every single federal court appearance.
The judge says it wasn't necessary because the indictments were made and the previous court actions were suspended. A 23-year-old homeless man in Portland has been accused of 54 sex crimes involving children. Police say he worked at the Multnomah Education Service District Outdoor School. Bill London, KPNW.
In February, Sherry's pie lovers are faced with a tough decision. Which award-winning Sherry's Classic Pie to order during our sale price, just $8.99? Do you choose good old Granny's apple or pure peach perfection? Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry, or my favorite, chocolate cream supreme. The list goes on, but I can't. What I can do is suggest you stop by Sherry's Cafe and Pies today and pick up several classic Sherry's pies while they're still on sale.
This is a national healthcare alert from the Health Hotline. If you, a family member, or a loved one suffers from knee pain and have Medicare as your primary insurance, we've got great news. You could qualify for a pain-relieving knee brace at little or no cost to you. Get free delivery, and all the paperwork is handled by our accredited suppliers at no charge to you. If you are on Medicare and have knee pain, don't wait. You may qualify to immediately receive a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost. Friendly agents are standing by 24/7 to help you. We also have other pain-relieving braces available for shoulder, ankle, and your back. You may be eligible to get these items and more at little or no cost to you as well. Our friendly representatives are standing by now to take your call. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. 800-430-9571. That's 800-430-9571.
Oregon's Game Megabucks jackpot is over $6 million. Buy yours today.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This is Savannah Guthrie with an urgent story developing all across America. Despite having more than enough food available, there are nearly 16 million kids struggling with hunger. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks engages local communities in solving hunger by collecting surplus food, giving hope to hungry kids. But they need your help. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Alex Jones peers into the dark side starting at 8 p.m. It's Glenn Beck now on 1120 KPNW.
Back.
This is
the Glenn Beck Program.
We're spending some time with Dana Lash, who is always a pleasure to have on, and she follows my show at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern on The Blaze, and she is you're Megyn Kelly. You're the only one who is even close to Megyn Kelly. You are. I mean, I don't want to pit you and Megyn Kelly against each other because I love you both, but you are.
Who do you like more, Glenn? Come on.
It is a coin toss between you and Megyn Kelly. You two are the smartest, the smartest women on television, and both of you will leave you in shreds before you even feel the knife go into you. You're like, I think I was just been sliced up into little pieces.
Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I know. I really. That's the stuff I like to hear.
Yeah.
Adorable yet incredibly violent comment.
Yeah. So, can we talk about a couple of things?
Sure.
Let's talk about how, for instance, did you see the Tea Party Patriots endorse Cruz?
Yes, I was glad that they did.
Yeah, but you know what's really funny is they were on the bandwagon for Trump.
Yes.
Hard.
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Oh, just no reason. No, I know they were.
Yeah.
They were.
Then their people, they did a vote, and their people went, what was it, Pat, 80%?
I don't remember the percentage. It was huge.
It was huge. It was between 60 and 80% of the Tea Party Patriots in the vote of the people. They said, what are you doing? It's Cruz. And so they had to endorse, but the leadership was all for Trump. Same thing, it looks like, was I've talked to a few writers at Breitbart. You call him Trump Bart. But I've talked to a few writers. I haven't, but my people have talked to a few writers because they have called us and said, you wouldn't believe that. I mean, we're getting stories spiked, and we have to write certain stories.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, Trump art, that's sort of how the way it is. It's always amazed me.
You worked there.
I've always been amazed at people whose business model is dependent upon getting a Drudge link. And to have someone, and I mean, I don't care, I mean, because there's, you know, it is what it is. But there's a bias. I don't even go to that site and look at it, because I've looked at it one time and it was all Trump. That's all it is anymore. That's not even a question.
Can I ask you that because you used to work there? You hated me for a while, didn't you?
I never hated you.
I do.
You just didn't like.
I think you're thinking of me.
No, I never did not like you.
You just didn't know. You just didn't. You didn't listen to anybody.
Right. No, I don't really tend to listen to anybody, except now because you pay me and I'm a conservative whore, apparently.
No.
I know, right?
Could we just define? Is it okay to define conservative?
No. Do not Google it. Don't Google it.
I don't know what it is. Somebody called me that as well.
I felt pretty Puritan. That's all I'm going to say.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's an actual word?
No.
No,
it's not a
apparently
real
it is now.
word, but it is. Yes.
Okay. Street word.
Street
I believe it's a
smart.
compound word, isn't it? It's like a compound word. It's
is.
really technical.
We could probably focus on another thing.
Let's focus on
That's one option.
Here's the other thing.
I looked it up.
How does the GOP and the conservative media survive? Because here's what's happening. GOP is eating itself right now. I mean, we've never had an easier candidate to beat than Hillary Clinton. Never. Jimmy Carter was harder than Hillary Clinton. We've never had one that is more out of touch, a bigger liar. Everybody, even her own supporters, know she's a liar. Okay? So we've never had anybody easier to beat. And yet, because of Donald Trump, we are feasting on each other.
Right.
And I fear drawing divisions that are so deep we may never heal from those. On top of it, you have the media and organizations selling their soul for positions and power and possibly money, I don't know. And you have it not only in places like Breitbart, but you also have it in Fox News, who, I don't know if you noticed this, but they were all for Trump until it was clear. For a while it was neck and neck, razor thin margin. When it was 4 points difference between Trump and Cruz, it was 1 point between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and they weren't calling it razor thin. 4 points, they were calling it razor thin until they got the story of Marco Rubio, and then they immediately started talking about what a great thing it is to have a Hispanic that could win in Marco Rubio.
Because Ted Cruz is
not
white
a Hispanic. Yes, I don't know. I don't know.
Confused about that.
How does the conservative movement survive, or does it, as we know it now? How does it survive with this going on?
Oh, it's going to be hard. Because right now I just see if certain people succeed, the conservative movement, at least the perception of it's going to be entirely destroyed. It's become unfashionable, even within the right and the Republican Party, to be a conservative anymore. There have been so many people who have there are people who are afraid to speak out because they're afraid that it's going to hurt their